And what you'll see in the draft order is that it will be partially in camera. And the witness is due to appear on the 9th of June.
An arrangement has been made on the side, as it were, for appearance.
That's correct, Chair.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The first and second respondents are media houses, and who are the private individuals who are third and fourth respondents?
They are each the editors of the first and second respondent, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The following ruling is made. 1, by agreement between the parties, the application by witness I for his evidence to be heard partially in camera on 9 June 2026 is granted. 2, the testimony of witness I will be heard publicly via audio link, and his face or visual features will be concealed. 3, members of the media and any persons granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photograph, video footage, or other visual material that may reveal or tend to reveal the identity of witness I. It's so ordered.
Thank you, Chair. May I be excused?
You are excused. Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Good morning, Mr. Lolo.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Before we start, there has been some rearrangement of your files. The Commissioners will recall that we started out with 2 exhibit files. More documents have been added. Now we end up with 3 exhibit files. But the changes have been made, and what needed to be moved from file 2, which was particularly full, is now in exhibit 3. But everything flows in order, and the index has been amended accordingly. So you should still be able to find your place. Just to warn you that it's now 3 exhibit files as opposed to 2. Thank you. Colonel, and that goes for you too. Yesterday we were working off 2 exhibit files.
Yes.
Because more documents were added. We are now working on 3 exhibit files. So just so you know, when I say exhibit file 1 or 2 or 3, it's that you are able to find your place, okay?
Yes, Commissioner.
Before we start this morning with the rest of your testimony, Colonel, you and I had a discussion this morning, and you indicated that upon reflection, you thought it appropriate that you clarify either certain responses you gave yesterday, or to add to the responses you gave to the Commissioner's questions yesterday. And you had asked for an opportunity to do so before we move to the next topic. This is your moment to do so, if you may.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair. Okay. Commissioners, I noted yesterday Commissioner Baloy rightfully pointed out that Pangase's statement, together with mine, had the same names, the same designation of persons that were allegedly on the scene. And I don't think I did that answer justice. Upon reflection, I would just like to point out that on a crime scene, there is a scribe. So in this case, the scribe was Warrant Officer Mpangase, the one who was making notes. So what would happen is that when we are doing statements or now sitting down to discuss this matter, we would look at that scribe notes. So that would now have a list of who was there, the warehouse manager, her name, the relevant role players, the guys from Border Police, all of them. So hence, this is one document that would now be used by all of us with regards to compiling our statements. When we look at it, we say, okay, there's this warehouse manager, that's her name. There's the Border Police guy, that's his name. Then we saw a customs guy, this is his name. So, Commissioner, I just wanted to point out that would be the reason that it was exactly the same as Warrant Officer Mpangase's. But also, just flowing from that, I would like to add that there was no deception intended. And it may look like that, and I'm going to try and justify why I say that. I was the investigating officer that did obtain statements from Governor and Mkhize. Had I had an intention of misleading or defeating or doing anything underhanded, that would have been reflected in those statements that I obtained from them. My statements that I obtained from these relevant members was indeed a true reflection of their observations on the scene. So I just thought it pertinent to point that out. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
There's one more, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Also, Commissioner Baloy, I think it's you again. Commissioner, if I remember rightfully so, you queried the investigation diary of where Mpangase had initially written information was received regarding 27 bricks of cocaine. During the normal scheme of things, if this was an inquiry that was pre-registered, meaning it was not registered on the day, then it would have been a correct sequential, chronological, diarized sequence of events, meaning from the time you obtained the information, Captain Duma called you, this is where we met, it would have flowed in a certain manner. It's apparent that Mpangase did not make those notes either prior to the operation or possibly not even on the day, or even it could have been after the actual seizure. Hence, he was now writing his investigation diary up, but working on hindsight as to what had transpired. So that would be a reason as to why he would start off with information received about 27 kilograms of cocaine, although, according to all our accounts, the number was only indicated to us much later or at just before proceeding to the depot. So I thought I'd just clarify that, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
When we finished yesterday, I reserved a question to do with the diary that I had intended to come back to. If you're still going to be discussing the diary, I'll hold off for now.
We were still going to discuss the diary, but in a completely different context. So perhaps. But before you do so, I had invited the Colonel to make comments because he had requested that he be given an opportunity. And thereafter, once he's done with his comments, then Commissioner, you can put your question if you may. Colonel, there is another issue you also brought to our attention regarding an information note you had prepared, right? And the fact that your statement, the statement that you have filed with the Commission is overly brief. And you would have wanted to highlight once again to the questions posed to you by the commissioners, the detail that you had in your original information note, as you call it, but somehow did not find its way into the statement. Now, that information note, as I had undertaken to you, has been added as part of the bundle. Commissioners, is CJC 270, starting at page 954. Colonel, have you found your copy?
Yes, I've got it here, Commissioner.
If you could just allow the commissioners to get there. And this issue you raised, particularly in response to a question the chair had asked you, when you answered the question about the reasons why you moved from the depot to Isipingo. And the chair said all the reasons you had set out are not in your statement. You recall that?
That's correct.
And that's
I
the
do.
basis on which then you sought to pull up this note. So we are at the note now. Kindly address yourself to the chair regarding the many reasons you provided yesterday in response to his questions for why you moved the operation from the depot to Isipingo police station.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I noted, and understandably so, once again, that you did point out, I cited a whole lot of reasons regarding my thought process with regards to moving those exhibits. Yet, my statement only reflected one point. So I'd like to point out on my initial engagement with the evidence leader, I did what I called an information note, which was much more detailed. So if, with your indulgence, I would like to just read out that little paragraph that deals with what you spoke.
And what's important in your favor is that this is as far back as 2021. That's the date of the, I'm saying
Yes.
in your favor.
Yes,
In your favor.
yes, Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Chair, if you'll bear with me, I'm not sure what page it is. I'm looking at my own copy here. This file is voluminous, I'm not sure.
Just tell me
954.
leaf number and I'll find it.
Yes, okay. When we had that heading, events at the CHC container depot,
No, tell me you are at, is it second page?
okay,
third
the
page?
first, second, third page, paragraph 1.
Third page, paragraph 1 that starts with, I considered possibly
Yes.
carrying. That would be page 956.
May I? Thank you, Chair. I considered possibly carrying these bags to a less congested area at a far end of the depot. In my opinion, the risk associated with conveying these exhibits to another part of the depot was greater than the risk of conveying the exhibits to Isipingo SAP, which is approximately 4 kilometers away from the depot. The depot is situated approximately 11 kilometers away from Umlazi, which is a high-risk area. I considered calling a tactical team to assist to secure the area, but decided against it as I knew their response time would be longer than I would have required. I also based this decision on the basis that the unpacking and counting at the police station would pose lesser risk. So it's just that one paragraph, Chair, that I wanted to allude to.
Thank you, Colonel. Does that save you?
I think it still doesn't cover the many reasons you gave yesterday, but I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we leave this document, for the record, I think it's worth correcting. This information note you referenced, you
Yes.
prepared for purposes of developing a statement for the Commission. So it wasn't created in 2021.
No, it was.
I think the chair was under a wrong impression that when he said it's in your favor because it was created as far back as 2021. That's not correct.
I just looked at the date at the
You
end of that heading.
Now,
I'm sorry.
you confirm that this is what
I
you
do
prepared
confirm it was done
yes,
about a month
when you're
ago.
preparing for consultation with the evidence
is correct.
leaders.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can I just, to be fair to this...
Thank you for the correction,
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Rolo.
Sorry, Chair. To be fair to this witness, the other reasons are mentioned in paragraph 19 of the statement. So we only focused on the one reason in 21. Although rightfully so, Chair, the reasons he mentioned in his evidence are a lot more than the reasons in the statement. The ones he has just read from the information note, they do appear in paragraph 19 of his 14-page statement before the Commission. How far Umlazi is and the fact that the weather was not great and there was a risk of working in an uncovered area and the surface area was not sufficient because of the numerous other containers around.
Yes.
So to be fair to him, that is in paragraph 19.
Of his actual statement.
Of his
actual
statement before
Yes.
the commission now.
Yes.
So it's not the only reason.
And the point he wanted to make yesterday is that in finalizing his statement for the commission, he was of the view that too much brevity crept in.
Yes.
So what is in the statement, as I understand the Colonel, he stands by. It's just that in response to a question by the chair, he seemed to go beyond the scope of paragraph 19. And he wanted to clarify that those reasons were always there, and they are reflected in the information note. And he just wanted an opportunity to highlight them too.
Except when he tried to do that, he said it created the impression that he only had one reason.
Yes.
So I was pointing out that, in fact, in his statement before the commission, there are several reasons
Absolutely.
mentioned,
Absolutely.
starting from paragraph 19.
Thank you.
Yes. So we will catch you when we need to catch you, but when there are facts that are in your favor, we will mention them.
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
And I was going to comment, don't spoil the broth, sir. That was in your favor, let's leave it there. Before we leave these questions of clarification, just please turn to Exhibit File 2, and I'm interested in, it's part of CJC 244, exhibit number CJC 244, and in particular to draw your attention to 656, page 656. And this goes back to the issue you wanted to clarify to Commissioner Baloyi regarding the order of events, when you say in the investigation diary, it appeared that you were aware of the 27 kilograms and the container before you actually got to the depot. That's what you sought to clarify,
Yes,
right?
yes, Commissioner.
And your position is that you actually learned of that detail at the depot?
Not at the depot, Commissioner. The 27 kilograms, the number was relayed to us at a briefing spot where we met Captain Duma, which was close by to the depot.
Okay, but you had made your way towards the depot, away from the home and office?
Yes, we were close to
Yes.
at a briefing spot, yes.
So I draw your attention to page 656, because that is the statement of Warrant Officer Mpangase. And if you go to 658,
Okay, just bear with me, Commissioner.
Geraldine, please help.
Sorry. I can't see the file. 658. File 2, she said. Yeah, 658.
I'm looking for CJC 244.
244.
Exhibit file 2, particularly page 656. You have located the statement.
And the page number, Commissioner?
656.
656.
And then I wanted you to turn to page 658, which is the conclusion of that statement. It appears to be dated 23rd November 2021. You see that?
Yes, that's
And I
correct.
say it appears to be because it's not most legible.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, if we go back to the beginning of that statement at 656, paragraph 2, my challenge with your explanation to Commissioner Baloyi is the same quote-unquote error appears to have crept in the development of this statement in November 21 already. Because Warrant Officer Mpaga's paragraph 2 says, in the morning of the 22nd of June 21, I received information from crime intelligence that there was a container possibly containing approximately 27 kilograms of drugs, cocaine, which was kept at Isipingo CHC warehouse, destined to Johannesburg. The container number was BEAU 5, and the detail, you see that?
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
At paragraph 3, then, Warrant Officer Mpangase continues, myself, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, and Warrant Officer Sibia, now Captain, together with the crime intelligence member, proceeded to Isipingo to look for the alleged container.
Yes.
So are you suggesting that Warrant Officer Mpangase made the similar mistake in his own statement at the time?
Commissioner, I'm unable to comment because it's not that detailed. It just tells you that he received information. There was a container possibly containing 27 kilograms of drug which was kept at CHC warehouse destined for Johannesburg. We did receive that in the briefing. So he's not specific here, so I can't tell why he wrote it the way he wrote it, Commissioner, but I will still maintain the sequence of events as I did earlier. So I'm unsure, Commissioner, as to why he would.
I point you to this because I know that Commissioner Baloyi wants to engage you on the investigation diary, but we will have to flag this because I have questions to you regarding what is stated in Warrant Officer Mpangase's statement at that paragraph 2, as well as your statements, and we will engage later. But Commissioner Baloyi wanted to engage specifically on the investigation diary. Thank you.
Thank you. It's about, if you would go to the investigation diary, it is file 3.
Sorry, what number, Commissioner?
It's file 3.
File 3.
And then CJC 248. And then the diary starts at 800, page 800.
Yes, this one. 248. Right, files off.
As I understand it, we are looking for CJC 268, the investigation diary, file 3.
Page 800.
Yes, I've got it, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right. So you have that entry on the 23rd of June, and from what I understand, your explanation, your clarification this morning, this would have been entered after the operation.
That's correct.
Am I understanding you correctly? Yes. Now, in your testimony yesterday, there was discussion about, or in fact, your testimony was that when you left the depot, so you opened the container, you took what was in there,
Yes.
it was resealed, and then you instructed, I use the word instructed because I don't remember what word you used, the depot manager that the container must remain there. It must not be moved.
Yes, Commissioner.
But also you said, I think in answer to Ms. Sillo, you said there was no detention notice
That's correct.
that was issued. That's correct.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Now, explain this. The decision that the container should be retained there, it should not be released to its owner. It is a big decision.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. It is not recorded in the diary that there was such a decision. So we don't have a detention notice. We don't have an entry in the diary that indicates or that records that the police gave that kind of instruction. Can you just explain that?
Okay, I'm just going to page through it quickly.
Yes, you can do that.
Okay. Commissioner, your investigation diary, yes, it is an indicator of what transpired in your investigation. It's more actions that were taken with regards to who did you call, where did you proceed to, your time, and things like that. Generally, a statement would encompass that type of detail as to further locking of a container and so forth. So it's not a hard and fast rule that would necessarily have to be contained in your C-clip, but it would have to be reflected in your statements somewhere along the line to show what happened to that container.
That answer cannot be complete or correct, because there is a recordal of an instruction to release. There is a recordal later in the same diary where you instructed or you cleared it for release. So that act, the opposite of the instruction to detain, is recorded. We look at your diary, we see an instruction to release. I expect that there must be an instruction to record, and I would be concerned that it will appear in a statement, not in a diary.
Yes. Commissioner, maybe I can say that Warrant Officer Mpangase was not as thorough as he should have been. I would do things like that. I diarize it.
Yes.
But just to add on to that, it's encompassed in my statement, the fact that we did seal it up again. And
Yes, no. I don't have a difficulty with it, where in your statement or in whose statement it appears. Right now I'm discussing the contents and reliability. Maybe let me put it to you that, again, it's a concern about the reliability of this investigation diary. You do record that you gave an instruction that they can release the container. So it is of sufficient significance. That's why you record it.
yes.
There is no record of a prior decision to detain it. So your explanation that, well, the diary doesn't record that kind of thing is not correct. The simple point I'm making yet again is this is another instance where the contents of this diary have to be considered with care or caution, because it is a recordal after the events. I understand that, day one. But two, it doesn't accurately or fully account for what happened.
You are correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we're not moving off topic, but slightly. And now we're interrogating your reasons for deciding to move to Isipingo. And one of the reasons you stated, or two, related to risk and space. Correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Are you familiar with the CHC depot in terms of size and operations around there?
It was my first visit there, Commissioner.
And you complained that where the container had been placed was between two other containers, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And making operations difficult. Is it safe to assume that even if the containers are placed side by side, the door of the container is facing you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So anything you take out of there, you will bring towards yourself.
That is correct, Commissioner.
If you look at these ones lined up, it's a different matter, but the manner in which they are lined up.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So technically, you don't really need the space. Yes, we're trying to do that. Technically, you don't need the space to either side of the container, right?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
So the fact that the containers were lined side by side cannot be a basis to decide not to complete the search at the scene and rather go to Isipingo. The fact that they are side by side, that's the only point I'm making.
Okay. Commissioner, I think if we had to view photos of the actual placement of that container at the CHC depot, we'll see the situation was a lot different than what we see on your screen now. It was a much more congested environment. Even when you open the doors, if you had to lay those bags on the floor, the area was minimal. It was a much, much smaller area than what we're seeing on our screens now. I think the closest we're going to get to know what it looked like was if we look at some of those photos that were flighted at some point in time, but it was a much, much smaller area that's as compared to this.
Chair.
How much more congested can it be? These are not just alongside each other, but they are against each other. So how much more congested can it be?
Meaning, Commissioner, in front where you open the doors, there was of a container.
There was a what?
The doors of your container. I would say, now I'll be estimating, Chair, but maybe there was a 2 meter, 3 meter, or maybe 2 meters, just over 2 meters space in front of it, where there was, I'm not sure whether it's a fence or some kind of boundary type thing where, and then you've got an area that you've got your heisters driving up and down, you've got machinery moving throughout. It wasn't a place like this where, now that I realize it, it wasn't a designated area for an examination of a container. It did not seem, and since I was not familiar with this warehouse, I just let it slide. I just let them place it down there. I was not familiar with the layout, but it was definitely much smaller, much more congested. Than
The many things you are referring to, were they on the door side of the container?
Yes, if you open the door, Chair, that's what I'm saying. In front of it, maybe there was a 2 meter, just over 2 meter space, a little area. That is why I said there was machinery traversing around. It's a thoroughfare area. It wasn't a designated area for examinations.
Thank you, Chair. But you recall when we started this engagement, the issue was the fact that there were containers on either side of the container you were targeting becomes irrelevant.
Yes.
Because you can't access the container from either end, right? You can only access it from the door as you are facing it. So what you should be concerned about is the space in front of the container, not to the sides of the container.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, in response to the Chair, you
And
mentioned
the
that...
front is the door side.
I say that front is the door side,
Okay,
the part where you open the container.
Okay.
For purposes of our engagement, I'll call it the front of the container,
Yes.
which renders the side and the back wholly irrelevant.
Sorry, repeat that.
I say, if I'm correct in my description of a container, that renders either sides of the container and the back irrelevant.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Can I just elaborate why I mentioned that, Commissioners?
No, absolutely.
Just to show that even if we laid some in front of it and laid some of our exhibits on the side to start processing, there was no space in the front or the sides. I'm just trying to give the Commission an idea of the space.
In response to the Chair's question, you said where this container was placed was not a designated area. You recall that?
Yes,
Yes,
I
sir.
recall that.
And you were aware at the time that they offloaded or lowered the container that was not at a designated area. By that you mean a designated area for purposes of searching the container, I take it?
Yes, Commissioner.
If when you notice then that they are lowering the container at a place other than the designated area, why didn't you stop them and instruct them to take it to a proper designated area to allow you to carry out your responsibilities?
Commissioner, it was my first visit to CHC. I assumed that was the area for placing containers. I can't tell you why. It was placed there. It was high up on a stack. Maybe it was difficult to get it to the examination area. I can't recall now. But for whatever reason, it was placed there. I did not object to it upon opening it. And especially more in light of the fact, Commissioner, that we weren't expecting a quantity like we did. So for me, when they placed it, I didn't think that we're going to have an issue now of space required for processing of exhibits.
So you knew it was not a designated area. You are unfamiliar with CHC depot, and that is why you allowed them to lower it at the point that you did.
No,
But you already know it's not a designated area.
No,
You are the
Commissioner.
police officer. Let me just finish. You are the police officer in charge. You are the one who is instructing that that container be availed to you. You are aware at the time that where the point at which they avail it to you is not the designated area. And you shrug your shoulders and you say, well,
no,
my first time at CHC.
yes, Commissioner.
I misunderstood you?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, please.
I was not aware that this was not a designated examination area. I wasn't even sure that they did have an examination area until I heard Warrant Officer Sanders' evidence here.
Colonel, you are the one who introduced the notion of designated area. You told the commissioners that
Yes.
where they lowered that container was not their designated area. So you
Yes.
can't now say that you were not sure whether they have one to speak of.
Commissioner, like I say, I'll say it again. It's only when I heard Warrant Officer Sanders' evidence that I heard of the magnitude of the examination area and the space in this said depot. I was not aware of it.
Okay, now you remember Ms. Pile, who's the depot manager.
Yes,
You engaged her,
yes, I did.
you obtained the relevant documentation from her.
Yes,
She was present when you broke the seal.
yes.
Why, when you realized the quantity then, did you not close the container, instruct her to take it to a proper place that would allow you to carry out your work?
Commissioner, I'll maintain by those reasons that I did mention before. All of those thoughts that were running through my mind in terms of the safety of that area, the fact that Isipingo was 4 kilometers away, the fact that we had no exhibit bags or not adequate exhibit bags for it. That's the reason.
Okay, now I'll accept those reasons. You'll accept that the risks that you now enumerate apply to all searches of containers at the CHC depot. They would apply to the distance to Umlazi stays the same, right?
Yes.
The area stays the same. Are you able to explain why it is just over a month, 999 kilograms could safely and properly be processed at the very scene that you say was highly risky because it's closer to Umlazi and the like? Are you able to come up with a logical explanation for that?
Commissioner, 999.
Kilograms, yes, on the 30th of July 2021. You don't know of that seizure?
And which area was this, Commissioner?
It was at the CHC depot.
No, I'm not aware of this.
It's very concerning, Colonel, because we are going to deal with this. Considering the position you hold now as we speak, we are going to deal with that seizure, and I'm very concerned that you say you've never heard of it. You are the head of currently the unit commander of Durban COCIU, which comprises of National Priority Violent Crime Section, SANEB, and EPR, and you don't know about that seizure.
Commissioner, the 999, as far as I recall, was not at the CHC depot, but I could be mistaken.
Where was it?
It was at some other shipping yard, because I did go to the scene. But as far as I recall, it was not at CHC. I'm not sure if the commission can indulge me.
Okay, I think I get your point. So you say I'm making the mistake in thinking that it was the same place.
I'm
The
not
CHC
saying that.
depot.
I'm saying I can't.
No, I'm happy to take the mistake and be duly corrected. So if I misunderstood somebody's evidence, I'll accept that. But your point is that that particular seizure did not take place at CHC depot.
Not that I can recall
Okay.
of.
I'll cross-check on that and I'll come back to you.
Before you
Yes, sir.
move further away, I just want to make an observation about something you said, Mr. Lo.
Indeed, Chair.
You said you accept the reasons. I just want to disabuse your mind, Colonel,
Yes.
of any possible misunderstandings. I hope Ms. Sildo did not mean that the reasons that she says she accepts are acceptable.
Yes, Chair.
That's something we will weigh down the line.
Indeed.
Yes.
So she accepts that subjectively those were your reasons,
Yes.
but not
Not to
necessarily
say
that they
yes,
are
I
acceptable.
understand, Chair.
I'm not
Absolutely.
saying they are not acceptable.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the precision. I was loose in my words, and by accept is I am not going to challenge you on the reasons that you put forward, but I too am not drawing a conclusion that those reasons are correct. That's what I meant, and the Chair was very helpful in that regard. So thank you, Chair. You understand my position, Colonel. You then move, you say, to Isipingo. I understand that there at the harbor there is a police station called Maiden Wharf.
That is correct.
Why didn't you move to Maiden Wharf?
Maiden Wharf has their own exhibits to attend to, commissioners.
As with every police station.
Yes, correctly.
So,
yes.
as with Isipingo as well.
Yes.
So,
If I may expand on that, Commissioners, I know I'm at the ground level calling station commanders, phoning the various police stations for assistance. And as much as witnesses will come here and say that we should have tried the nearest station and all of that, I think I highlighted with my Umhlali, the Simbiti case, the difficulty with regards to securing storage locations. And if I had to elaborate on that, it's because these stations know that the lab takes a long while to house those exhibits, destroy it, analyze it, but no station wants to give away the SAP 13 space, let you use the entire or half of the exhibit room. Because remember, more especially stations like Maiden Wharf, which is close to our harbor, they are the stations that receive bulk exhibits that are seized at the harbor. So it could be that they did have storage place at that time, but the reason I did not engage with them was I know that they are going to need that storage place, then they're going to call me to ask me to take away my exhibits from there, like I've had previous experiences. That was my reluctance. That was the reason for my reluctance in engaging stations, because past experience has taught me certain stations will assist, others won't, others have their own SAP 13 needs to tend to.
the picture you are painting is disturbing. It's like everybody owns a police station, and how do you work? You come across, or at least to me, as suggesting that you have to beg for space when you have done your job and you need secure space. You literally have to beg because somebody is going to reject your request. So in the end, you end up not even making the request.
Yes.
Is that how you operate?
Yes, can I elaborate on that, Commissioners?
Please do.
It may not be a pretty picture to paint, but it is the truth. And if I had to tell the Commission, we've had instances. I'll give you an example. I think it was a year or just over a year back. My EPR group seized around 8 tons of copper in the Malvern policing precinct. Firstly, there's no space to keep 8 tons of copper. The stakeholders, meaning Transnet, Eskom, PRASA, don't want to safeguard those exhibits like they usually do. So we stuck with 8 tons of copper. The station cannot house it, that being Malvern Station. I personally had to acquire a container, a shipping container that we moved at our own making our own logistical arrangements. Get a container, call in favors, ask the station to house the said container there, lock up the exhibits in this container at Malvern Station. Within a year, every bit of that 8 ton of copper was stolen. There's various cases opened by the police station themselves for petty thieving, but 8 tons eventually was lost. That's one incident with Malvern Station. There was another incident at Isipingo Station, I think it was in 2024. The infrastructure task team had seized around 5 tons of copper. Isipingo could not house it. They then acquired a shipping container, placed it on the station premises in order to house these exhibits. All of those exhibits ended up being stolen within a few months as well. So these are the challenges that we are facing. It's easy for management sometimes to come here and say, we should have tried this station, that station has placed, this station has a big safe. But in reality, these are the challenges we face. And I'm going to go on further to state, when you seize these type of exhibits, sometimes you're at a crime scene for a day or two. To remove 8 tons of copper, the police is not logistically equipped, even with large amounts of drugs. So you're having now to request specialized units like TRT, NIU, POP to come and guard those exhibits. They're okay with guarding it for maybe a night or two, maybe 4 days max, but they've got their own duties to attend to. Now you've got pressure from their commanders calling you to say we need to withdraw our members. Then I'm calling every district commissioner, every station commander trying to get assistance in this regard. So I just wanted to highlight the challenges that we face. Hence, sometimes the decisions we take may not be viewed in a favorable light here, but it's because of our experience of the challenges we know we face.
You see, sorry.
Okay. That can never be justification for you not even asking whether storage space was available. You never asked. You never ever asked. All of the things you say can never be justification for not asking. They cannot be. You simply made an assumption that there was no storage. You assumed that there was no storage. Am I correct? You assumed.
No, Chair.
You assumed because you never asked. It's as simple as all that. Did you ask?
Chair, if
Did
I
you
may-
ask?
No, I did not ask.
So you assumed.
I knew it would become a problem in the future.
You assumed that they could not store the suspected contain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you make such an assumption on so serious a matter?
Chair, when I escalated it to the brigadier's level,
Why did you escalated it because in paragraph 30, you already took this very strange view that you had, open quote, exhausted all avenues for close quote, for storage.
Yeah.
And yet you didn't. You simply made an assumption. Is it factually correct that you had exhausted all avenues? Is that factually correct?
it's not factually correct.
So why did you say it to your superiors?
Okay.
And why do you continue to say it in your affidavit?
Chair,
Why did you say that?
Chair, the reason I say it is because of the closest stations that were there were Brighton Beach.
I'll tell them to you. They were Durban Central, Brighton Beach, Maiden Wharf. And how far is Mbilo? There was also Mbilo. How far is that?
Yeah, Mbilo is not far, Chair.
Give us kilometers.
I can't estimate, but more or less.
We
20,
know the furthest
20,
or the
I would say
farthest
20.
we know the farthest was 24, and then there was 20, and there was lesser.
Yes,
That's about the three we spoke about yesterday.
yes.
So Mbilo, would you say, is within the 24 downwards also?
I would say so, Chair.
So we're basically talking four, and in respect of all four, you simply made an assumption, and you've incorrectly state it as a fact that you had exhausted all avenues. How could you say you had exhausted avenues when in fact you simply made an assumption?
Yes, I did. But Chair, if I may just explain about even Mbilo station, right? I'll give you a practical example, Chair. Maybe it will help shed some light. I think it was 900 and something kilos that was seized in their area. And I think it was the very next day that somehow the lab took reception of these exhibits. But those exhibits as well were stored in an unused cell, a single bricklayer cell. That's nearly 1,000 kilograms of cocaine in a single cell. And the station could only accommodate it for a limited period of time. That is why those measures were taken, and somehow the lab managed to accommodate, and it was sent within a short while to the FSL in Pretoria. So I'm saying...
For argument's sake, let's leave out Mbilo and look at Durban Central, Brighton Beach, Maiden Wharf. For all you knew at the time, they could well have had space.
Chair, I knew Durban Central.
You did not know for a fact that they did not have space, did you?
I knew they were complaining about our exhibits.
No, I'm not talking about complaining.
Yes.
You did not know for a fact that they did not have space.
I did not phone them to inquire, Chair.
And yet you say you had exhausted all avenues. So it was incorrect to say you had exhausted all avenues.
In my...
And you see, the thing is, in response to Ms. Sello, you go so far as to suggest that all, in fact, I think you said so, that basically all police stations have their problems, individual problems about storage. Do you want me to tell you what's very strange with that proposition or that statement?
Yes, Chair.
Look at what you say in the very paragraph 30 I've referred you to. You say that Brigadier Nyuswa should then secure a storage location for the drugs. He would have had to secure that storage space from somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you expect that somewhere to be? A police station, not so. A police station, not so.
Yes.
So how could you give this response that you gave to Ms. Sillo then? A response that suggests that, there are difficulties with all police stations. He could not have gotten the space from outer space.
Yes. No,
So what point were you making then?
Okay, Chair, I think maybe I didn't word it correctly as well. I'm going to add this, but at my level as a colonel, and at that stage as a lieutenant colonel, there's only so much that I can do to escalate this challenge. Obviously, any station commander or district commissioner won't hold my opinion in that high regard, or my request, won't take it as seriously as they would take it if they were engaged by, let's say, my brigadier, my provincial commander.
But you would only get to that if you have seriously done the groundwork, or rather worked the groundwork that needed to be, or done the groundwork that needed to be done. You only reach that stage after all that. Here you did not even do that groundwork. You worked on an assumption. You did not inquire whether space was available, at least at these 3 police stations. I will not mention their names again. You did not even do that groundwork. So it does not even rise to the level of you having to rely on a senior who can better pull strings than you can ever hope to.
You know,
it does not get to that level.
Yes, Chair. And I think I'm going to say this honestly as well. Maybe I wanted my brigadier to bear that burden where he's being inundated with calls from that said station complaining that we need these exhibits to be removed.
So you lied to him. You said you had exhausted all avenues.
I didn't lie.
You lied because you've accepted that you had not. You had not exhausted all avenues.
I put the decision on him, Chair.
You lied when you said to him you had exhausted all avenues. Was it true that you had?
In my mind, Durban Central was out and
Was
right,
it true, factually, that you had exhausted all avenues? You've already said you had not.
Yes.
You've already said you had not, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him when you said you had exhausted all avenues. Do you agree? It's as simple as all that.
I'll have to.
You agree?
I'll have to agree, Chair. But I
Thank
think it's
you.
a strong word to say lied, but...
Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Was it true when you said to him, I have exhausted all avenues? Okay, let's get off lie. Let's step off lie. Was it true? Was it factually correct?
Factually, no, sir.
Factually, no.
No.
Is that not a lie? Is that not a lie then?
It sounds, when you say it like that, it sounds a little harsher than...
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ms. Silla, still on this, sorry. That decision to move to Isipingo police station, it is a major decision, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
And one would expect to have a record of it, that it is recorded and the reason for moving to Isipingo.
Yes, Commissioner.
But it's not in the diary of Warrant Officer Mpangase. You can look at it if you want,
Yes.
but he doesn't account for how that decision or why that decision was made. He merely says we opened, we found this, it was decided we go to Isipingo. That is problematic.
Yes, I concur.
Yes, and it seems to me, and maybe let me put this to you, that the explanation that you are giving for moving from CHC to Isipingo seems to be an afterthought, because it's not recorded, even if you allow for this diary was completed for the first time on the 23rd. It seems to me, and you accept that, it's quite a big decision to move from the crime scene in the circumstances and go to Isipingo. And that it is not recorded here is problematic. And we have only your word now. that you moved because the reasons that you are giving, that there was nowhere else to go, and yet it's not in the diary of the person that you left as the investigating officer. Explain that.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I can't furnish an explanation on behalf of Warrant Officer Mpangas.
But you see how it does lead, or it can lead to the impression this is an afterthought. Otherwise, he would have recorded that big decision in his diary.
Yes, I can see how it seems there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On that score, Colonel, you recall yesterday during engagement by Commissioner Baloyi, when she referenced the national instruction.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And I understood your answer, or a comment you made during the course of your answer, to be that you are all bound by national instruction. That's a national prescript.
That's correct.
Let's just turn to it on this particular score about SAP 13s and taking exhibits, and that would be your CJC 230. File 1, exhibit file 1. That's a National Instruction 8 of 2017. Have you located it?
230 page?
Exhibit 230.
Just
Yes, Commissioner.
You have seen that document before.
Yes, I have.
It's the National Instruction 8 of 2017, Property and Exhibit Management.
Yes, Commissioner.
Is it fair to assume that at least the district or heads of various police stations have seen the document and are familiar with it? I would take that to be the most basic level of knowledge and understanding by those who lead. Would it be fair to attribute that understanding to them, that they know this document, they've seen it?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, I'd like to refer you to page 25 specifically. In that file, it's still part of that, and or in paragraph 7.
Yes.
Are you there? And
Yes.
I'm interested in sub 4 of that paragraph 7, and it reads, I quote, all property and exhibits seized must be entered in the SAP 13 property register of the relevant police station where the crime was committed or where the property was found. Then it continues, and then transferred to the relevant unit and entered in the SAPS 13 of the relevant unit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when I look at the start of that, it prescribes that all seizures must be registered in the SAPS 13 of the relevant station where the crime was committed. I interpret that to mean they have the station commanders and everybody has got no discretion on this. This prescript compels them, you register. Unlike what you suggest, which you say they refused to take, you said they were our seizures.
Yes.
Who's the our? Are you not part of the SAPs? Are you not part of people or to whom this prescript applies?
We are part of it.
So they can tell you, in the face of this prescription, that they will not take your seizures. Is that what you want these commissioners to accept?
If I may give the example of Isipingo, the previous time for the seizure on the 5th of February 2020, they demanded those exhibits be removed the following day, and they could not, although the lab could not house it, Durban Central then housed it. But one would have thought that Isipingo, being the relevant station, would be compelled now to make some sort of arrangement to house those exhibits, seeing as it was seized in their policing area.
Yes, but you know that doesn't help you, right? Because Isipingo took those drugs. It entered them into the SAP 13. It kept them overnight. and then it required that they be removed. So Isipingo actually complied with that prescription.
Yes, but in our case, Commissioner, they didn't store it at all.
Say in our case, you mean which case?
On the 22nd of June 2021.
Because you booked it out. Because Mpangase booked it in and out immediately.
I maintain, Commissioner, that Warrant Officer Perumal did not want to keep those exhibits.
No, well, I think yesterday you sort of gave a more nuanced answer. You said, I may have confused a prior discussion with Perumal about whether they have storage or not. And I accept that, I have to accept that I don't have a recollection of discussing with him. So yesterday you revisited your much firmer earlier statement, where in your earlier statement you had said Perumal refused to accept the exhibits. And yesterday in your explanation, you softened your position and said, yeah, I know that I had previously had in another thing, we had that discussion where he had refused. This time I have to accept that maybe I didn't have the discussion with him. So now you're going back to elevate it to, there was a discussion with Perumal and he refused to take the exhibits. Which one is it?
Okay, Commissioner, if memory serves me correct, or from what I know, the reason I alluded to, or initially I said I was a bit confused and I'm not sure if I asked him explicitly, but I did clarify that my members on the scene had reminded me that Perumal explicitly refused to store those exhibits. And the reason I cited for it not being that clear in my head was possibly because of the previous year's incident that we had with Isipingo SAPS regarding that Mandrax tablets.
But that's another thing that's not in the diary of Mpongase. It's not in his diary. He doesn't say that Perumal was asked and he refused. It appears later on in statements, yet again, it's a later justification, but the entry in the diary doesn't record that. And that accords with Perumal's denial. In fact, it lends credence to Perumal's denial that there was ever such a discussion.
I hear you, I accept that, Commissioner, but I still maintain that Perumal was not accepting those exhibits.
Can I just develop this a little bit? On
Yes,
this 7.4, that compelled you to go to Maiden Wharf and enter in the do exactly what you did at Isipingo, which is you have to enter them in the SAP 13 of the nearest police station where the crime was committed, and then you could have booked it out. It's not about storage this here.
Yes.
Why did you not do that? Even with your assumption that they will say they don't have space, why did you not comply with 17.4, which reads, and I'll read it again, all property and exhibits must be entered in the SAP 13 of the relevant police station where the crime was committed or where the property was found, and then transferred to the relevant unit and entered in the SAP 13 of that relevant unit. The first part says you should have entered these things in the SAP 13 of Maiden Wharf, being the nearest police station, no?
No, Commissioner. This CHC container depot fell within the Isipingo policing precinct. So they are the relevant station that...
It's not the nearest.
No, it's the relevant. It doesn't necessarily have to be the nearest. Police stations fall within a certain jurisdiction.
Okay, I accept that. Thank you.
Commissioner.
If I may develop that, you recall we looked at the SOP, the ORS SOP yesterday, which identified CHC depot to be a licensed depot around the harbour, I won't say in the harbour, but that falls within the area of ORS Durban Harbour Police. So it's in that area.
Yes.
Okay. And it's in the area because it means that the harbour police have got access to that depot as any part of the harbour. Do you accept that?
That's correct.
And if, let's then turn and to test your answer, let's look at CJC 258 and bundle B, bundle 3. That is the statement, I might as well say, of Captain Stefan Albert Mulman.
Sorry, Commissioner, CJC?
CJC 258. Page 768. Have you located it, Colonel?
Yes, Commissioner.
This is a statement of Captain Stefan Albert Mulman. Do you know him?
Yes, I'm familiar with him, Commissioner.
If we go to paragraph 3, he states, from July 2014 to December 2024, I was the exhibit clerk serving in the SAPS 13 exhibit room at SAPS Maiden Wharf. And it says, my duties entail the receiving, safeguarding, and releasing of exhibits at the SAPS Maiden Wharf. All items seized at crime scenes or found, and here's the emphasis, within the Durban Harbour Police area must be handed in as exhibits at the Maiden Wharf Police Station. So in his understanding, where Durban Harbour Police have jurisdiction, everything seized there must go to them. That's it. You agree that's what he says?
That's what he says,
Okay.
I agree.
And now you and I have agreed that in terms of SOP, the CHC depot falls under the Durban Harbour, falls within the Durban Harbour Police area. We agreed that yesterday. We just confirmed this morning.
Yes.
Okay. You seem like you want to take issue with what Captain Mulman says. What is your issue?
Yes, Commissioner, I'll still maintain that the Maiden Wharf would not ordinarily receive exhibits that were seized in the Isipingo policing area. It's not the norm. He's speaking of exhibits seized within his policing area. I'm not familiar with any such case that we have on record where we've now transferred exhibits from one of those identified depots to Maiden Wharf. It hasn't happened.
I have a difficulty with your answer because you seem to ignore something I thought we had established. You have accepted that the CHC depot is within the harbour area under, in whose jurisdiction or in whose area the Durban Harbour Police have jurisdiction.
Yes.
We have accepted that. The SOP tells us that, in fact. I'm not making it up, right? So if that is in the area, in the Durban Harbour Police area, as per the SOP, right?
Yes.
Then he's got to be right. It can't be the Isipingo. You seem to want to take the CHC depot out of the harbour area, locate it physically somewhere so that it falls under Isipingo. And I struggle with that notion. So maybe if you try again, because I'm not getting it.
Commissioners, I've never known of one case of us or even any other station that where these depots, designated depots are situated. I've not known of one case of those exhibits now being sent to Maiden Wharf because they fall under Durban Harbour policing area. Police jurisdictions are police jurisdictions. Your precinct of where your station is based, you are then responsible for exhibits from that area. So although there can be this SOP or any other document, the station caters to their area. When he talks here, Warrant Officer Mulman, he says must be handed in as exhibits at the Maiden Wharf police station. This also includes exhibits seized or found by other SAPS units, and he goes on. But he doesn't allude to, in my opinion, and maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, to say that even items or exhibits seized in Isipingo or Mbilo will come to them and they will accept it. To me, it's not clear to me, Commissioner, and I've not seen any case where such has happened.
There have been witnesses here, and they've been engaged extensively by the commissioners about available police stations in and around the CHC depot. You had that engagement with the chair this morning. We counted Maiden Wharf. We counted, before we get to Isipingo, I think we counted Mbilo. We counted Durban Central, correct?
We did count
Yes.
that.
On your reasoning, then they must not come into play because we are not in their jurisdictions. They were discussed because they were available facilities within the general area before we go to Port Shepstone. Why then do they come into consideration if they're not applicable? I don't understand anymore, Colonel.
Like I'm saying, Commissioner, I can't give you an answer, but I know that we have never, ever stored exhibits from Isipingo at Maiden Wharf or Mbilo at Maiden Wharf Station. It's this statement, from what I'm reading, it doesn't tell me that.
Then I'll go back to your paragraph 30, your statement. Now, your statement, and once again is the engagement you had with the chair. And your statement to the commission, you say, I then called Brigadier Nyuswa and told them that I had exhausted all avenues and that he should secure a storage location for the drugs. What all avenues could you potentially have exhausted if you were bound to go to only one place, which is Isipingo?
I've been reprimanded for it, Commissioner. But
No, that was a different issue. I'm raising a completely different issue now. When you say you exhausted all avenues, why did you even try to exhaust avenues when you know you can't go there? When you know there are no avenues to exhaust in the very first place?
I think what I meant by that is that I had knowledge that those stations that General Flynn now had mentioned
Yes.
were already carrying our exhibits for.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So those were the avenues you considered perhaps potentially available to you.
Yes.
You had exhausted them in a sense that, as the chair pointed out, it implies that you either inquired and confirmed that they don't have space, or you know that they did not have space. Which is?
I did not inquire. I drew an assumption.
Okay, you drew an assumption. Now, staying with Maiden Wharf, we'll look at the others. Still on the same document, if you go over leaf, paragraph 4, I want us to start at 769. We're still with Captain Moolman's statement. Now, paragraph 4 lists records 6 seizures that were stored at SAPS Maiden Wharf from 8th May 2020, yes, 2020-05-08. That's the sixth one on page 769, until the 2nd of December 2024/1202. You see that? Do you see where I'm reading?
I can't see the 2024, Commissioner. Well, what line?
It's at page 768, as I say.
768, yes.
They are listed, apologies, they are listed 1 to 6, with 1 being the latest and 6 being the earliest. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now let's look at the earliest, which is at your page 769, that item 6. It's 32 kilograms of cocaine received on the 8th of May 2020. You see that?
Yes.
The next is item 5, which is the 999 kg cocaine received on 30th July 2021. You see that?
Yes.
Unless I am misreading this, it would appear that between that seizure of 30th July 2021 and May 2020, all he had was 32 kg of cocaine. So your seizure actually occurred before the 30th July 2021 seizure. So your assumption was wholly wrong, because after 6 weeks after your seizure, he could accommodate 999 kilograms. Your assumption was wholly wrong. Now, please explain to the commissioners on what basis could you even make it?
Okay. I'm going to try and explain it in this fashion, commissioners. If you look at this 999 kilos that was seized on the 30th of July 2021, these drugs were kept at the station for a period of 3 months before they were taken to the lab on the 12th of November 2022. No, 2021, sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
It was taken to the lab on the 12th of November 2021. So, in effect, this 999 kilos would have still been at Maiden Wharf in their safe. And together with our 541 kilos, it would now mean that there's going to be 1.5 tons of our drug or of drugs at Maiden Wharf.
Is there a challenge with that? Is there a problem?
I'm not sure of their capacity, but my point being, Commissioner, was that these drugs lay at Maiden Wharf for 3 months, and it was only subsequent or after the theft of the drugs in Port Shepstone that now the lab saw fit to start accepting these exhibits. It's only on the 12th of November 2021 that these exhibits, 999 kilograms of cocaine, together with those exhibits that were initially at Isipingo and then moved to Durban Central,
Yes.
it was only at that stage now that this 999 was fetched on the 12th of November, together with the 547 kilograms of mandrax. And at that stage, the lab had taken them up.
Yes.
So my point being that the SAP 13 safes get clogged up. So we were going to have 999 kilograms of cocaine there with another 500 kilograms, so that's 1.5 ton. I'm not sure of the storage capacity at Maiden Wharf, but that's a practical reason that...
May I point something? And I apologize for interrupting. You have the order wrong.
Exactly.
You would have taken up that space that the 900 subsequently took after 6 weeks.
Yes, okay.
So your space was assured, surely.
Yeah, okay.
And whoever, I think it was Colonel Sander who was responsible for the July 21 burst. That would have been his problem, not yours. Yours would have been resolved by then. So why do you worry about a burst still to happen?
I can accept that, but I still maintain, Commissioner, that the station has to cater for their own area, policing area, and more especially Maiden Wharf is one of the stations that regularly receives large amounts of drugs and exhibits from the harbour.
Just where's the logic in that? Where is the logic in that? Because 2 questions before, you were debating on the basis of the cumulative quantity of the 541 and the 999. Now you are told that, but you would have gotten space before the 999.
Yes.
Now I don't understand.
Okay,
what
Commissioner,
you-
yes, I got it backward, Chair. My apologies. But
I'm trying to
yes.
understand the logic of what you said just now.
Yes.
Do you
know-
accept it's completely illogical?
Okay, I got it mixed up in terms of which exhibits reach first, Chair. I concede.
But that was clarified.
Yes,
You still
yes.
clarified to you.
Yes.
Clarified it to you.
Okay, but
And now you started giving some other explanation, the logic of which I simply do not understand.
okay, my point, I think, in essence, Chair, is that exhibits are continuously being entered at certain stations. Now, in the event my 541 kilos was accepted at
If the
Maiden Wharf.
999, let's not even use if, because they did accept the 999.
Yes.
So I can't see why they could not have accepted your 541.
Okay.
Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept
In
it, Chair.
all probability, they would have accepted your 541.
Yes.
So what issue are we debating now?
Okay, can I expand on that?
Please,
and I
yes.
hope I'm not going to annoy you, Chair, with this.
No,
but
I'm not in the least annoyed.
Okay.
No.
I'm saying, Chair, this is how it works. If my 541 kilograms was at Maiden Wharf, and like I say, I'm not sure of the exact capacity of their safe, and now they received 999. Most stations don't have capacity for over
That's
a ton.
Colonel Sanders' problem when he comes with the 999.
Okay, yes.
You already have your space.
Yes, so I'm saying, what would be the practical challenge, Chair? You would get a call from that station to say, we've got our own exhibits now, there's 999 that we need to store, and they've got my 540. It hasn't happened.
But that has nothing to do with what we are debating, which is why at the initial stage, you did not go to Maiden Wharf. What happens down the line when there's 999 has nothing to do with why you were not the first at Maiden Wharf. Do you get my point?
I get your point, Chair.
So you basically have no answer to Ms. Silo's question. Do you accept that? It's as simple as all that. Do you accept that?
I accept it, but can I
Thank
give a
you,
practical
thank you.
example?
Yes, okay, all right. No, go ahead and explain.
You know, back to my Simbiti case, the one in the Mshlali policing area. Similarly, if we sat here today and those exhibits got stolen, I would have been asked, or say it got stolen from Brighton Beach, those chemicals that I said eventually ended up in Brighton Beach. One would have argued, why did I store those exhibits?
That's a different issue altogether, Colonel. That is a different issue altogether. What we are talking about now is the availability of storage space within Durban. That's what we are
Yes.
debating.
Chair,
And you accepted when I engaged you earlier that you proceeded on the basis of an assumption. Now Ms. Silo is engaging you specifically about Maiden Wharf and is demonstrating to you that what you've been telling us lacks substance because someone who came, a colleague of yours, who came a month later, was able to get space for an even larger quantity of suspected cocaine. So this is about your decision at the initial stage. It has nothing to do with the possibility of theft down the line. And in any event, that could not have been your concern at the stage of where must this cocaine, suspected cocaine, be stored. Mr. Silo? You may comment if you want to.
just like I said, maybe I'm laboring on the point, but my point in mentioning the Mshlali case, Chair, was that stations did have capacity closer around to Mshlali. They did have the space
Exactly.
to store. They did have, in the case where eventually Brighton Beach assisted, the stations had the physical capacity in terms of their safes. If you looked at it, they could accommodate more than a ton. Why they didn't accommodate me, I can't answer you. But I failed.
When were you not, when is it that they did not accommodate you?
We did this in September 2020. And the reasons they cited, Chair, was not that they wouldn't even give...
What's that got to do with June 2021? What's that got to do with June 2021?
I think, Chair, I was just trying to show that my past experience showed me that stations
surely you could not base your decision on something that historical. You couldn't. You accepted earlier when I engaged you that you proceeded or you took your decision purely on the basis of an assumption. You've accepted that. And I think we should move on unless you again want to give some other explanation.
It's fine, Chair. Thank you.
I'm not gagging you. If you want to give some other explanation, you are free to.
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Colonel, I want you to say this still on this document. It's a simple yes to say, looking at item 5, before July of 2021, before the 30th of July 2021, what it shows is that there was space to store 540 kilograms at Maiden Wharf. It's as
You
simple
put it like
as
that, Commissioner, yes.
Forget about September, October, the following year. Just looking at that, it's as simple as that.
Yes, I agree with you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Colonel, staying with your statement, and I think you've touched on this slightly, I would like you to have regard to your paragraph 29, your statement now at page 5.
It's CJC, Commissioner?
No, your own statement,
My
your
own
statement to the Commission.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. Page 5, paragraph 29. You state in that paragraph, and I'll just read it out quickly, I knew that 2 police stations that normally assisted with storage, viz. Durban Central SAP and Brighton Beach SAP, still had exhibits from our drug seizures conducted in February 2020 and September 2020 respectively. I'll stop there, you see that?
Yes, yes.
Now let's talk about the September 2020. Is that the Umhlali seizure that you spoke of?
That's correct.
Okay. What was seized there and what was the quantity?
The exact quantities, I can't recall offhand.
Estimate, in this case,
Yes,
we
we're
keep saying
looking at
540
tons.
kg.
We're
Yeah, but
looking at maybe a ton of a precursor chemical.
a ton.
Mhm.
Okay. And then the February 2020 seizure, what was that?
That was the CHC depot. That was 547 kilograms of mandrax.
Of mandrax.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where these drugs are? Or at the time you were confronted with the 541, did you know where those drugs were? Did
Yes,
you know that they were still at those respective police stations?
that is correct.
Okay. And it's on that basis that you say you then concluded, because the one was already holding a ton of chemicals and the other was holding 547 kilograms of mandrax, you concluded that they are not a viable option.
Yes.
Okay. I would like you to go to Exhibit 2, I think, yes, Exhibit 2. No, Exhibit File 2, that's the word I'm looking for. And to go to CJC 242. CJC 242, Chair, page 504.
Got it.
Have you located it?
Yes.
Do you know what that document is?
I can see the heading. It looks like major cocaine and heroin seizures.
Yes, and this is from the period 2020 to date, and whatever date is, but we can determine that. Do you know that document?
I haven't seen it per se. I haven't seen this specific document.
So you
Okay.
wouldn't know who
No,
the
no, but
authors...
sorry, just one
Sorry.
second, Commissioner. It may be something that Yeah, but the front page does not look familiar, but this could be a presentation. Yes, it is something that I had prepared, Commissioner.
You prepared this document?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Oh, no, sorry. I prepared some of it. I see it's a mixture here, Commissioner. I
Yes.
don't want to mislead you. There's some other slides that I'm not familiar with, but the photos in the front and the Durban Harbour and all of that, I compiled a similar presentation.
now I'm talking about this one specifically. You contributed to this particular document.
I can't recall contributing to it.
I'll confirm that your seizure is in this document as one of the major heroin and cocaine seizures in that period. So it is dealt with in here. That would have been from your contribution, right?
Remember, Commissioner, these stats are released once we do a buy or a seizure or any success. It's out there in our space. So I can't say I was hands-on
No,
with this.
I can live with that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you remember I said this, you see from the title,
Yes.
it's major heroin and cocaine seizures from 2020 to date. I have determined that it probably is from March 2020. And the basis for that, and up to the 14th of October 2025. That's my estimate of the period.
Okay.
And the basis for that, you will find at page 570, which is a table of all these seizures over the relevant period.
Yes, I see that.
And I have determined that the last entry at 572 is dated 4 October 2025. Do you see that?
Yes,
at
I
page
see.
572.
Yes, I see that.
And so you don't have any challenge with my interpretation of what's stated in this document, that is for a period from March 2020 to October 2025?
Yes.
Okay, live with that. All right. Now let's go to page 570. Perhaps before we go to 570, the logical place to start would be page 514 of that document.
Got it?
Okay, now that's your seizure at 514.
That's correct.
Okay. So we know that it happened on the 21st of June, 22nd June 2021.
Correct.
Now then, let's go to 570, which is the table of all these seizures. It's easier to work off that table. If you are there, I take it when this document tells me that it's about major heroin and cocaine seizures from a particular date from the DPCI KwaZulu-Natal Serious Organized Crime Unit, that's your office. That's where you
correct.
are based, right?
Yes.
And now you are a senior member within that outfit.
Yes.
Yes, so your office tells us then at 570 that between March 2020 up until item number 6, those are the seizures that had been made in the Durban area.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I do a very rudimentary arithmetic exercise, and I say what this document tells me is that from 2020, what was retained in the various police stations regarding these major seizures, my calculation is a total of plus minus 61 kilograms in all police stations. I must say, I exclude the 18,300 heroin capsules because I have no idea what they could potentially weigh, and item 2, and I also exclude part of item 4, which is 220,000 heroin capsules. You can give them any weight you want, but I dare say we don't even reach 100 kilograms by the time you have your seizure at item 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this I'm informed of by your office,
Yes.
of which you are a part.
Yes.
So it cannot be that there were storage problems. That's first. And secondly, please, in this document, find for me your seizures of February 2020, which you say is the 547 kilograms of mandrax, and your September 2020 reference there, which you said was a ton, I think, of some.
Yes.
Please
Yes.
find it for me
It's-
in this presentation.
Yes, okay. Commissioner, it's serial number 4 on page 570.
Yes?
So we've got, this is misleading, right? Because it says heroin plus heroin capsules. I can confirm it was heroin capsules, mandrax precursors. There's a whole lot more. This is incomplete, Commissioner.
No, it can't be. So now you are telling us that an entire formal presentation by the DPCI is misleading.
I'm saying that.
And on what do
Commissioner.
you base it? Please give us the facts to show that this is misleading and you have the right information.
This looks like it may have been compiled by a colleague at my office without consultation. I can say categorically that this is incorrect. And I'll also point out another incorrect statement by yourself, Commissioner. Go to the evidence.
No,
leader.
I'm not a commissioner.
This,
You are elevating me, sir.
The serial number 7, maiden wharf, 999 kilograms. That's the same 999, I think, that you had mistaken for the CHC depot. There's no 999 that was seized at CHC. So as the commander of the unit, I'm familiar with my cases, so I thought I'd point that out.
No, it's maiden wharf, that 999 kg.
You said it was CHC depot.
I said it was CHC depot, but we know it was registered at maiden wharf. We put it up there.
But it was not at the CHC depot. Commissioner.
And I did accept I may be wrong, but this document doesn't say anything about depot.
Now, I'm just pointing out of your
Oh, okay.
incorrect statement.
For what it's worth. It's about tea time now. If you maintain this document is incorrect, Chair is going
I'm
to
just
give
saying
us...
point 4, Commissioner. I'm saying point 4 is incorrect.
Okay, so you confine yourself to point 4.
Yes.
Then let's find the September 2020 seizure. It being a ton, that would be a major one.
Yes, that's the
I would
same one I'm
expect it to
speaking
be-
of, point 4.
Okay, then let's find the other one, the 547 kilograms Mandrex, February 2020. I was struggling to find both. And you can't go beyond item 6 because item 6 is your seizure.
Yes. I don't see
Yes,
the 547.
that's my challenge as well.
Yes.
So how do the commissioners accept that, in fact, you could not get storage for the 541 kilograms of cocaine because of a supposed 547 kilogram Mandrex seizure which had taken up storage capacity somewhere? How do you persuade them of that if your own office document doesn't support that?
Once again, Commissioner, I'm saying to you that I bear no knowledge of this document. It's evident that somebody, I've got it on my memory stick here as well. I've done a presentation for SADEP that was presented in Cape Town at some conference. It's somewhat similar, but I see it's chopped and changed. I
Okay.
started off with this intro of the picture of Durban Harbour and giving an overview, but looking at this, the pictures, the writing, the grammar, I can suspect, I think I know where this came from. This was not sanctioned by my office. This is not an official document that's recognized by myself as the unit commander.
All right, let's, just to be sure, as I said, we are approaching tea. If we are not at tea already, perhaps it might be an opportune moment. You say you have it, I think, on a memory stick.
Yes.
We'll take this time during tea to see if we can locate your document
Yes.
that you consider to be more correct, right? And introduce into the record. Would that assist you?
I don't know what you're looking to prove, Commissioner, so I'm not sure.
I'm
if it's
looking to
honest.
prove that there was capacity in and around Durban for 541 kg heroin. You didn't have to go to Port Shepstone. That's what I'm trying to prove.
I'm not disputing, Commissioner, that they would have been.
Okay. So you did not talk to Brigadier Nyuswa to find alternative storage capacity because you had exhausted all avenues and there was no storage space in Durban. That is not the case. There was storage in and around Durban. You chose to go elsewhere, to Port Shepstone in this case, on the advice of Brigadier Nyuswa. Is that a fair summary?
It's not a fair summary to say I chose with regards to Port Shepstone. It's a fair summary to say that I've told or informed Brigadier Nyuswa that I exhausted all avenues.
Okay.
That's what
So
I
you
did say.
chose not to store this seizure anywhere in and around Durban. You chose that one.
I did not choose to do so. If Brigadier Nyuswa had made a call to some senior
No.
district commissioner-
Mine is slightly different. You chose that this seizure will not be stored in and around Durban.
No, I did not.
You must have.
No, I did not.
Chair, is this an appropriate time?
Let's adjourn and resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hello.
Thank you, Chair. Before we move from this document, we had flighted CJC 242, that presentation. I think it's necessary I place on record. You will see on the face of that document it's got marking S2, Annexure S2. That document was provided to the Commission by General Sinona. It's Annexure S2 to General Sinona's January statement, for the record. Colonel, we discussed that this document that you take issue with was provided to the Commission by your General Sinona.
Yes, Commissioner.
You and I have spent the tea break trying to determine the extent of inaccuracies that you claim are contained in this document, and that you have another presentation. We have had sight of that presentation, we have considered it, and the exercise we are undertaking now is to see the extent to which the two documents conflict. Most importantly, to see whether the presentation that the Colonel has provided will alter the position as reflected in the table from page 570, to demonstrate from his presentation that there was no space. My understanding of that presentation, and Colonel, I'll need your guidance here, is that because of its nature and its purpose, when the Colonel compiled it, it will not help us cross that line. Because his presentation, as I understand it, Colonel, listen to me and properly and correct me where I'm wrong, was to a particular audience in Cape Town and highlighted only container seizures. So it's a very limited presentation, with the result that this Umhlali 1-ton seizure of the chemicals is not in that presentation. And he insists that it was made, but it is not in this table. So one thing we have been able to determine is, to the table as it stands, the least we can do is to add a ton of that ingredient. Yes, Chair. That's how far we've gotten on that exercise.
Ms. Hilo, I just wanted to say that unless the Colonel comes up with something else, whether now or at any other stage, I think the point has been made that from the fact that the 999 kg could be accommodated, it can never be suggested that there was no space.
I agree.
In June.
Indeed, Chair.
When they got theirs. Yeah.
I agree. I just thought, in all fairness to him, because he objected to the accuracy of the document, and that's the point at which we adjourned.
But as you just explained now, even that
it doesn't
goes
get us
to the
over
very
the line,
same,
yes.
the very same question.
In fact, even his presentation doesn't overturn the status of capacity as reflected in Captain Mullman's statement regarding capacity at Maiden Wharf.
Yes,
it doesn't.
yes.
It wouldn't.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Colonel, does that cover the situation? As the Chair says, whatever there is available whatever you have that you can avail to the Commission, you may do so. We are already conducting the exercise I described. We will see where it lands us before you finish your testimony. But I think the Chair's invitation is broader. If after you leave, you have other documents that may help address the question of whether or not there was storage capacity in and around Durban, you will file, I suggest, through the Chair, a supplementary statement and make available those documents. Would that be a fair point to leave it?
But before we respond, I will say now.
Chair, your mic, sorry.
Oh, it was on throughout, and I switched it off just before speaking. I wanted to say, Colonel, in response to the invitation, maybe to file something later, that Sitting here, I have my doubts as to how you would ever be able to answer the question whether, as of June 2021, there was in fact space, hence 999 kg could be stored at Maiden Wharf. We are not even talking about the other available, or rather, the other police stations. We're not even talking about those. I'm saying yes, Mr. Lilo made the invitation, but I'm thinking you should think carefully before taking up that offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, I hear what you're saying, Chair. The only issue I had with the presentation that was before the Commission, it wasn't completely accurate.
I get that.
Yes.
I get
So,
that.
and
But
I hear
guess
your
my
point. Yes.
I guess my point is more that
It doesn't take us
does
anywhere.
any of that take us anywhere? Yeah.
No, and I get your point, Chair. There's no way I'm going to show you that Maiden Wharf was not in a position to accept a ton when it did.
Thank you.
So I concede
Thank
to
you.
that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can
Thank you,
I
Chair.
steal this moment and just get a yes or no answer from you without elaboration?
Yes.
Sitting here today, are you prepared to accept that your assumption that there was no storage space for this 551 kilograms in June 2021 was wrong? Sitting
Yes.
here today, are you prepared to accept that your assumption was wrong and it was not based on fact? Yes or no? If you say yes, I will leave it there. If you say no, I will leave it there. I won't ask you to elaborate.
Yes. You made my decision easier, Commissioner. Yes, I concede.
Just in terms of us moving forward.
Yes, Commissioner, I do agree with what you are saying. I made an assumption based on my past experience, not based on fact.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Colonel, we are somewhere between CHC Depot and Isipingo, but let's see where we land. Captain Duma testified, and I think in one of...
Listen,
Yes, Commissioner.
we have a lot of open files here that get lost. Can we close any one of them and put away for now?
I
We've
may
got the
say
one
yes
with the
and only have you reach out for it again.
The presentation file, can we close that? For now.
Let me see. We can always grab it if we must, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel, I was saying Captain Duma testified, and I think in one of your many statements that you made during the inquiry and subsequent investigation following the theft, you indicated that much as you had received a call from Captain Duma on the 22nd of June 2021, you actually had had a conversation prior thereto, but it was not as specific as the engagement you had on the 22nd. So he had warned you, or at least shared with you, intelligence that there may be a shipment coming in with this kind of a cargo. You confirm that?
I do confirm.
So by the time he called you on the 22nd of June 2021, you had been expecting confirmation, if there was one to be had, of that shipment, and that would trigger the need for you to go investigate that container, correct?
Correct.
I would expect, unless I'm expecting too much, that when you got the call on the 22nd, because you had been anticipating it, you'd at least have prepared some basics, which is evidence bags, gloves, and the like, in anticipation of that call when it eventually comes, so that you can act immediately. Is that a fair expectation on my part?
Commissioner, if I may put it this way, we always supposed to have those on standby.
Yes.
It's not just in preparation for a specific operation. We always supposed to have that on standby.
Yes.
But I must, add that this information was not time specific, not container specific. It was just information hanging in the air. There's going to be a container coming with something. How much, we don't know. Which container, we don't know. So, yes, that's it.
And understanding that you are on leave and therefore at home, and I take it that you wouldn't have spare equipment at home, but you might. But at least we know that on the day you called Brigadier Nyuswa, no, you called Warrant Officer Mpangase and asked him to inform Brigadier Nyuswa that you are booking back in. You recall?
Yes, Commissioner.
Why didn't you do it yourself?
I can't give, maybe I thought the brigadier was busy. I knew Pangase was going to speak to him personally or brief him about the situation. And I've never been turned down if ever requesting to work or to book on duty. So
Okay.
I was a bit complacent in that regard.
And you knew that they would meet and talk because they're at the office, or?
When he said he's going to brief the brigadier,
Yes.
I understood that to be he was going to meet with him. I subsequently heard that it was a telephone call.
So at the time you assumed they were going to meet.
I assume so.
Was it fair to assume at the office? Or would they meet at home or a coffee shop?
No, at the office.
At the office.
Yes.
So why didn't you ask then, because by then you had received Captain Duma's call, why didn't you ask Warrant Officer Mpangase to bring evidence bags, whatever he may lay his hands on?
Commissioner, that's a given. Somebody with Pangase's experience, there would have not been a need for me to inform him of such. Any SANEP member knows, or any detective knows, you going out to a scene, you ought to be prepared for that scene. So I did not see fit to tell him, because he was a SANEP member. That's a core function of his.
Yes. And when you met, you didn't ask him where are the evidence bags?
I didn't ask him.
Oh.
Commissioner.
Now, you said an officer of his level ought to know, you expect him to know. But this is the same officer you advised to enter the exhibits in the Port Shepstone SAP 13. Why does he require such a basic reminder?
I think upon seeing that he didn't even come on exhibit bags, then I thought I'd rather not leave anything unsaid, hence my guidance to him thereafter.
So it was his failure the previous day to bring evidence bags that led you to the conclusion that perhaps you placed too much trust in him about his level of knowledge and experience in these matters. Is that what you're saying?
Not completely, but I'm saying I tried to make sure that despite our errors initially, that going forward there was no other hiccups, hence
Okay.
my calls to him.
Now, when you opened the container, you realized the actual quantity, at least at face value. You had a number of bags, big bags. And that quantity in large part contributed to your decision to move to Isipingo, correct?
That's correct.
Why didn't you inquire from Maiden Wharf and ask them to give you, as a matter of urgency, evidence bags? At least very large evidence bags to bag these very bags before you even open them up.
Okay, once again, Commissioner, it was in the Isipingo policing area. Maiden Wharf is a bit of a further distance away so it's Isipingo area. I didn't. I didn't ask. My initial thinking was when we get to Isipingo station, we will bag it there because Isipingo ought to have bags. It turns out that they did not.
So you got to Isipingo then and you requested for the bags.
That's correct.
And you maintain that, is it Warrant Officer Perumal was the correct rank? Please help me.
Yes.
Warrant Officer Perumal.
Yes.
You insist that you requested storage space and he denied you storage space.
Yes, I do.
You are aware, we don't have to go there, that he's filed 2 statements where he categorically denies that you ever had any conversation about storage space and that all you ever wanted was the SAP 13 book, or whatever it's called, to make the entry regarding this seizure.
I dispute that, Commissioner.
So what the commissioners have are your version and his version, and they'll see which is more believable. That's all they can go by.
Okay. May I just add a comment,
Okay.
Commissioner? Once again, I'll talk to Warrant Officer Perumal's integrity. Previously, like I did mention, if he was somebody that was credible, somebody who had some integrity and was interested in speaking the truth, when he was approached by the investigation team and asked about my engagements with him, one would have expected him to have at least mentioned the previous incident with regards to the Mandrax that was stored there. Even if he said at that stage it was because Mandrax was making us sick, that's why we couldn't store it for a lengthy period, that would have been fine with me. But the fact that he remained silent on that, and now a version has been portrayed to the Commission as though Isipingo is a station that would gladly accept any exhibits, more especially drugs, I take issue with that. And also, just to add on that, even Warrant Officer Sander confirms in his affidavit, aside from the hazardous nature of the drugs, because I think that's where the Commission is going to look at, but besides that, in Warrant Officer Sander's statement, he does make mention that Warrant Officer Perumal indicated to him that he did not have enough members to guard these exhibits. So I just thought I'd place that before the Commission.
That's not the reason why your consignment was not stored in Isipingo, so it's irrelevant, the question of guarding them, because according to you, he simply refused to take them because he said, I don't have space. That's your version.
Where we
Yes.
can find it. Would you like to make a comment? Sir?
No, that's fine,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And we know that, and you did testify, that you didn't call LCRC to the CHC depot scene, quote unquote, nor the Isipingo scene.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And you do know that in terms of the document called Protocol on the Search, Seizure, Handling Processes and Disposition of Illicit Drugs, that you must call them to such a scene.
Yes, I am aware, Commissioner.
And you chose nonetheless not to call them?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
And I think the reason you gave for that decision was that they'll take fingerprints and all you ever get are pictures
That is correct,
of the
Commissioner.
scene.
Yes.
Is that something that happens with you only, or generally it's an issue with LCRC that you don't get the fingerprints back?
Okay.
Results, rather.
Yes, Commissioner. Like I indicated previously, out of every single case of this nature that we've had, we've received nothing, as in zero, in terms of fingerprints and DNA.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
Sorry, when you said this yesterday, actually, I wanted to ask you whether is the suggestion then, or shouldn't the suggestion from how you have dealt with, how you explain your failure to call the LCRC, that the suggestion is there is no point in requiring that the LCRC should be present when you do seizures of this nature, and therefore that requirement in the procedure manual or wherever it is, in the protocol, should be done away with, because then it will avoid you having to justify why you did not call them, and it will provide protection to every police officer that they can say, I actually am not required to do that.
Yes. I think, Commissioner, it will depend on scene to scene.
Yes.
From scene to scene.
Yes.
I can't make a blanket statement that
Yes.
we don't require LCRC. Once again, I'll say where you've got hidden compartments, hidden panels, secret compartments on the floor, wherever a suspect would have handled some sort of surface that you can uplift prints or DNA, that can now be objectively linked to that drugs and the suspect. So yes, in those cases, I would say it's, although we haven't had luck, there is that possibility.
Well, somebody handled these bags and the packets that are inside, the bricks that are inside. So what you've just said undermines your explanation or your justification why we should make nothing of the fact that you didn't call the LCRCs because you thought, well, anyway, we never get results.
Yes.
It can be, you either suggest with your justification as suggesting there's no point in having this requirement for these kind of seizures where we are dealing with, I think you call them rip-on, rip-off.
Yes.
There's no point to having it. That's a logic, it seems to me, the logic from how you have thought about it. The logical thing must be, well, then there's no point in having this requirement. We might as well do away with it. Or, well, there is a point because there's always a chance that some fingerprints may be picked up that are very useful because somebody has handled those goods, and therefore it is a big deal when you do what you did, which is to contaminate those packages or to prevent the LCRC, deny them a chance completely, in fact, to uplift any matter, any material that may ultimately or possibly be linked eventually. You understand what I'm raising with you? Yes.
Yes, I understand, Commissioner. And my simple answer is this. Yes, in theory, one would expect fingerprints, DNA on the packaging, the tape that surrounds the handle of the bags. There's also some tape that surrounds the canvas bag itself. Then you've got plastic wrappings on a kilo brick as well. One would expect those to have prints or DNA. Yes, very well. But we've received nothing. In theory, yes, it's good. So I'm not sure whether they're handling it in a certain manner that's the reason we aren't getting anything. But that's practically my experience.
Yeah, but what I'm putting to you is it can never be a satisfactory explanation, your justification for them not being at the scene. It can be a satisfactory explanation that, well, we never get anything anyway out of them. It's not a satisfactory explanation because there's always the chance.
Yes, there is.
Even if it's a small chance, there's always a chance that they may pick up something. You accept that?
I do accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And when you say you only get back, you never get results from DNA and fingerprints, what you mean is that you don't get results regarding a positive hit. They don't send you back the fingerprints they took. There's nothing you can do with them. The report they can only send is that we uplifted X number of prints or a different type of DNA. We tested it, and this is the result that we got. We can match this fingerprint to something that's already in the database. Is that the kind of report you would receive or you expect? Or are you expecting them to give you the actual copies of the prints they uplifted?
Whichever would have sufficed, Commissioner, meaning, yes, sometimes you get prints being uplifted or DNA that you can't really match to a suspect. Remember,
Yes.
It's only if your suspect has been charged before that his prints are on the system, even DNA.
Yes.
The same applies to that. So I'm saying, never mind even linking those prints to somebody who's on the system or linking DNA. to somebody who's on the system, we've received nothing, meaning they weren't able to uplift any DNA or any fingerprints upon their processing of these crime scenes.
Now, you don't know whether they would have been able to uplift any in this instance.
No, I don't know, Commissioner.
You do know that when there was that 999 kg seizure, LCRC attended to the scene
Yes,
and discharged its duty to uplift any DNA and fingerprints.
yes, I'm aware, Commissioner.
So then we must accept that that was an exercise in futility, because whoever was responsible for that scene will not be hearing further from LCRC.
I don't want to be as bold as to say it's an exercise in futility. There may be that 1 in 100 cases that we do get, so.
How do you land on 100? Why not
I'm
1 in
just-
3?
I'm just thumb-sucking, Commissioner.
Okay. So just a thumb suck on your part. Is it possible that, and you remember that presentation we dealt with provided to the Commission by General Sinona on seizures from these seagoing vessels, that the port of Santos, Brazil, appears to be one of the key sources of these drugs? Do you accept that?
That's correct.
Do you accept that once that container hits the harbor in Johannesburg, in Durban, we wish we had a harbor. That container is sealed, and it's assumed that it was sealed at point of origin.
That's correct.
You wouldn't have a difficulty in accepting that if LCRC uplifts any prints, they will not be able to match to anyone in our database because these are people out in Brazil.
That's correct.
You do accept, however, that seeing as the number of seizures we have been able to execute precisely out of that port, the more of those fingerprints and DNA we uplift and share with Brazil, the more we empower them that end to try and locate who may consistently be responsible for these shipments. Do you accept that?
I agree with you 100%, Commissioner.
And you consider that absolutely unnecessary, and therefore will not call SARC. And I ask this question on the assumption that you as DPCI are part of a global law enforcement movement against drug trafficking. You play a significant role there.
Yes.
You share and receive intelligence
Yes.
and other matters, but somehow you choose to undermine such a key one simply because you, Colonels Jacob, don't get back results from LCRC. Is that a fair take on my part?
If I may explain, Commissioner, what we do when we make a seizure of this nature, we do a report that then goes to Interpol. Then there's a purple notice that's issued, meaning we send them the method of concealment, the logo on the drugs, everything regarding the modus operandi, the description. So with regards to trying to identify the suspects on the other side and try to profile them, we are doing but investigations are ongoing in that regard. If I may even elaborate on a recent one, we found a tracking device on a brick of cocaine where we made a seizure in a reefer, one of those freezer containers. So there we found a SIM card, obviously that a tracking device works with. So we sent it to our SANEB head office. We've shared that information with Interpol, with international law enforcement agencies. So that's about as far as it goes. What we do have at our disposal, we do communicate with them. But that being said, I've never shared DNA or fingerprints, but I won't say it's an exercise in futility. There may be that one odd case that comes up. So I can say going forward, I won't neglect them in future, but I think my past experience played a major role in me not calling them out.
Can I just ask a question, or maybe make a statement to you? If the requirements and the national prescripts or national instruction is that LCRC must be there and it is a requirement, Then it's not your call to make based on previous disappointment that because they disappointed me in the past, I'm going to decide not to call them to a major seizure of drugs. You simply do not have that power. If the prescripts say LCRC must be at the scene and they must take photos and fingerprints, whether they mess it up or not, you don't have the power to say, I won't call them.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, may I add something? No, hopefully I'm not going to get in trouble. Of those 10 cases that General Flynn did analyze, it was mine together with 2 others that LCRC were not called out. And I believe there was justifications from the investigating officers. But that being said, I hear what you're saying. We can't have a blatant disregard for national instructions. They are there for a reason.
Because
So-
it's binding on you.
Yes, yes. So that discretionary, or the discretion that we exercise at these scenes, I think we no longer can call it any discretion that we're exercising. We should not, and we won't be doing that. But I just try to let the Commission know there are those times that the IO makes those calls. Sometimes it's for a valid reason, but it lends itself to abuse where maybe members or corrupt members have underhanded or ulterior motives and may not call out LCRC for improper reasons.
Especially when things go wrong, like in this case, because we then go back and we say, did you follow
Yes, yes,
the national instruction to the letter? And quite clearly you did not.
yes.
We maybe also put this to you, maybe let me do that, that in this case, there's no justification for not calling the LCRC.
At the time I thought so, but now I realize no, there was no justification, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. At least you appreciate that they take photographs,
Yes,
for official photographs,
yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
and they prepare a report based on those photographs taken.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Do you understand the value of those photographs? Whether in subsequent criminal cases or even a case brought civilly by the owner of the container claiming damages. Do you appreciate the value of the LCRC report?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
And you appreciated at the time, but because they don't give you fingerprints, once again you decided you're not going to waste your time with them.
Yes, and I'll also add a comment to that, Commissioner. We've had cases where our members have taken, on these seizures as well, taken photos, proper photos, photos of bagging, sealing, all of that, and compiled an album, even of those 10 cases that General Flynn looked at. There were 2 others that did the same. Once again, I'm not pointing fingers, but it was something that was generally accepted as well. That-
By who? Accepted by who? Non-compliance with the prescripts is accepted by who? Colonel, because there the commissioners are going to be
Okay.
interested. Who
No,
next
yes.
to have a conversation with?
In this case, I think my point is that it was not something that was picked up by General Flynn as a major flaw in the handling of the crime scene. When he did
General
analyze.
Flynn is not part of my and your conversation. It's your understanding and appreciation I'm testing. I don't know why you keep referencing General Flynn.
Okay.
You are a senior member within DPCI, and I'm
Yes.
entitled to test your appreciation and knowledge of applicable prescripts and compliance therewith. And so I don't understand why you keep referring me back to General Flynn.
Yes, no, I think I'll say it again, that we've been complacent. I think old habits die hard, or our experience sometimes made us a little complacent. But like I say, it won't happen again. We will call these relevant role players out to do their job.
Okay?
Sorry, on this,
Yes, yes.
on this issue, it seems to me, Colonel, that the absence of the LCRC and therefore the absence of the report that they would have prepared, which would have told us what was out of the container immediately at the depot, their absence there, in fact, has the consequence that we have your word, and when I say your word, I mean the other police officers as well, only their words about what was found in fact there. Because we don't have photographs, for example, that show, in fact, had the LCRC been there from other evidence, you would have done the count there, you would have done the sealing there, and there would have been photographs of that. So as we sit here, we have only your word and the other officers as to what in fact was found.
Yes,
Is that right?
you are correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So if the depot manager were to say, or the security guard were to say, in fact, there was much more than this, it will be your word against theirs. We have no record, proper record, official record of what you in fact found when you were at the depot.
I'll accept that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In fact, I think you state at CJC 243.13 at page 605, we don't have to go there. I think we touched on this. I'll just read your paragraph 3 of that statement, and that's your statement of the 23rd of June 2022. In that paragraph, you state as follows: photos of the scene were taken by myself and Captain KG Sibia on the day of the seizure. I'm unsure if Warrant Officer Mpangase had also taken photos or if Captain Duma had done so as well, close quote. So you left this entire photographing of the scene exercise to chance, depending on who wants to take photos?
No, Commissioner, it was myself and Captain KG Sibia.
How many photos did between the two of you take?
I can't say, but we took photos of every step of the way, from the opening of the container, the cutting of the lock, the bags that were there. Upon reaching Isipingo, laying it out in rows. The only photos that were absent were obviously sealing them in exhibit bags. But we did take quite a few photos. In fact, what was encompassed in the inquiry was not a holistic reflection. At no stage, if somebody came and asked me, do you have more photos, I would have furnished them with those photos. So, those photos don't do justice to what we did on the scene. Those photos in the inquiry.
Why would they think to ask you?
I'm just saying, if they saw that as a shortfall, that maybe there were not enough photos, we couldn't see the count or anything of that nature, then I'm sure we could have provided with more photos. I never saw it as an issue.
Now, your investigation diary, the one you introduced into the record yesterday, I did not pick up from that diary that these photos were formally submitted as part of that investigation diary. Are they recorded in there?
But annexure is...
you want us to go there?
Yeah,
yes.
No, because I know photos were filed. I'm just trying to see if they make reference to it in the investigation.
Yeah, and that's exactly the exercise I did to see, because you took us through the mill of how to read that investigation diary, which is step by step what transpired, right? Yeah. And I said what I couldn't find was an entry regarding these photos.
It's possible. I'm not going to dispute that and make us go through it. If you say it's not there, Commissioner, I will accept it.
I'm not saying it's not there, definitively, but I'm saying I could not see a reference. Okay. But then let's assume that it is indeed not there. It wasn't made. Is that a problem?
It's not a major problem, Commissioner. If you look at every other such inquiry, it's not a must that you diarize. Yes, you make reference to it. I'll give you an example. Photos filed. See photos filed as per A7 to A15, something of that nature. But it's not that detailed. You'll file an affidavit together with your statements, with your photos attached to it. But I don't seem to see any such entry here.
I'm concerned that you downplay the importance of photos of a crime scene generally, particularly this one. I would like to invite you to go to page 303, that would be Exhibit File 1. If we start, 306 perhaps. at 306, that's CJC 3235. And if you're at 306, you will see it's the LCRC Durban report compiled by Warrant Officer Zungu. You see that?
Yes, I can.
In that particular case, you go over leaf. It then speaks to the photographs taken. It looks very formal. It tells the reader, photo 1, taken inside the LCS premises, whatever gives you the address. It depicts establishing shot of the marked crime scene as was found. And it works through all those photographs, explaining what the photograph depicts to photograph. Correct?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Your file, your seizure doesn't have the benefit of this report. All it has are random pictures taken by yourself and Captain Sibia, which are not even entered into the investigation diary.
Yes, you are correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, my mind tells me, and I say this quite guardedly because my mind may be dysfunctioning. It tells me that is wholly wrong unless there is a motive behind why things were done the way they were. And I say so because I want to put a proposition to you and invite you to make a comment as to why you did not call LCRC, as to why there are no formal records, as to why you just took the whole lot and, shuttled it off to Isipingo. And that for me is at page 298 of the same file. This is the Maiden Wharf case 00408-2021. It relates to the LCRC photo album relates to the same case. And please note that this is from the July 2021 seizure, so it's after yours, okay? Please bear that in mind.
What page, Commissioner?
298.
298.
Yeah. And in this particular case, this is by Warrant Officer Sander, who handled this seizure. It states at paragraph 3 that on that 26th August 2021, I was on duty and recovered an amount of narcotics. Next line, I requested the provincial LCRC to attend the scene and collect DNA from the bags. I was informed that DNA samples should not be logged on the various systems if a case has not been opened. I therefore registered the case of Maiden Wharf case 04/08-2021 for drug trafficking. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
I suggest to you that why you didn't call LCRC was to avoid this formality that Colonel Sanders confronted, because this entire seizure was never really meant to go formally into the records of the SAP, besides a cryptic SAPS 13 entry at Isipingo.
No, I disagree with that,
Okay.
Commissioner. Maybe if I had to add, and this is really the reality of it. These type of cases are more of a recovery, more of a seizure. Like I've said, we've had a 0% success rate. Yes, there is always that chance, but in our experience, it's more of a recovery, as long as you're getting these drugs off the street. So that's primarily what the objective of these seizures are, because we can clearly see that, and it's not something that the public wants to hear, but it's difficult to really make inroads and charge a suspect, especially on the rip-off cases. But I do take what you say, Commissioner.
Thank you. moving on then, I would like us to turn our attention to what happened at Sipingo, and in particular SAP 13. Yesterday, when we dealt with your statement, you indicated that at the time that SAPS 13 form or logbook was being completed, you said firstly it was by Warrant Officer Mbangase, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said you did not see what he included in that document. You only became aware of it subsequent to the theft.
To him making that entry, yes.
Yeah, okay. You said to him making the entry. At which point did you become aware of the content of that?
I said when I saw it on the commission, but it ought to have been filed in the inquiry. But obviously I didn't really interrogate or analyze it that carefully.
No, my question was, when did you become aware of that?
While watching the commission,
Oh, from this commission?
yes.
Oh, you are going to hire as a DPCI at this rate, you see that? I'm going to, it's CJC 193. And I would like to get your comment on that entry. Let me work off your.
Sorry, which file number?
I'm not sure of my referencing. You showed it there.
What is the document we are looking for?
The Isipingo SAP 13 were completed by Warrant Officer Mpangase. Something went wrong in the note-taking. But if it's not CJC 193, you are aware anyway of what he wrote in that SAP 13.
Yes, Commissioner.
While we,
I'm looking at the file we were on just now. The very first CJC there is 195.
I see.
Which should mean that the one you are referring to is the one just before that. But
actually,
then
two before
the
that, but
the difficulty is that this one is one.
yes,
So the one you are referring to is definitely not zero.
indeed, Chair. That is the chair. In fact, it should be 193, but it will mean that the file starts with 195, not 193 and 194.
Yes. Do you want to perhaps skip that issue,
I'll
move on to
skip
another
it
one,
while we locate
and then
it.
you can redirect us?
That's fine,
yeah.
Chair. If you testified, and I think you have in your statement, that when you had quote-unquote exhausted all options, you informed Brigadier Nyuswa of this, and he's the one who came up with the idea that the exhibits be stored at Port Shepstone.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Did you know Port Shepstone was not a police station, but offices?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Can you tell the commissioners what you made of that advice and whether you thought it would comply with applicable prescripts to permit the storage of these drugs in such a facility?
Commissioner, I didn't know that they stored drugs at Port Shepstone. And when the Brigadier did suggest Port Shepstone to me, or not suggest, did tell me, the drug should go to Port Shepstone. He also, I'm not sure whether in the same breath, but did remind me, do you recall, we stored Port Shepstone exhibits there previously, meaning Port Shepstone serious organized crime exhibits. And I couldn't recall, but I just said, when he said that, I said, oh, okay, or something like yes. But I wasn't aware that that was a viable option at that stage. It was then put to me by the brigadier.
Yeah, now we are talking to a seasoned colonel within the DPCI. Did you consider the suggested storage facility to be appropriate for these purposes?
When he did describe that it's a vault or a strong room, to me that was adequate. I didn't look further. I didn't think anything about the security issues. I had no knowledge of them having previous attempted break-ins or anything of that nature.
But was the security of the seizure not of paramount importance to you?
Yes, it was.
So you must have thought of that when you are advised to store it in an office that is not meant 24 hours. It's an office.
Yes.
So it was paramount. It was uppermost in your mind, but you didn't think of it when you now were being so advised.
This is an instruction coming from my brigadier. It's a
Sorry,
vault, it's a
you
strong
called
room.
it an instruction. It's an instruction.
I followed an instruction that I
Okay.
deemed lawful, Commissioner.
What view did you hold of that instruction?
At this stage, at that stage, I saw nothing unlawful about that instruction.
Commissioner Coleman?
Sorry to interrupt you. Annexure GYJ2 in the same file that has his statement. I see that.
The statement bundle.
Yes,
Yes, it's a statement bundle. Takes us to our SAP,
yes.
SAP 13 entry.
The Isipingo one.
Isipingo, that's correct. Well, I'll come back to it, thank you. I was saying, you said technically Brigadier Nyuswa was instructing you, not advising you.
Yes.
You are aware of the legal requirements for storage of exhibits of this nature. Did you appreciate that his instruction might be inconsistent with those prescripts?
I didn't consider that, Commissioner. I wasn't sure whether guards were going to be posted there, whether it was an interim measure at that stage. So I didn't protest. I didn't ask any further questions.
It's your seizure. Shouldn't you be assured that wherever it is?
So I need not express it to him. It's a given. All of us know nobody wants drugs to get stolen. So coming from him, he's the one that instructed me that it must go to Port Shepstone. I didn't see at that time anything wrong with that location. Like I say, I knew nothing of its history. So I complied with that instruction, or I then relayed that instruction to Warrant Officer Mpangase to ensure compliance.
Precisely because you knew nothing of the facility, was it not incumbent upon you to at least satisfy yourself that confronted with the challenge that you have, which is that you have exhausted all options in and around Durban, that whatever suggestion you get at least can assure you of the safety of these exhibits? Because otherwise, what you are saying suggests that if Brigadier Nyuswa had suggested storage at the Durban Convention Center because they have a storeroom room or some hotel by the beachfront, you would have just simply accepted it. You are not a junior member of the police force, surely, Colonel. You exercise your mind over these matters. You engage with the issues. And you have to satisfy yourself before you go back to being on leave.
Yes.
And my understanding of your testimony, and I suggest that's how you're coming across to the commissioners, that this one time you left it all to Brigadier Nyuswa.
Commissioner, when he did indicate to me that, do you remember we've kept Port Shepstone exhibits there previously? So to me, I was satisfied. If exhibits were kept there previously, I would have expected that facility to be one that complies with all of the specifications that a storage location should have. But I didn't do any due diligence from my side, I must admit, Commissioner.
This was the biggest seizure you had ever been involved in. It was big, at 541.
Correct.
we are not talking about a 10 kg seizure. This is huge.
Yes.
And I'm concerned about the dismissive attitude you appear to have towards these drugs. Firstly, the risk of losing the only evidence you have, but secondly, the fact that they'll end up on the streets. Those matters don't cross your mind at all, simply because Brigadier Nyuswa say go store them in one of our offices.
Once again.
Colonel, please think about that, all right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, Commissioner, once again, I'll say when he made that statement, do you recall we kept exhibits from Port Shepstone there? And for me, that was good enough. The fact that it had been used before, there were no incidents. I know he's speaking of keeping it in a vault. I'm not aware of any security issues.
Yeah.
He's my senior. Due to all of those, the fact that he had arranged a tracking team, an armed escort of tactical members to escort it to Port Shepstone, in my mind, he was taking, or I assumed, that he was taking the necessary precautions to safeguard those exhibits, because now it was left in his hand. I'm here at Durban, I'm based in Durban. He has now made this decision to move it out from Durban. At no stage did I indicate to him that Durban itself is not a viable option.
You had
I
exhausted
didn't-
all avenues, remember?
When I say yes, when I say exhausted all avenues, Commissioner, in no way did I mean it must be moved out of Durban.
Okay.
When I say I've exhausted all avenues, and I think we got to that, I don't want to get into that again, but I'm saying in no way was I insinuating that now it must be taken to some far out location that we've never stored exhibits at before. So that's my answer.
Then I hear what you are saying, but I just want to test if I understand you correctly. The moment Brigadier Nyuswa, who's your senior, instructed you to move them to Port Shepstone, he assumed full responsibility for those drugs.
That is correct.
They were no longer now notwithstanding that this is your case. You seized them, so you gave up all responsibility because your senior had so directed you. Am I understanding you correctly? That's all I need to test.
No, it's not gave up responsibility,
Okay.
Commissioner.
You shared responsibility with him. Where do we land?
No, I won't share the responsibility,
Okay.
Commissioner. It was an instruction from him that I deemed lawful, and I complied with it.
Yeah, so about responsibility, who bears the responsibility for all that 541 kg of cocaine?
You know, I'm not pointing...
At the moment you choose to comply with the instruction, either the responsibility stays with you or it's transferred to Brigadier Nyuswa. Or if there's a third option, you can tell me. But who bears the responsibility from the moment that instruction is executed?
Strictly speaking, the member that booked out the exhibits from the SAP 13, and once again, I'm not pointing fingers or shying away from responsibility, but it was Warrant Officer Mpangase that had booked in the exhibits, and then in column, I think it's column 5, he books them out, or 6 for analysis, he says. But I'm saying at that point, the custodian of those exhibits is now Warrant Officer Mpangase, and not myself.
Okay. So
But
that's
it's
the
yes-
third option, yeah?
Yeah, but how does he bear responsibility if, in fact, he's moving them because you tell him to? I mean, you push away responsibility for the movement to Port Shepstone or for the decision to store at Port Shepstone because you say, well, my commander said. So I was acting on the basis of what my commander said. It is my commander that spoke. But the same applies between you and Mpangase. You tell Warrant Officer Mpangase they will go to Port Shepstone. He acts on the basis of what you tell him. Why do you apply a different standard to him and say, well, the one who booked it out is responsible when in fact he booked it out because you said so?
Okay. The Commissioner's question, Commissioner, to me, the way I understood it was who bears responsibility for those exhibits? And I'll say it again, once again, strictly speaking, whenever you book exhibits in and then book them out, whichever way, when you book exhibits out, it's your responsibility. Yes, I would have made the executive decisions or be the one to liaise with the brigadier to bridge that gap but strictly speaking, the custodians of those exhibits was Warrant Officer Mpangase. But I'm not shying away from the fact that, yes, I did relay the instruction that the Brigadier did give me. I relayed it to him upon handing over the scene to him to say the Brigadier has now instructed these drugs need to go to Port Shepstone. The Brigadier has now arranged our tracking team to do an armed escort to Port Shepstone office. So just for clarity, that was my engagement.
Maybe then, if it was a different question that you were answering, let me reframe my question. Warrant Officer Mpangase will be correct. Forget how I phrase it, it's a question. It's meant to be a question. Warrant Officer Mpangase will be correct to say, I moved these drugs to Port Shepstone on the instruction of Colonel Jacob. There would be nothing wrong with him saying that.
I think a correct way to say it, and this is the way I relayed it to him, was that the Brigadier has instructed that these exhibits go to Port Shepstone. Yes, but I'm now relaying an instruction from my commander. I'm his commander. Can be seen in that way.
You gave an instruction to Warrant Officer Mpangase based on the instruction to you by Nuswa. So there's 3 people involved. Brigadier Nuswa did not give Warrant Officer Mpangase an instruction. He never spoke to him.
Yes.
He gave you an instruction.
Yes.
He said they will go to Port Shepstone because you said we have nowhere else to go. You then said to Warrant Officer Mpangase, these will go to Port Shepstone. All I'm putting to you is Warrant Officer Mpangase can't rely on Nuswa's instruction because he never spoke to him. For all I care, you could have been untruthful to Mpangase. All he knows is you, his senior, tell him these will go to Port Shepstone. So he would be right to come here if he came here and say, well, I was told by my immediate superior on the scene that these go to Port Shepstone. He would be correct.
I think 90% correct, Commissioner, but I think Warrant Officer Pangas would say that Colonel Jacob informed me that the Brigadier has issued an instruction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And on that score, whether you and Brigadier Nuswa, or it was Brigadier Nuswa's instruction, perhaps it might help to have regard to CJC 243.6. At page, it starts at 589. That is your statement dated 9th November 2021.
Okay, just 1 second, Commissioner. 589.
CJC 243.6.
Page?
589, Commissioner. Page 589. If you go, the last page of that is page 592. And you see that it's dated 9th November 2021. And as I understand from our interaction yesterday, this is actually your second statement. You remember the first is the unsigned version.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
This is your second statement in November 2021. At page 591, you'll find paragraph 11. And it reads as follows. I made several calls to Brigadier Nuswa informing of what was transpiring. I indicated to him that we needed a safe place to store the exhibits. He undertook to make inquiries regarding a safe storage place. Eventually, the Brigadier indicated that the NPVC members, together with the tracking team, would assist to convey the exhibits for storage at Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit. We were instructed to await for those members for an armed escort. And then after a while, some people arrived. Is that your expression of the instruction that you received? That's the closest I get to an instruction in your statement.
Yes, Commissioner.
Just to check this, if Brigadier Nuswa comes before the commission and states that you put a problem and a challenge to him, and this is an option he could think of at the time, and he put it to you to consider, but that the eventual decision was yours, what would you say?
No, I would totally disagree with that, Commissioner. It's unheard of that a brigadier takes the final decision from a subordinate. I disagree with that.
And you maintain that it was a direct instruction you could not disobey?
It was a direct instruction.
Okay. Just to finish off on one issue, as I understand your testimony, the container arrived, it had a specific seal number, was locked with a specific seal number, correct?
Correct.
And we've come across that number often enough, H1905754. That is the seal that you broke at CHC depot. I'm looking at your statement, the undated statement, your very first statement at 574. It's not an issue, that seal number. It appears everywhere. So I just want to understand the order of things. You broke that seal.
Yes,
At CHC depot.
correct.
You emptied the container of the drugs. You took out the bags.
The bags, correct.
Was it sealed thereafter?
Yes, it was.
By who?
My statement will state that. I think I put it somewhere in my statement.
Okay,
You said by an employee of the depot?
Yes, if memory serves me correct.
I'll read another statement of yours at 6:50 dated 26 September 2022 at paragraph 3. Last line you say, "It is for this reason that I deducted that one of the staff at the warehouse resealed the container with seal number ALUVIN, capital B1034675. You give that detail in your statement, and you say you deduce that one of the staff members had resealed it. Is that your position? So you don't know who resealed it?
No. Why do I say deduced?
Okay, then let's go to your page 650. That's your statement
Yes,
of the 26th of September.
yes,
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay. Now, just read into the record the last sentence at paragraph 3.
It is for this reason, okay, that I deduced that one of the staff at the warehouse resealed the container with the seal number, and I go on to give a seal number. I think that word deduced does not really fit in there. If you read the line preceding to that, Commissioner, please, or a sentence or two before that, where it starts, the DPCI members on the scene did not have any seals with us. Upon inquiring from members on the scene, no member could take responsibility for resealing the container. It is for this reason that I don't know, deduced is not the right word, that one of the staff at the warehouse resealed the container. But it was resealed in our presence, and I think the reason this was done this way, the seal belonged to the warehouse staff themselves. You know, we were not, border police had no seal. Sometimes customs has seals, but this was a seal kept by the warehouse themselves. So we thought, since they're going to be the custodians, let them seal it. We had that on record. They put it in a place where there's cameras. So that's what transpired there, Commissioner.
You started by denying when I read that. You said you deduced that the staff
No,
sealed.
deduced is not the right
No,
word.
but it's the word that I'm looking at. I'm not making it up.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think what would I mean by saying.
It's one thing to want to correct it. It's another to suggest that I'm making the word up.
Yeah, but Commissioner, I don't know what seems to be the point of this, so that I can address your question.
No, it's all right. You vehemently took issue with what I read, but now you have read it for yourself, and you see it says that you are explaining that you didn't mean deduced.
Yes.
You probably intended to use another word.
Yes.
So I think we are fine. My question really is different. This is the seal after your, okay, I'll call it the seal of the 22nd of June, 2021.
Yes.
Okay? Are we together? Colonel, are we?
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner, yes.
Now, I am familiar through these documents of those two numbers. If you look at your paragraph 35, it reads, your paragraph 35, your statement now to the commission, at
Yes.
page 6. On 1st July 2021, I proceeded to the CHC depot with Mpangas and Sibia. I had arranged that the clearing agent, Megafreight, send a representative to unpack the container, and we conducted a count of 50 kg of bags of animal feed. You remember yesterday you testified that you needed to satisfy yourself that the animal feed or the commodity that is listed on the bill of lading in the quantities suggested is exactly what you find in there.
Correct, Commissioner.
That exercise of the 1st of July ought to have required you to have broken the seal of the 22nd of June.
That is correct.
Was the container resealed thereafter? And if so, by who?
On the 22nd of June,
No, on the 1st of July.
I actually can't recall, Commissioner, and the reason for that is we then released the container into the clearing agent's hands, so I can't say whether it was resealed or not. I'm unsure.
You
Remember
break,
we-
you break the seal, you
Yes.
do whatever you had decided in the container, then you leave it to the agent, the clearing agent.
I don't
Because
see-
I ask because that is the one seal number I've never been able to find this third seal number, if it exists at all. So it would suggest that the container, after you opened it on the 1st July 2021 for the purposes stated, was never resealed. And I just wanted to test whether that is the correct position, factual position.
Okay, just so I get clarity, Commissioner, we're saying that when we did conduct the operation on the 22nd of June 2021,
Yes.
the original seal was broken, a new seal was put in place to ensure that that container was locked.
Indeed.
On the 1st of July, upon coming back to do an unpack of that container, obviously that seal would have been broken to allow us access to the container. And thereafter, the container itself, after the unpack,
So the clearing agent then takes full responsibility of the unsealed container at that point.
that is correct.
And that is the reason why I can't find reference
is
to the
correct.
third seal. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do say in your diary entry that it was resealed on the 1st of July.
Okay, I
At
can't
page
even...
804, you just don't give us a picture or a number of that seal.
Okay. Okay, my apologies, Commissioner. I didn't, it's a long time ago. But my point, I think, in essence, is that we have no further interest in this container. So whether I resealed it or not, I've now officially handed it over to the clearing agent.
But what do you mean you have no interest? Whether you seal it or not is irrelevant. I mean, our understanding of the evidence and procedures is you seal it to return it where you found it, basically. At the end of whatever the police do, they lock it up so that they're able to say, this is how we left it. That's why you take pictures of everything that you do. That's why you have a record of what was done, and then you close it up. And then beyond that, if anything is found to be amiss in there, you are able to say, here's our record of what we did and what we found, and when we locked it up, and here's the seal number. So what you're saying now goes contrary completely to those procedures. It means the police can arrive, and in fact, that's what it suggests here. You got there, opened it, did whatever you did, and you just leave it in the hands of the clearing agent, who could turn around and say, stuff was missing.
No, obviously, he would have to confirm our inspection or our unpack of that container. And like I said, there were 5,395 bags. We would have made him sign some sort of something to confirm our unpack. I can't recall offhand, but I'm saying we would safeguard ourselves to ensure that there's no he doesn't come back and say bags are missing or so.
The issue I'm taking with you is you saying we've done what we needed to do. It doesn't matter that we didn't seal it. Because remember your evidence earlier was you were accepting that you did not seal it or you may not have sealed it. And then you seek to justify that by saying it's actually of no consequence and that it may not have been sealed. And I'm taking issue with that but it is of consequence. It is worrying that you're sitting there and you're saying it's of no consequence.
Commissioner, I'll say the fact that he's the clearing agent, he was satisfied with the unpack with all of the occurrences. So in my mind, there was no need, but it seems like we did seal it. But I hear what you're saying.
Is there no requirement that you should seal it? Because, you see, we have to distinguish your ways of doing things from the procedures, the protocols that are required of police officers when they do operations like this. We have to distinguish those. So if you say that's your way of doing it, and according to you it was of no consequence, it's a different subject for criticism, however we choose to criticize it. If you say the protocol doesn't require that I seal it back because it's of no consequence, we look at the protocol and confirm that indeed you're correct to say that, and maybe even comment finally whether that protocol needs to be amended or not. So I want to understand why you say what you say, that it doesn't matter. Is it because the protocol says it doesn't matter?
Commissioner, as far as I'm aware, when you break the seal, yes, the photos issue and all of that, there needs to be proper reference or documentation of photos taken. Also, before unpack of a container, meaning you've taken out the contraband, you've got the legitimate commodity there, that's a given that you seal that container, before any unpack or anything else happens to that container. As for when the clearing agent is there and you do a final unpack and realize that all is in order, I'm not aware of any obligation in terms of the protocol on us.
Can I ask you the question differently? If the first time you went there on the 22nd, you opened and you found no contraband, are you saying you could simply have walked away without sealing that?
No.
So it doesn't matter that the clearing agent is there. What matters is what are SAP's protocols.
Yes.
Right? That's really what matters. This was a police operation on the 1st of July. It was. When you went and opened there, at least we must assume for now that you were conducting a police operation on the 1st of July. You got there, you instructed that container be opened in the exercise of police function. That's why it's in your diary, right? There are rules about what you do. You record what you have done. You take pictures of what you found there. And then you close up and you record the serial number. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that you record and you take pictures, including pictures on a number of the seal that you have used to reseal the container, whether or not the agent is there.
Yes, I think I agree with you going
Thank
forward
you.
and ensure that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think it becomes a bit of an issue because, I'll put it differently. Warrant Officer Mpangasa opened the inquiry file, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of the very first documents in there is a statement provided by you, the unsigned statement.
Yes, correct.
And Warrant Officer Mpangasa was the investigating officer for all of the 7 days before you came back, and you took the inquiry file back.
Correct.
We couldn't find in that inquiry file a statement. Your statement is there, but it doesn't appear that you took a statement from Warrant Officer Mpangase and Warrant Officer Sibia for purposes of the inquiry. Why is that? And there is no entry in the investigation diary that either of the statements was obtained from the two. You seem to have collected statements from almost everybody except those two. Why is that?
There's no particular reason, Commissioner. Generally, when you're preparing for court, when something is going to court, you would want many witnesses to corroborate certain facts, because obviously you want to prove your case in court. Here, this is an inquiry that's headed for filing, and like I say, it's deemed more of a recovery and a seizure than a full-blown investigation, seeing as there's no foreseeable prospect of any arrest. So I think that's the only simple answer I can give you, that I didn't bother to take witness statements who's basically going to say what I'm going to say, you know. So it should have been done, but I think I omitted. I didn't see that as something on my priority list. I took statements from all the other entities, the other role players, but had need be, or should the need have arisen for me to take a statement, I would have.
We know that at Sipingo police station, when Warrant Officer Mpangase booked in the exhibits, he also booked in a DPCI inquiry number, right?
Correct.
And I take it, and I think somewhere it stated that he opened that inquiry docket.
I was not sure, but...
Is that not the effect?
sorry.
Is that not the effect?
I can't say if he opened it or he called somebody at the office to open it. You know,
Okay. In a sense that you didn't open it because you were back on leave?
Yes.
Okay. But we know it came into being on the 22nd of June, 2021.
Correct.
I'm trying to be most fair and say that was by Warrant Officer Mpangase. I'm not going to suggest somebody did it behind his back.
No, Commissioner,
Okay.
maybe I need to enlighten you on the
You
process.
keep elevating my position.
To enlighten you on how this process works.
Yes, please.
To register an inquiry, there's designated persons at the office, the person that does your CAS, your crime administration
Okay.
system. So they've got the power to register that inquiry. It's not every member that goes to a system that can register an inquiry.
I'm with you.
So lots of times if you're on the field, you'll phone that member at the office to register an inquiry so that you can have a reference number for
Okay.
your investigation.
And we know that our SAP 13 tells us that, because that's an entry by Warrant Officer Mpangase, at least he's the one who did it.
Yes.
And from that moment, you did indicate that he was the investigating officer until you took over on the 29th of June. Why is the A1 statement, the first statement in that inquiry file, not his? Because at the point you opened that inquiry file, he was the investigating officer. Why doesn't it kick off with his statement and awaits your statement after you have assumed responsibility for the inquiry?
I can't think of a reason, but you know the simple answer, Commissioner, is that some members don't like writing statements. I'm somebody that enjoys writing and drafts, so maybe that's got something to do with it. He should have filed a statement, but like I'm saying, in these cases, generally just an A1 will suffice, because there's no need for so many corroboration or so many witnesses to corroborate what transpired, because you're not going to court. So it's generally not done where three people say the same thing. It's only, we take statements normally in these cases from the different role players just to give a complete overview of what transpired.
Okay. So as an investigating officer, Warrant Officer Mpangase, he's the investigating officer from the 22nd. He opens that inquiry file, and absolutely nothing happens in that file until you come back after the 29th of June and then you subsequently file your undated statement. Is that the correct position?
You know, Commissioner, that statement that's undated and not signed, it's not like me. So I'm thinking maybe while I was on leave, I did a statement and emailed it to him. I'm not sure, but there wouldn't be a logical reason why I wouldn't sign my statement. So I probably sent it to him. Maybe he printed it and put it there, and I just neglected when I did get the inquiry file to ensure that it was signed and commissioned.
You are trying to give him some activity in the week that he was an investigating officer. It's rather a stretch, Colonel.
Can I, sorry, just on this, absolutely nothing happening until you come back from leave. And I would like to hear your comment on this. It looks like you came in from leave, led the operation, you left and went back to your leave, and then you came back and you took over from where you left off. And the impression that I have is Warrant Officer Mpangase was really holding for you. You never left this matter. And I want to give you one example why it looks that way to me, is you go back to leave on the 22nd. On the 23rd, you phone, I think it's Colonel Kuzwayo, of the FSL, so you are actively involved. You didn't leave it to Mpangase. Somewhere down the line in those days still, you talked to him about making sure that these things are entered in the SAP 13. So you continued to be active in this file, in this docket. So it's misleading, in fact, to say, I got involved only until 1 o'clock or whatever time on the 22nd, and I left them at Isipingo. And I left, and I had nothing to do with the rest of this matter. And then when I came back, he was leaving. Mpangase was going on retirement because everyone in the office knew that was going to happen. And for that reason, I took over. People took over his dockets, and I took this one over. It seems like it's an engineered set of circumstances that, in fact, the truth of it is this remained your matter even as you were on leave, as we see from your continued involvement when you are on leave. I would like to hear your comment about that. That's the impression I have, and that's my view at this point until you've explained it.
I can understand that, Commissioner. The simple answer is this. I'm a conscientious commander. It's a simple answer. Yes, there may have been no need for me to phone the FSL. There may have been no need for me to continue liaising with him whilst I'm on leave. But I felt that's my duty as a commander. Look at it, I had to ensure or remind him to put it in exhibit bags. I'm the one who called the lab, albeit that's in dispute, and found out how to get the ball rolling. All of this that I had done was to ensure that this investigation gains momentum, gets finalized. So, thank you.
The simple fact I'm making, you're actually confirming what I'm saying,
Yes.
that you never left this matter. Because the impression you have given, or at least that I had gained, is that you were brought in and you gave an explanation why you told Commissioner Khumalo yesterday, in response to a direct question, why would you come out of leave to deal with this? You are on leave, anyone else could have dealt with it. You gave your explanation. I was excited. I've never been involved in a drug bust at a container. So and I love my job. That's why I went in. I didn't even claim my leave days after I had gone in. But I left because I continued to be on leave. And the proposition I'm making to you is, in fact, you never left. You continued to be involved in this matter even as you were on leave. You continued to be involved. You say you're conscientious because you're conscientious. Say, well, that's your reason for doing it. All I'm putting to you is the facts. The facts are, Mpangase was acting on your instructions to get exhibit bags, to put things in an SAP 13. You were directing him, do this, do that, even though you say, I knew him to be an experienced officer who would know what to do. Well, we can see from what has happened that either he didn't know what to do or he was grossly negligent. But you were directing and telling him, do this, do that. But not only that, because you are conscientious, you phone Colonel Khumalo, you call the lab. So you're very busy in the period that you're on leave. So you never stepped off this case. You remained throughout. And Mpangase, and I'm saying to you, my impression is Warrant Officer Mpangase was holding fort for you and taking directions from you while you were on leave. That's the impression I have, and that's what I'm putting to you, it looks like.
Okay, Commissioner, that's the role of a commander, is to guide your members on the correct way to do things or to ensure that certain things are done. So that's what I did. And with regards to, I never knew I'm going to take this investigation. When I came back, I was caught off guard by Mpangase. I was caught off guard. He reminded me he's going off. He doesn't want all of these dockets and inquiries. We can even do a check and see at that stage. it would have been around the same time. All of the dockets and inquiries that were allocated to him were now disseminated to others. So it wasn't this specific case. And the reason that this had come to me is generally the norm that where a member is involved in an operation, then you are the IO. Now the three options we had was myself, KG Sibia, and Pangase. Pangase is the one, I didn't go ask him, I want this investigation. He was the one that didn't want to handle it. When I came back from leave, I never issued an instruction that I want this inquiry. Thank you.
You're not disputing my putting to you the fact that even as you were on leave, you continued to be involved with this. You say because it's a duty of a commander to continue to give directions to their members. You say because you're a conscientious commander, you give your explanations why. I'm putting to you the fact that you continued to be involved. You give a justification for it. All I'm saying to you is the impression that you handed over to Mbangase and you left, and then you came back and he was about to retire and his files were being distributed and this one landed on your desk. It doesn't look like it was all fortuitous, because you continued to be involved with this matter in your office. Beyond, other than Mbangase, you knew the most, you had the most involvement with this matter by the time he retired. You and him were the two people closely involved with this matter. Fact, right? That is a fact. Thank you.
Commissioner,
You can comment if you want to.
I think I was actively involved in the 2 days subsequent, or even the day of the operation, and possibly the next day, where I made those calls. Up until the 29th of June, when I returned to work, I had no further engagement or played any part. I told him what needed to be done, and that was it. It's only when I came back. So out of my leave days, it was the 1 day of the operation and 1 day after that that I was actively involved. But other than that, I enjoyed my vacation leave, came back on the 29th, and now I find the situation that they're redistributing it, and this comes to me because I was actively involved in it. Thank you.
Chair, might this be an appropriate time for enlarged adjournment? Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:10.
Thank you, Chair.
1, 2, we are ready to resume. It's 14:09. Please switch off your cell phones, keep them quiet, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Colonel.
Afternoon,
Colonel,
Commissioner.
I think before we broke, or shortly before that, we're discussing the Isipingo SAPS 13. You have testified about that you did not see when Warrant Officer Mpangase was making these actual entries.
Correct,
Confirm.
Commissioner.
What I'm interested in is if you go to the next page, in column 5, you knew at that time that the seized drugs were going to be entered into the SAPS 13 to be booked out immediately because they were going to Port Shepstone. That much you knew.
That's correct, Commissioner.
I know Warrant Officer Mpangase is no longer with the force. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I just want, as a head of a unit, your comment on an entry he made here, under 5. In booking these drugs out, he notes items taken for analysis 2206-2021. You see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
Can you comment on that entry?
Yes, not on face value. It's a misleading entry, I'll put it that way. Since it says taken for analysis, and we know it was not taken for analysis. It was merely stored at another location.
And as we saw in the instruction note, what ought to have happened is an entry that it was being transferred to another unit.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And in this instance, you already knew what the unit was, so you should have transferred to Port Shepstone, being transferred to Port Shepstone offices.
That would be correct,
Is it not a specialized unit, in other words, DPCI?
DPCI, that's correct. That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner. So we know, if one looks at the instruction note, that in any event, that process of transfer is not in compliance with the instruction, but at a minimum, this SAPS 13 should have recorded the correct position and not suggest that they're being taken for analysis.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Point. Shouldn't the entry have reflected that in accordance with the protocol, the 2016 protocol dealing with drugs, they are being taken to FSL in their entirety for analysis? That should have been the correct entry.
But you see, in this case, Commissioner, just because we knew that the lab was not going to accommodate it. Generally, when you book out exhibits that you know you're taking straight to the lab, those are generally smaller quantities of exhibits. This is the relevant entry. Items number so-and-so taken by myself for analysis to the FSL.
Yes.
Would be a correct terminology for when you are indeed conveying it to the lab.
No, forget about the absence of storage capacity. If it was a correct entry and they were being taken for analysis, it would be in accordance with the protocol.
If it was taken for analysis, yes, you are correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that leads to what was going to be my next question. If you could quickly turn to Exhibit CJC 231. 231. Please assist. It starts at page 81.
Okay, it must be notified.
Advocate Silo,
Yes.
I don't know if I'm hindering you or helping you. The one in the same file where his statement is on 106, that's the one I was looking at. I'm not sure, it looks like it's the same document. But if it's quicker to go to a different file, then That's also
Three-
okay.
Just a second, Commissioner, 231.
It's the same document.
The same
yeah.
document.
So the one in the statement file,
Yes.
it was on page 106 after tab 2. But if he's already there, it's fine.
It's
then we
there.
can-
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would like to draw your attention, or to ask you to please turn to page 87 of that protocol. I'm looking at subheading 5.8. From CJC 231, starting at page 81, I'm asking we go to page 87. You've located it,
I've
Ken.
got it, Commissioner.
I'm particularly interested in paragraph 5.8. The heading of 5.8 reads thus: submission of illicit drugs for forensic analysis. You see that?
Correct, yes.
And then at A, says the member from the investigating unit must ensure that all illicit drugs with the exception of cannabis plant material, which is visually identifiable, are submitted to the chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, FSL, within 7 days after it was handed in at the police station. Do you see that?
I see that.
For the moment, let's ignore the 7 days, the prescribed period. I'm interested in the requirement that for forensic analysis, all illicit drugs, with the exception of cannabis, must be submitted to FSL. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
You've always understood that to be the legal position.
I'm aware of that, Commissioner.
Now, when you instructed Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples or shavings from the bricks to send to FSL, it was not in compliance with what is required here.
I think it's debatable, Commissioner, and maybe I can clarify.
As long as your debate is within the confines of 5.8 sub A,
Yes,
then I'm happy to accept it.
yes. It says the member from the investigating unit must ensure that all illicit drugs, and it says the exception of cannabis and plant material, are submitted to the FSL within 7 days.
I said, let's not talk about the prescribed period. I accept there are challenges with that. It is what must be delivered
Yes, it's,
that I want to engage you on.
yes,
And here, the prescript says all what you have must be submitted to FSL for forensic analysis. Now, I want to understand, when you instructed Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples, I'll call them shavings, you said taking a bit from about 5 bricks.
yes.
That doesn't seem to comply with this,
Prescript, yes. Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. I understand you said let's forget about the 7 days
Yes.
issue, right? Now, my thinking was this, and it's open for debate whether it was meant to be misleading or deceptive in any way, but this is my reasoning behind the samples issue. I knew these drugs, the lab could not accommodate them, FSL and Manzamtoti. I knew we were having a problem with the FSL at Pretoria because of the Sepingo exhibits that were lying there without being taken. So when I did call Colonel Kuzwayo for guidance, and I would think that was on the 23rd of June, she did guide me on a procedure to take samples, because my thinking was this is not going to get to the lab. I'm not sure when is it going to get to the lab. So I thought let's indeed send something to confirm that it is cocaine. And if it, at that stage, if Colonel Kuzwayo had told me, no, you're not allowed to take samples, we cannot assist you, and that's it. We won't even accept samples because you're not supposed to take samples in that fashion, I would have adhered to it. But I am saying I called her, she did explain the procedure to me, and I would think shortly thereafter I would have called Warrant Officer Mpangase and given him guidance based on what Colonel Kuzwayo, the head of chemistry, had told me. So as much as I understand this, and I understand it to mean the entirety of the exhibits need to go to the FSL, I did what I did merely to get the ball rolling, merely to show some activity that these drugs are not just going to sit there. There is parallel to our investigation that I know is going to be headed nowhere. I wanted to get the ball rolling with the analysis part. Analysis, destruction, whatever, but I wanted that those drugs must not lie in storage for a lengthy period unnecessarily so. So I do agree with you. It speaks to the entirety of the drugs, and I'm hoping that my reasoning as to why I did what I did comes through. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you more or less had a sense of what the protocol requires, that all of them go. You were confronted with this challenge, and then you sought guidance from, is it Colonel Kuzwayo?
That is correct.
That's in summary what you're testifying
That's correct,
to.
Commissioner.
And that you ended up taking these shavings from these bricks based on the advice you obtained from her.
I ended up guiding Pangase how to do so, Commissioner.
And exactly, and you are saying it's because you were so guided by her.
Yes, Commissioner.
My recollection, yeah, Commissioner, go ahead.
Should I?
Please.
You called Colonel Kuzwayo on the 23rd.
I would think it's the 23rd. I was unsure, 22nd or 23rd, but since Pangase talks about, or there's some reflection of him taking samples on the 23rd, that's why I'm leaning more towards the 23rd.
Yes. These things at this point are not yet sealed. They are not yet in the SAP 13 of Port Shepstone. Somehow you knew that. That's why you advised him to do it. What is the agency? You're on leave at this point. What is the agency that propels you that the first step you take on the very next day is you're now asking about sampling, about taking samples to Amanzi Mtoti? You haven't, at least following the sequence of your statement, you haven't phoned Pretoria to tell you that we don't have storage, and you have not told us what exactly they said about whether they'll have storage anytime soon. But to come back to my question, maybe answer my question.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I was not under the impression that the exhibits were not packed in bags and entered in the 13. My understanding with Pangase is that as soon as they got to Port Shepstone, the exhibits would be put in bags, entered in the 13 at Port Shepstone, SAP 13, and then if they wish to book it out and store it at Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime. That was the correct sequence to do things, seeing as how the initial step of Isipingo fell off. Now it's gone there. The normal course of duties, this is how it would have transpired. It would have been taken to Port Shepstone, either at the station or at the unit. It would have been bagged in exhibit bags. It would be entered in a SAP 13 at Port Shepstone. And from there, Pangase could have booked it out, retrieved the samples, as I said, retrieved those samples, meaning book those bags in, book those bags out. And as Colonel Kuzwayo had explained to me, you can open a bag, make an incision on the brick, take out a minute quantity of powder, do that for 5 different bags and 5 different bricks. And then when you seal those torn exhibit bags or the brick, you seal the brick with tape again, a little bit of tape so it doesn't leak. You put the old exhibit bag together with this brick that you've now tampered with into a new exhibit bag. You seal that, and then you re-enter that, because now the chain has been a little bit lost. He ought to have re-entered that and also entered that one exhibit bag that now contains 5 smaller exhibit bags. That should have been entered in the SAP 13 as well, because now when I took it to the lab, I was not mindful that there's no record of it anywhere in any SAP 13. So that would have been the logical sequence of events, and hence I'm saying I guided him in that regard, thinking that all of this would have been done But when I speak to him, then I hear from him that he hasn't even entered it in SAP 13, he hasn't put it in bags as yet, and that was contrary to my understanding with him on the 22nd of June.
So did I mishear did I mishear your evidence? Because I thought your evidence was in the process of guiding him, among the things that you told him was to have those things sealed in the evidence bag and then to enter them in the SAP 13 as part of his guiding, you guiding him. But from what you're saying now, it sounds like he's the one that told you, I haven't done this and that, and then you said, do it, go ahead and do it. Can you just clarify what in fact happened?
When I did call him and tell him about the samples issue, but at that stage, I thought on the 22nd they would have done the bags issue and the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, like I said. So this next step, to me, was the next best thing. A presumptive test doesn't hold up in court, and if the next best thing was to get it analyzed, just to show that indeed what we do have there is cocaine, because nobody would have known what it was had it just been lying there. So there was no malicious or there was no intent otherwise than just getting the ball rolling. And I thought these other prerequisites that come before you actually take a sample or send anything to the lab, meaning the booking in the SAP 13, the exhibit bags issue, booking it back out, taking those samples, booking that broken or the new exhibit bag in, booking that sample in. I thought by that time when I'm giving him advice on how to take samples, the exhibits would have been entered in Port Shepstone 13, they'd been in bags, but it wasn't the case. That's why it turned out to be so upside down that there's no even record of the exhibit bag that I took to the FSL. And my instructions was to him to take it to the FSL, not for me. Yes.
Okay, I think with that last part, you have answered what was going to be my next question. You didn't give him advice to take the samples to the FSL. You instructed him.
Yes.
That's how you've expressed it there. Okay. So you're still on leave and you give instructions to an investigating officer. How is that? You're on leave. You have no record. You have no record anywhere as you are on leave that indicates you are on duty and you are giving instructions such as this. This is a big instruction. As it happens in this commission, it has become a matter of controversy whether that happened, whether you spoke to Kuzwayo or not, and did she give you guidance. But you're on leave, so obviously it's not recorded as you being on duty, and here you are giving instructions. Explain that. It's not advice, it's an instruction.
Yes. Commissioner, we don't consider at any time I'm on leave, it's a weekend, I'm not working, it's after hours. Being on leave in our job, it accounts for, yes, it means you're not actively on duty, but it's not something that's set in stone that you're on leave now, you cut off all ties with your duties. You still have to, because I know I'm going back to the office, I'm going to have to, at some point, deal with whatever's happening. So I may as well ensure the process is running smoothly, even in my absence. And like I said, Commissioner, it was, I think, just for that first 2 days, that 23rd or 22nd, 23rd, I don't think 24th I've had any engagements, I'm not sure. But, yes.
No. Don't worry about the 24th and the rest of the days. I'm more interested in what capacity when it comes to you are off, you're either on duty or you're not, even if it's for that limited purpose of giving instructions. And I'm interested to, I was merely demonstrating or seeking to demonstrate the point I made to you much earlier, that you actually continued to be involved actively in this matter. Your involvement did not end at Isipingo police station. It carried on. You say for just one day, well, you are the witness, will probably have to go with that it was just for one more day. And then you take up where you left off on the 29th, and as Ms. Silo showed you earlier, or put to you earlier, that in the intervening period, until you come back, Mpanga said as investigating officer doesn't seem to do anything. to do with this matter, including bagging these things, including putting them into the register. He doesn't seem to be doing any of that. All of it is done on your instruction. That's all I was pointing out to you, that, well, there's further evidence that you continue to be involved with this.
Okay. No, Commissioner, I think the only answer I can give to that, you get some conscientious workers that you know, as much as he's a seasoned detective, you know certain members you need to just give them a little push.
Do you accept that his handling of this doesn't reflect a seasoned officer who is used to dealing, he may well be, but this conduct to do with this operation doesn't reflect a seasoned police officer?
Yes, I can
Do you accept
concede
that?
that, yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to add to that, the only thing Bangase really did was to follow your instructions.
Not even completely, Commissioner, because my instructions was for him to take the sample to the lab. So he did everything upside, like the SAP 13, he did the next day.
No, but in relation to the case,
Yes.
there's nothing independent that was his initiative. So the sealing of the bags, the taking of the samples, which is the sum total of what he did, those were all your instructions. He may not have
Done it times.
carried them out diligently, but all he did was obey your instructions, and he didn't independently do anything that an investigating officer handling a case should have done.
I would say with regards to the samples, Commissioner, I will agree with you. The exhibit bags was not really an instruction. It's a norm. You know, it's, I don't know how I can put
No,
this.
that part I understand.
Okay,
That
yes,
part I
no, the
understand.
next part, the samples was my instruction, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Sorry, can I just, if we're still talking about sampling, can I just ask this question? So when you speak to Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples, what in fact do you say to him? There's 541 bricks of suspected cocaine at this point. You don't know for sure. That's why you want it to go for analysis. What in fact do you say to him he should do?
Like I said, it went something along the lines of what I'm going to say now, Commissioner. It was taking samples from 5 random bags, 5 bricks. You're going to cut the brick, make an incision on that brick, take a minute quantity of powder, place it in a small, you get a sample exhibit bag, a very small bag. Do that same exercise for 5 different bricks. And then you put it in one bigger exhibit bag, and then these samples now go to the lab for analysis.
Yes.
So that was as per the advice.
Okay. I asked the question because we had quite a detailed explanation from an analyst, and I think one can ask you this question because according to your statement, you have a BSc qualification, and I think you said you started off as an analyst, if I'm not mistaken.
But at ballistics, not
Ballistics,
chemistry.
yes, sorry, you said ballistics. But by virtue of your qualification, and in fact, your position, or the work that you've done in SAN, as a member of SANEM, that we get this detailed account of how a sample would be picked, would be chosen, both in terms of the size of the sample, but also you are dealing with 541 bags, and Sitsedi explained to us what you would do. You would group them and pick randomly from each lot. Now, you say to him, so when I ask you, what did you say to him, what I'm trying to understand is, did you give him guidance? He doesn't have your qualification, and I think we've seen here that he's either terribly incompetent or deliberate in how he has done everything that he has touched in this operation. You leave it to him to pick. So as far as you're concerned, the sample could have come from the first 5 bags that were in front of him. There was no method that you gave to him. You just said randomly, pick randomly 5 bricks,
Yes.
and take a sample.
Yes, Commissioner, there's nothing more scientific or in-depth that I told him. That's it. Commissioner.
You didn't even say to him the size of the sample itself, how much powder from each brick. You did
I
not.
told
Certainly,
him.
you haven't said that to us.
A small quantity.
You just said a small quantity. Okay. And because you were not there, you also don't know what exactly he did.
Yes,
You really don't know.
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the consolidated statements bundle, please. While she's looking for that, okay, we are trying to get to, let me get the rank right. Kuzwaya, that will be, is it Kennel? Apologize if I get it wrong. Tab, you found it. Commissioners at tab 5 of consolidated statements. On this matter, you say, we have spoken now about your request for sampling, request for guidance in order to analyze and then being advised to provide samples. You recall that? We
Yes.
just had that conversation.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
At your paragraph 44, your statement, you then speak of the engagement you had with Warrant Officer Sitsedi of 27 October 2021. You remember that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And where he then says, at your 45, according to you, he explained that he required 7 to 10 bricks of cocaine to weigh so that the analysis report could reference the average weight.
That's correct.
Okay, now that's how you remember the events. Now we've opened Mr. Teddy's, for lack of a better salutation, Ms. Kuzwayo's statement.
Sorry to do this to you. Are you moving to October now? I thought we were still dealing with the 23rd of June.
I was going to deal with them both. If you have something on 23rd, please do go ahead.
No, I'd rather leave it to you. If you haven't dealt with what I want to deal with, then I'll come back to it.
Okay. And Commissioner Kumalo has just reminded me I didn't deal with something, but because I've started this question, may I just complete it? I'll also double back to the 23rd. Please go to page 5 of Ms. Kuzwayo's statement from paragraph 15. Are you there, Colonel?
I'm there, Commissioner.
If we could just quickly read, she says, whether crime scene is a non-clean lab scene, FSL is responsible for performing analysis on the exhibits. You agree with that?
I agree, Commissioner.
FSL does not attend the crime scene or the police station where the drugs are stored for safekeeping to collect samples, nor does FSL receive samples collected from DPCI or other investigating teams for analysis.
Yes, I see.
Would you
that.
like to comment on that?
I would like to comment,
Please
Commissioner.
go ahead.
I'm going to say it the way I am seeing it, so I hope I'm not going to offend anybody. I know what Colonel Kuzwayo had told me. I believe, and I think when I did see all the FSL witnesses on the box, it left a lot to be desired. So I'm saying I know what Colonel Kuzwayo told me. I believe that thereafter she realized she made an error, that we are not supposed to take these samples, and maybe Colonel Songa reminded her, I'm not sure. But I'm saying to this commission, there would be no plausible reason, no reason whatsoever, even if I was planning on stealing drugs in a few months' time, there would be no reason for me to ask a member to take samples for analysis out of my own accord. There's no upside to it. It's not done, so it's going to raise eyebrows. So the only reason I did what I did was because of my call to Colonel Kuzwayo and her advice to me.
Here's the upside. If it's worth stealing, then you need to know what quality is this product. Is it really cocaine?
Yes.
Because what's the point of stealing soap You know,
Yes.
that's why analysis is important. If you know that it's cocaine and you know the quality, then it's worth stealing.
Okay, can I respond to that, Commissioner? Firstly, during the normal course of duties, our lab does not give us any indication in terms of purity, in terms of anything distinguishing on cocaine. When they put it through their machines, all they're checking for is cocaine, the active ingredient in this. So
Let me remind you, you said it's possible they can do that if you ask them.
if you do ask,
Yes.
yes, but in the normal course of duties, Commissioner, it's just going to tell you it's cocaine. But I'm going to give you advice on how to really check if it's a good quality, and if I was that way inclined, I'm going to tell you how it should have been done. Even if you take a small quantity of that powder and get a person on the street, a cocaine user, to test it, he's going to tell you whether it's a one-way. Then you get maybe somebody else who knows how to cook. They'll tell you whether it's two-way, you know. So other than the lab, there's quicker methods to have known the quality of that cocaine. So there would have been no need to send it to the lab for the lab, unless upon special request I'm asking them to check purity or anything of that nature, which wasn't done.
And remember, the allegation is that you wanted to handpick the analyst.
No. Okay.
Now, if you handpick the analyst, it means, and they said we don't allow that because then it means investigators can unduly influence the analyst.
Yes.
So that's where this whole thing comes
okay,
in.
I see. Because I was also a bit confused, Commissioner. But when I look at it, the reason I asked I spoke to Sechedi because we know him. I've been working with him for years, so this newfound fear is...
Can I do this? I was just giving you context
Okay,
and you understand
I'm
it because I
digressing.
don't
My
want you to
apologies.
get ahead of questions that are still coming. Yeah.
Noted,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks, Commissioner. And there's a response you gave to a question, and I thought we might use the next 30 seconds. You might as well educate us. What's one-way and two-way cocaine? If we are dealing with drugs, we might as well be slightly knowledgeable about
Okay.
it.
The one way is cocaine that's just purely for sniffing. Cocaine addicts that sniff cocaine, the powder. Two ways is cocaine that's also good for cooking into crack cocaine. And not obviously, your yield in terms of the amount of crack cocaine that you can cook with 1 kilogram of cocaine. When you've got two-way cocaine, you get a higher yield. It's better for the rock or crack cocaine addicts. They get a better high. So that's two-way. You can cook it and it can be used for sniffing. Mm-hmm. It's much more expensive commodity than one-way cocaine.
Okay. Thank you. I'll resist the temptation of saying I feel empowered. I hope you still have your protocol on the search, seizure, and handling of drugs.
Ought to be, yes. Yeah.
Is it
Yes.
still? I need you to turn to page 89. I understand that your engagement with FSL on the 27th of October was to seek an expedited destruction of the...
Whichever, just something to take those exhibits, whether
Yes.
it be this, yes,
Yes.
Commissioner.
So I now at 89 read 5.12, which stipulates that the detective commander must provide a written initial disposal instruction of the illicit drug at column 5 of the SAPS 13 register on page 6 of the case docket. Is there any written initial disposal instruction in this matter? How would the destruction that you desired happen without
Yes.
complying even with the very first step?
No, yes, I'm fully aware of this, Commissioner.
Yes.
I think the warrant officer said, Shady, the way he put it to the commission, it's not very clear as to what I was doing and how I intended to do it. When I did ask about disposal, destruction, that's just merely me finding out, is it possible? Can it be done? Then the next step, if they tell me, yes, we can dispose or we can destroy, every drug investigator knows about a SAP 83A. You cannot destroy without that. So my interaction with him was merely finding out, is it possible? And when he did give me advice, that's when he did point out, no, I'm not the analyst here. You know, there's some other analyst. And I didn't even force the issue to find out who's the analyst because my engagement was with him. I had no interest in who the analyst was. My interest was merely to get these drugs off our hands, either to be disposed of, to be analyzed, but to be taken away from our custody.
When you say you asked him, is it possible, what were you asking him is possible to do?
Expedite. Yes.
To expedite what?
Okay, Commissioner, like I think I spoke a little about it initially, but every case follows the same life cycle. You've got exhibits, they need to be analyzed. The lab needs to give you a Section 212 analysis report confirming that it is drugs. If you've got a case that's going to court, then you don't complete the SAP 83A once you've got an analysis report. Then you let them keep those exhibits until the trial has completed, because the defense may ask to see those drugs. But once the trial is completed, then you complete this SAP 83A for them to destroy. You give them the result of your trial, all of that, and you ask them to destroy. That's a SAP 83A. That's in a normal course of things. But in inquiries, when there's an inquiry, more especially of this rip-off nature, yes, as a formality, we're asking them for an analysis report so that we can tick that box that, yes, we've sent it for analysis. But if your exhibits have not gone for analysis and you've got them lying, or even if they've gone for analysis, but they haven't analyzed them yet, and then you realize, okay, my case is going nowhere, there's no suspect, then you can also complete that SAP 83A at that stage and hand it to the lab to ask them to destroy those exhibits. So that's how that procedure works. So when I was finding out about expediting analysis, destruction, disposal, whatever, basically I was trying to get the ball rolling that, can I get an analysis report from you guys? Okay, now that I've got my analysis report, let me file it in my inquiry. Then I'm going to give you all that 83A. Although the normal course of things, they would have already had custody of my exhibits. So this is a little bit of a tricky thing because I'm sitting with all of those exhibits in Port Shepstone. So it's a little bit of an anomaly, but still, whenever you want exhibits destroyed, you need an 83A. So when I say expedite, I mean expedite your analysis report, or if you tell me, no, we can destroy this place in Pretoria or bring it to us, we'll send it to Pretoria or to the Western Cape, I would have done so. So that was every engagement with me and the FSL was with a view of getting the ball rolling to analyze, destroy, dispose, whatever, but to get rid of those drugs.
The expediting or expedition that you were talking about was what? Of the analysis or of the destruction?
Whichever they were willing to do.
No, you had a discussion with Sitsedi. Yes. I want to know what discussion you had with Sitsedi. Yes, I asked him.
Firstly, because it was sent for analysis, that's why I inquired, can we expedite the analysis report?
Okay, all right.
Then another part of my conversation would have been, do you have place? Can we bring it here for destruction? And they didn't have place. Okay. So that's what my engagement with Sechedi was all about. There was no sinister motive. There was no reason for me to even know. I'm not sure exactly what his evidence was, but I didn't pursue this avenue of finding out exactly who the analyst is. He may have had that in the back of his mind. I'm not sure why, but that was never my intention.
Do you, as a matter of course, in your other matters that you have sent for analysis, do you ask the analyst to expedite? Is there not a process? And I ask you this in fairness to you, and you would have been listening to Sitsedi, that he has explained a process that inquiries are not made to the analyst about the status of the analysis. Yes. Why do you ask him and not the front desk or the admin? How did you know he's the one responsible for this?
He was not the one responsible.
So how could he give you an answer if you knew that he's not responsible for this analysis and he's not admin, so he can't give you the answer? Why is it him that you ask to expedite, whether they can expedite rather?
Okay. Warrant Officer Sechedi, I've known him, I think, since he joined the lab. We've worked on so many CAD lab scenes where it was even over 24 hours. We've been through the trenches together. We've got that relationship, or we had that relationship, where he's the one, like I said, manning the FSL call or standby phone. We've got that relationship. My inquiries were general inquiries. It wasn't me trying to pressurize him, hey, who's the analyst, or I want you to expedite. It was me.
I'm not saying that's what you were doing. I don't know why you're saying that. Just try and answer my question. My question to you is simply this. His Ken Lab, your sample has nothing to do with Ken Lab. Why do you pick him? You don't know that he's your analyst in this particular matter. He has described to us a process where if the police want to find out the status of the analysis of their samples, there's a process. They don't go to an analyst. And he gave us what sounds like good reason why you wouldn't go to an analyst, or you wouldn't even know. You go to admin, you are asked to produce, I think, a receipt which has a number, and something is looked up in the system, and you get told what happens. You have experience in these things. This is not your first referral to the FSL. Why you speak to him doesn't make sense and requires an explanation. It's not a general question. It's specific to a sample. You are not asking how does it work normally. You say, I have a sample in your lab. That's why you're talking to him. I have a sample in your lab. I need it to be expedited. That's what you say. So my question is, why are you speaking to this person who has absolutely nothing to do with your sample? Because he's not the allocated analyst. No one has told you he's the allocated analyst. 2, he's Ken Lab. Your sample is not a Ken Lab sample. Why are you speaking to him about this, about both the expediting and the destruction?
It was merely seeking advice from him, wanting to hear, how do I get this thing fast-tracked? It wasn't specific that I wanted him to handle it or wanted him to divulge anything. It was just merely general inquiries with a member of the FSL that I'm familiar with, I've worked with for years. In fact, most of my engagements when it came to the FSL was either with Colonel Songa or with Sechedi. So he was our go-to person. Even if you look at my phone records, he's the one I call most of the time. So for me, it was just somebody that I knew at the lab, and I asked him. There wasn't really any intention behind it. It was just merely seeking guidance. How do I get this thing fast-tracked? How do I get rid of it?
Can I, speaking for myself, I personally don't have issue with you sending samples to FSL, because even if they didn't know in June that it was samples, certainly by the 27th of October they knew it was samples. And they never said to you, because you gave us samples, there's nothing we can do with this, take them back. My issue with you has to do with the timeline. You being there, and by the way, between you and Setsedi, there's not much difference in terms of versions. He says he had worked with you in a seizure in Simbiti, and that was quite recent. He says that. Then he says you were there to see Captain Kubeka. Mm-hmm. And while you were there, you wanted advice from him. So he says that in his statement.
Yes.
And then he says, this is the nature of your inquiry. He lists it in 4 parts. You asked for advice on how to destroy exhibits. You asked if destroying exhibits would affect the case. And then you had a discussion about the record of the total mass of exhibits. And then the last one was, who can analyze your case of the analysis of the samples that were brought. So I don't have a problem with that, because although your versions differ slightly, you seem to say the same thing, you're saying it differently. My problem is, he says you told him that there were people who wanted to break into Port Shepstone to steal the drugs. Mm-hmm. And that was your reason for wanting the drugs to be destroyed.
Okay.
Now, how could you have known that there were people who wanted to come and steal the drugs at Port Shepstone?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Upon my meeting with them, this one lately that Warrant Officer Sechedi alluded to, Commissioners, Colonel Songa was recording the conversation. So I'm sure she still has it. She was recording the conversation. So what I want to say is,
Let's help out. She says you deleted what you sent to her.
no, I'm saying that's not what-
Actually, she said you have disappearing messages
She's
and whatever
got
you say.
disappearing.
And what,
Yeah.
she's got your number,
Yes.
but she doesn't have anything because the stuff has disappeared because
No.
apparently on your side you've done something.
Commissioner, I'm so glad you even asked that, Commissioner.
Colonel, I don't
No,
want
oh,
to...
sorry, I'm digressing.
I want you to think about two things.
Yes.
So my concern, as I said, was how did you know that there were people who were going to break into Port Shepstone to steal the drugs? Now, that's the first question. If you want to go into the
No,
other
no,
colonel
I'll
and then
handle
the
yours,
other
Commissioner.
issue, that should be the second issue you can answer it.
Yes.
But deal first with
Yes.
your discussion with Setsedi that the real reason why you wanted these exhibits destroyed. Because you didn't ask for that in September or in August. It was in October.
Yes.
And then a week later, 10 days later, the drugs are stolen.
Yes.
That's my biggest worry, that on the 27th, you say to him there are people who want to break into the Port Shepstone facility to steal drugs.
Yes.
On the 8th of November, that actually happens.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner, it's laughable when I tell you the right story, but it's impacted my life so badly that I don't find it funny, but others did laugh. I went there after Brigadier Newswa had told me there's an attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. When I saw Warrant Officer Setsedi, I relayed the exact same thing to him. Brigadier Newswa told me there's an attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. That's why I'm asking you about getting rid of these drugs. There was an attempted break-in. I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, Commissioner. How stupid would I be to go and tell a member of FSL, knowing I'm planning to steal drugs in a week's time, that people are planning to break in there? How would I possibly know that? You know, so I'm saying this, Commissioner, and I know it's a bit far-fetched, but this is the only reason I can think of. It's far-fetched, but I want you to just hear me out, Commissioner. Warrant Officer Setsedi, when Lieutenant Colonel Sibia and I had arrived there to the FSL, just to meet with them, he is the one who told me that they were approached by this head office guys, and he made it known to me. He said so that they put him under pressure. They asked him, hey, where are my drugs? We want our drugs. He told me that. He said they put him under pressure. They asked him, where are our drugs? We want our drugs. So as we talk here, I said, but, and then you recall we had this conversation, and I made it clear, and I know she was recording. I said, firstly, I'm not here to sway you or to change whatever statement you've given. I just want an understanding, because according to my statements and my notes and what I know, this is my discussion with you. But if you
Colonel,
say...
let me be rude and interrupt you. I don't usually do this. You are discussing other issues now, and you've left my question. And I know you have to catch a flight later today.
Yes.
So I don't want us to waste 30 minutes dealing
right.
with
In
issues
a
that
nutshell,
I did not ask
yes,
questions about.
in a nutshell, Commissioner, I'm saying I did not say that to him at all, that people are planning to break into Port Shepstone. Not at all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I understand that your approach to FSL on the 27th was to remove the drugs from Port Shepstone because of the attempted break-in. Now you were truly worried for their safety.
That is correct.
And your solution to the problem was to destroy them.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And this was 3.5 months since their seizure. And the basis for that decision is that you were not finding any suspects. It's 3.5 months, 4 months, reasonable to investigate and conclude on an operation of this nature and this magnitude?
I'll answer that in two parts.
Please.
These cases normally are even filed before that period. It's even a shorter period.
Okay.
But
So at which point do you stop looking for implicated persons or suspects associated with these drugs? Or you don't even bother anymore because it's rip-off?
No, the investigation was headed nowhere, but statements were taken. Whatever investigation could be done had been done.
In
So
3
there was
months?
nothing further that we could do to find a suspect or to link a suspect to this case.
In that case, why did you not ask your commander to do the necessary administrative processes for a destruction?
Okay.
Why did you not?
Good question, Commissioner. They can't destroy until they have your exhibit. That's how it works. The lab has to be in possession of your exhibits when you submit that SAP 83A.
So you would have taken them to the lab for destruction? That's the simple answer? That
Yes,
you would have a destruction notice
Mhm.
and you would take the whole consignment to the lab for the purpose of destruction?
And I think it's been established, Commissioner, the lab could not even house that thing we could not take it there. They were not accepting it. Whether it be for destruction, disposal, analysis, they were not taking these exhibits. Bottom line, the lab could not take it either for analysis or destruction.
No, but you never made a request for a destruction. You certainly have not testified, and we don't have anywhere in your statements, other than your discussion with Sitsedi, which was a general discussion, you say. Nowhere was a request made to the, at least remind me if I'm wrong in my recollection of the evidence. Nowhere is it your evidence that you requested, a request was made to the lab to destroy these exhibits, and that request was refused.
Commissioner, once again, I'm going to say, you cannot destroy. How can I ask the lab to destroy exhibits that they don't have? Firstly, it's a matter of getting these exhibits to the lab. Then step 2 is a destruction or disposal. You don't just, if the lab can't house it, how are they going to destroy it?
Your answer then suggests that the only destiny for these drugs was they were going to be stolen, because this lab was not going to have them because they don't have space. And Pretoria, you tell us, you even tried Pretoria, it doesn't have space. So these labs, these drugs were never going to be destroyed by the lab. Even though you've done the investigation, you have finished, and their destiny was to be stolen. It actually turned out the way that it was going to be. On your account.
Commissioner, if there was a way I could magically make those drugs or destroy them on my own, or if there's any other thing further I could have done to destroy those drugs, maybe the Commission can enlighten me what else I could have done, because I fail to see it.
I can't enlighten you. I'm just a civilian. You're the one with the experience in that space. You're the one that's sitting with these drugs. You're the one that makes a decision to retain them, even after you were told that there was an attempt to steal. You are at the very least, you are part of the decision to keep them there, even after you were told that there was an attempted break-in. You tell us that the lab could never take these because Amanzimtoti doesn't have the space. And really, I'm now testing what you're telling us, that according to you, what was going to be the fate of these drugs? Because you say the lab did not have capacity to take these drugs. They just don't have the space. And now you say they could never destroy them because they don't have the space to take them. So maybe you're the one that should enlighten me, at least. What was the ultimate fate of these drugs then? In your way of, the way you've looked at it and the way you're explaining it.
Okay. Commissioner, if I may use the example of the Isipingo Mandrax, that was also, it's not that much different to our scenario here at Port Shepstone. We're sitting with a whole consignment of drugs. The lab doesn't have space to accommodate it. So in that case, there was no analysis done. It's only 1 year, 9 months later, after the theft of this cocaine, that now FSL Pretoria says now we've got place, and miraculously they take those exhibits from February 2020. They take it now on the 12th of November 2021. And they also take those exhibits from Maiden Wharf from the 8th month. It's now 3 months down the line, and they take it on the 12th of November. which should be a clear indication that that's the time the lab realized there is a problem here. More drugs are going to get stolen and it's going to point back to us. So I'm saying, if I use that Mandrax as an example, the similar procedure, the lab could not keep it, house it, but when eventually they took it, it went straight for destruction. So that's what my endeavors were, to take it for destruction, to do whatever.
Exactly my question, Colonel, that what you're explaining about the Mandrax, it went for destruction, not for storage. I'm asking exactly the same question. Why did you not ask your commander to issue a destruction notice so that these drugs go for destruction, not for keeping? And I don't hear your answer.
Okay. It's not up to us, Commissioner. It's not as simple as today we do a destruction notice and we take it for destruction. The lab has certain periods or intervals that they take drugs for destruction to a certain, I won't disclose the location, but there's an incinerator there. So it's not as simple as I just complete a 83A and tell them to dispose and they say, okay, bring it up today. That's why I used the Mandrax example, Commissioner. The same story, we were trying to get it disposed of and the lab only managed to do a disposal 1 year, 9 months.
No, let's come back to the cocaine. Let's come back to this cocaine. Can we agree you have never, except for your conversation with Setsedi, you've never asked the lab to destroy these drugs, that you have drugs that you are keeping and you want them to be destroyed? There's never been that request to the lab.
I didn't do it in writing, but I did communicate with the FSL in Pretoria, and there was no destruction, no place to even house these exhibits.
You are dealing with Amanzi Mtoti, you're speaking to Setsedi, you're speaking to Kuzwayo, they are closest to you. Can we just confine this discussion to that? You have never asked Amanzi Mtoti to to take these drugs for destruction. It's a yes or no answer. And if it's a no, you can say, I've asked them and here's proof that we did ask them. Because as matters stand now, all we have about a discussion on destruction, it's with the wrong person, Setsedi. It's with that. So I'm asking you I'm asking you for a different person. I'm asking you to say, yes, we did, and this is how we did it with Amanzi Mtoti.
Commissioner, upon my engagements with Colonel Kuzwayo, she was fully aware of our issue with 541 kilos. Like I say, she's the one who guided me on how to take samples. So,
on the 23rd of June, you were already asking Colonel Kuzwayo about destruction.
no, she was aware, my point being, Commissioner, she was aware that the lab could not, the process, Commissioner, is not that they just destroy it. They need to house it first to destroy it. They need to accept it first to destroy it. FSL Toti does not destroy exhibits on their own. They have to liaise with Pretoria, we take it up. So my hands were tied. They have to accept it first before they destroy it, and they couldn't accept it.
But no, you can't say they couldn't accept it if you didn't ask. You can say, I assumed that because I know they don't have space, this is yet another case of an assumption. I'm asking you a direct question, and I think the answer to it is yes, you did not ask, but I would like you to tell me differently. My question to you is, apart from your discussion with Setsedi, did you ask for a destruction of these exhibits that you are holding in Port Shepstone? Was such a request made to FSL Amanzi Mtoti?
I didn't do any formal written request, but with my engagements with Colonel Kuzwayo, she was aware of our
How many engagements did you have with Colonel Kuzwayo and when? You're going to have to be specific because right now we have only the 23rd, and it would be very curious, I think, to everybody that already on the 23rd you were talking destruction. So I want to suggest that you were not discussing destruction on that day. Otherwise, you have a lot of explaining to do why the day after the seizure you are talking about destruction. So your engagement with Kuzwayo must have been on other occasions. You haven't, at least I don't remember reading your statement, coming upon many discussions with Kuzwayo about destruction.
Okay, I don't know the exact dates or times, and like I say, I did try for my cell phone records, but I would have asked her maybe in a month or two down the line. And she was aware, like I say, and it was telephonic communications. It wasn't something formalized where we send them emails. It was all done over the phone.
But that's not how you ask for distractions, right? You've explained to us that a notice is prepared by your commander, a distraction notice is signed off by your commander, and then that gets served on the FSL.
Yes, but once again, Commissioner, I'm saying, completing that SAP 83A does not guarantee you are getting to destroy your...
Yes, I'm not saying it guarantees, but at the very least what it would do, it would have given us a record that a request was made to FSL to destroy, and this is how they responded. They said they are not in a position to do this right now because they don't have capacity. It would give us that. Right now, we have your informal, you yourself call it informal. You have your alleged informal telephone discussion, undated telephone discussion with Colonel Kumalo that I asked whether they can do this. And by the way, you've also said it's your commander, it's not you, it's actually your unit commander who's got the power, whether they call you unit commander, to do that. So it's not your discussion to have. So whatever discussion you had with Colonel Kuzoy, it doesn't count. I'm asking you about doing it by the book. The book says you do a notice or a release form, whatever that form is called. It is what is given to FSL. You didn't do that, right?
No, I'd still maintain, Commissioner, it doesn't work that way. The SAP 83A, only when the lab has possession of your exhibits, that's when they accept an 83A.
That's why I say to you, then these drugs on your version were destined to be stolen. Their fate was to be stolen because that lab doesn't have capacity for this quantity. And yet you are talking to them. You are asking informally, Kuzwayo, when will you destroy it? When you know they don't have capacity, according to you. You know they don't have capacity. But you keep, which doesn't make sense, that you know they don't have capacity. That's what you tell us. You know they don't have capacity, but you keep asking her, when are you going, can you destroy, or however you framed it. You keep doing that. It doesn't add up, I'm sorry. It doesn't. You can comment if you want to.
No, I'll reserve my comment, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick one on that score. How many laboratories, FSL laboratories, are there countrywide? I think I'm aware of
I think
one.
there's three that I know
Cape Town.
of. Yes.
So you say there's 3?
Nationally that I'm aware of.
No, should at least be 4.
Okay, I know of 3.
Yes,
Commissioner.
there's Gauteng, there's Western Cape, KZN, Manzimtoti, and Gqeberha.
Okay, I know of the 3. I missed out the last one, Chair.
And that's your area, okay. Did you reach out to Western Cape? Because now you are no longer looking for storage, you are looking for destruction.
Okay, no, I didn't, and I'm
Why
going to
not?
clarify why. What the lab had been doing is when Manzimtoti was inundated with the exhibits and the workload was too much, they would then refer cases, send up our cases that we had submitted here to either FSL Pretoria or to that, also there's a super lab in the Western Cape. Then when you inquired about your exhibits, they would tell you, okay, now it's sent to the Western Cape. So it's not, the onus is not on us to make contact with those labs. Our KZN lab was sending our exhibits to these labs because of their workload that they couldn't cope with. So it's not incumbent on us to contact those labs. This lab is aware of our problem.
I apologize for interrupting. It simply cannot be. That was not your testimony when you started. You said that you had been in contact with both Amazimtoti and Pretoria, and in Pretoria it was Captain Shole or somebody
Colonel Shole,
to take
yeah.
this. So how do you say it's not incumbent upon you to contact other labs? You only do so through Amazimtoti. It can't be, can it?
The reason is I know Colonel Shole from Pretoria. In the Western Cape, I know nobody. So the formalized process is that our labs, either Pretoria or Manzimtoti, would be the one to send exhibits or even direct us. If they directed us to say, Western Cape's got a place for your disposal, you may take it there. That would have been okay.
So
But
technically, you say you are sitting ducks unless Amazimtoti directs you. They don't have capacity. Unless they direct you, you can't move. Is that what you're suggesting?
My
And
hands
if so, please tell the commissioners what prescript or instruction note or any document prescribes that you, DPCI nationally, cannot contact any FSL laboratory. I am thinking if you had problems with DPCI Manzimtoti, why don't you escalate the matter to DPCI National? Maybe they've got better access and command. I'm trying to understand this system that you now suggest is in place. What document tells you that you can't contact Pretoria directly for assistance unless you personally know somebody like Captain Shole? Is there a document like that?
I'm not aware of any document.
So where do you get that notion that you are precluded somehow from making that contact?
That's just the way the system is, Commissioner.
Which system is that?
That's the way the lab operates. There is a challenge at the lab, and unfortunately, it's impacting us, and now fingers are being pointed at us because of the lab's inadequacies.
Because my difficulty with that suggestion, and I'll tell you, is that we are getting very close to saying those drugs were stolen after an attempted break-in in October. They were stolen because Amazimtoti failed to get them off Colonel Jacob's hands. Colonel Jacob's hands. Is that where we are headed? We are now going to blame FSL Amazimtoti for this, for the eventual theft, because they couldn't store them, they couldn't take them for destruction, they couldn't do anything with them. And your hands were tied. Is that where we are getting to now?
My hands were tied, Commissioner.
Is that where so we're blaming Amazimtoti FSL?
I'm not blaming them. I'm saying they could not accommodate my.
And as a result, therefore, they had to stay idle until they were stolen.
That's it.
Okay. Now,
You know, sorry, Mr.
May we at this point just adjourn very briefly
yes,
to discuss the kernels of
the logistics. Yes.
logistical arrangements?
Thank you, Chair.
We are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Honorable.
thank you, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. We have sorted out our logistical challenges. We were still on the issue of your contention that you have no power to approach the other laboratories except the one in KZN, Amazimdoti. It's a notion that I cannot accept. You cannot direct me to any document that precludes you from making such contact, firstly. We have established that, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of interest, if you were faced with these challenges, did you escalate the problem to at least national level to say to, who was it at the time, General Libeya, I have a crisis, I have 541 kilograms of heroin under threat of being stolen. Amazimdoti has no capacity. I need to get them off my hands like yesterday. What stopped you from doing that?
Thank you, Commissioner. The fact that I was a lieutenant colonel in the police, there's protocol to follow. My immediate commander or the provincial commander is my person to direct all of my challenges to.
Yes.
And my provincial commander was fully aware of the status of the location as well as the fact that those drugs needed to be moved from there.
And your commander in this instance is?
It would be Brigadier Nyuzwa.
Brigadier Nyuswa.
Yes.
Now, did you tell Brigadier Nyuswa to escalate it further? Because you remember the target is to get it to national.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have that conversation with Brigadier Nyuswa, or you thought it just sufficient to let him know and he will know what to do thereafter? What was your attitude?
Yes. I can't give you verbatim what I had told him, but we were on the same page. These drugs need to go. They need to be destroyed. He was fully aware of that. He was aware of my stance on those drugs.
No. Now what he needs to be aware of is that Amazimdoti, you have now this challenge with Amazimdoti, and as he knows, according to you, you can't send them to Pretoria because you still need to go through Amazimdoti or Western Cape or Gqeberha to destroy them, right? That's your position.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that was Brigadier Nyuswa's understanding as well? Your limitations about directing these drugs somewhere for immediate destruction?
Those were my challenges at my level, Commissioner.
And hence my question, why did you escalate your challenges?
Yes,
to Brigadier? What was his response to that? Sit and bait out?
Yes. He didn't give me a response, but I made it known to him. He made it known to me those drugs are in danger. So I told him, you try what you can. I'm trying with the Amazimdoti because our exhibits are there.
Okay.
We forwarded our samples there. So it was his duty as a provincial commander. That's why, hence his title, Provincial Commander.
Indeed.
I'm restricted to KZN, to Durban. I took it upon myself to liaise with the lab in Pretoria. But now we've got a provincial commander whose duty it is. Obviously, a brigadier's word will hold more importance, especially when communicating with influential people at the FSL, rather than a lieutenant colonel. In the police, there's protocol and procedure. I can't bypass my commander. He's the one at that level that's supposed to be taking those decisions and making those calls. There's another brigadier at FSL in Pretoria that's always very helpful. I can't contact her directly. I'm aware that Brigadier Nyuzwa was in contact with this specific brigadier. So I'm saying to the Commission that Brigadier Nyuzwa was well aware of the challenges, my frustrations with getting rid of these drugs in whichever way, by either disposal or analysis, not by theft. And
Now,
Sorry,
Yes.
just from what you've said now about there's a brigadier in Pretoria, that Brigadier Nyusa would have been the correct person or the appropriate person in terms of authority to communicate with.
that is correct.
This person that you were speaking to, therefore, is junior to that brigadier, Shole. I think you say it's Shole. What is Shole in Pretoria? What does he do?
I can't tell you his exact designation, but I know he's one of the the officers there that would normally tell us, yes, bring up for disposal, destruction, we've got place for you, send your exhibits here. So he was our liaison person with regards to anything FSL related in Pretoria.
He was not the final decision maker.
No. by no
So
means.
it's quite possible that had Brigadier Nyuswa spoken to his brigadier, the brigadier above, Shole, that in fact these drugs may well have ended up in Pretoria. You cannot discount that.
I can't discount that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Thank you. So as matters stand, but for your telephone calls to Shole, we do not have a record of any communication from your people, and when I say your people, including you, Nyuswa, you, and General Sinona, we don't have any record of communication to to Pretoria FSL requesting that these exhibits should be transported there, whether for destruction or for storage until they were analyzed. We don't have a record of that.
I'm not aware of any such engagements at their level. with
You're not aware of
Pretoria.
that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I then may follow up, you accept that you are not aware of the engagement at that level. You didn't do anything in particular to ensure that that engagement is had by informing on your side your superiors. You didn't facilitate that engagement.
Commissioner, it's not upon me to facilitate such engagements with a senior officer and another senior officer.
Sorry.
I would think the brigadier at his level would know his duties and functions.
Yes.
And know that when matters reach a level where it's out of or it's escalated to a level that somewhat middle management or junior officer cannot engage with senior counterparts. That's how the police works. So he would have known that obviously his engagements on his level with other senior officers at the FSL would have carried more weight than my menial engagements, phone calls to lieutenant colonels and full colonels.
Okay. So, if I understand your testimony correctly, we are now at a point where the fact that those drugs were eventually stolen, first, Amazimtoti FSL contributed to that outcome, and now Brigadier Nyuswa contributed to that outcome by failing to deal with the crisis that you were faced with at the time when you escalated this problem. Is that a fair summary?
I would say so, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you bear any blame for that eventual theft in any manner or form, as you look at it?
In no manner or form whatsoever, Commissioner.
Okay.
Can I just ask this, because it's not clear to me from your statement. Did you, in whatever discussions you had with Colonel Kuzwayo rather, did you ask to send the exhibits to the FSL? Or is it a case where you assumed, because you know that lab, you assumed or you knew that they would not have space?
My initial call, Commissioner, on the 22nd of June, like I indicated in my statement, was twofold. Whether she could send members out to take a sample and whether they did have storage place. So Colonel Kuzwayo was fully aware of my predicament of wanting to store or her to accept those drugs at Menzimtoti.
I've looked at your statement, and I'm looking at it quite quickly again. Nowhere, and I do apologize if there's any way that you say this, and you can point me to that. Nowhere in your statement where you discuss your discussion or your engagement with Colonel Kuzwayo rather. Nowhere does it record that you asked her to take the exhibits.
It is in my statement. If the evidence leader can just refresh my memory as to where it is. I'm looking for...
The statement before the commission or previous statements, which one do you want?
Would be one of those statements furnished to General Flynn's team. Maybe my last holistic statement that's very detailed.
Not the commission
Not
statement.
the commission statement.
No, not that.
Okay.
Okay.
You may continue, I'll try and locate it.
Okay, yes, that's fine. I will come back to it if depending on the answer. You can proceed, Ms. Silo.
Thank you, Commissioner. In the meantime, the search for that particular statement you want will be undertaken. Now, we're considering who could potentially be held responsible for the eventual theft. Now, the list as we have it so far is Amazim Doti FSL for failing to take the drugs when you needed them to be stored and or needed them to be destructed. The second is Brigadier Nyuswa, your immediate superior, who failed to escalate the matter and deal with it as a superior, including but not limited to bringing it to the attention of the DPCI National Office that they have a crisis down in Durban regarding 541 kilograms of heroin that needs to be destroyed, but there is no movement. So that will be on Brigadier Nyuswa, if I understand your testimony. You indicated that you don't think you bear any responsibility whatsoever. And by responsibility, I'm not suggesting for a second that you stole the drugs. No. It is responsibility in the context of whether or not there were steps you could have taken to ensure that they're not stolen. It's in that context. I'm just explaining.
Yes,
now, in that context then, you recall we settled in the morning that when you approached Brigadier Nyuswa for storage, it was on the basis you had claimed that you had exhausted all avenues, right? We've established that actually you hadn't. You just made assumptions at the time. You considered as much, correct?
Correct.
Now, was this not the moment then to exhaust those very avenues? For the first time now you set up, you go to Brigadier Nyuswa and you say, my drugs are here, per your advice and or instruction. I require you to take steps alternatively to release my drugs, and I am going to find a more secure facility for them. Now I'm going to exhaust my options around all Durban police stations. Why couldn't you do that?
Commissioners, the decision to store initially, like I said, was Brigadier Nyuswa's. Thereafter, the Brigadier is the one who brought to my attention the security threat, let's call it that, the attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. Once again, it's the Brigadier who's informing me. If it was vice versa, if I was the one who had first-hand knowledge, who was informed initially about an attempted break-in at a location of my choosing, then I would have went to the Brigadier and said, I've chosen a place, it seems like this location is not safe. Please can you assist with regards to moving it to another location? Now in this case, it's a place of the Brigadier's choosing. The Brigadier is the one who informs me of the attempted break-in there. He's higher ranking, he's senior to me. He's the one that has more influence in terms of acquiring alternate storage places. So I didn't at all feel that it was incumbent upon me to do so. I felt that it was his duty.
Understood.
Maybe
then,
let me ask you a question that I had meant to ask yesterday. Is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure, to take responsibility for the security of their exhibits? How does it work?
Thank you, Commissioner. In the normal course of things, yes. Meaning if I had seized exhibits, done a drug bust, and I've got exhibits that I'm physically in possession of, I needed no outside intervention, nobody assisted me in finding alternate storage place. I think in a nutshell, I'm trying to say, Commissioner, is that it was the decision to be stored in Port Shepstone was taken between the General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa.
You're not answering my question. My question is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer maybe let me ask it differently. Is it or is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure their exhibits or to take responsibility for the security of their exhibits?
There's only one way I can answer that fully, and that's the way I was intending to, Commissioner, if you'll allow me.
Forget this case for a second. What happened with Sinona, with General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa, forget that for a second and answer my question with this operation out of your head. Is it or is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure their exhibits?
Normally, yes.
Okay,
Yes, normally, Commissioner.
all right.
Will you allow me to expand on that?
Yes, you can.
In this case, it was an exceptional circumstance, meaning it was out of the course of our ordinary line of work. I needed intervention from my brigadier to find a spot. The brigadier is the one who found a place in Port Shepstone. My area of operation, my day-to-day duties involved the Durban and surrounding areas. Whatever challenges I have would be relayed to my brigadier. He's my immediate commander. So I'm saying the onus would fall upon him, on him. It was a place of his choosing. Yes, I'm the investigating officer. He's senior to me. He chose a place. Now there's a security threat. There's an attempted break-in. The onus would fall on him, although I'm the investigating officer, to find alternate storage.
You see, you made the original decision that these exhibits will go to Isipingo police station. That was your decision. You were in charge at that time.
Yes.
We've established you continue to be in charge. But in fact, Brigadier Nyuswa gets involved because you say, I now don't know what to do. You've searched. You tell him, I've run out of options. I don't know what to do. Help find me a place. That's what you're doing. So his intervention is to assist you get a place, not to take responsibility. It's because you invited him to assist you find a place. And he says they can go to Port Shepstone. That's all he does.
Yes.
And that to me doesn't mean or doesn't reflect that he's now responsible for those exhibits. Your answer, your earlier answer, and I think that's the correct position, and it has to be that you as the investigating officer who's going to appear in court, if ever there's a court, and testify about the chain of evidence, about what was contained, where, when, you are the one that has an interest in the security of those exhibits. And to say that someone that you brought in because you needed them to help you solve a problem of accommodation is now the one that makes decisions about where these exhibits go, it just does not sound correct.
Okay.
I don't think you're correct.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm going to maybe emphasize a little more on another avenue of that. The drugs were stored at Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. There's a unit commander, or there was an acting unit commander, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. I was also a lieutenant colonel. Now, this is outside the Durban area. This is another Hawks or DPCI office that falls squarely under the responsibility of Brigadier Nyuswa, not myself. So even if I wanted to do anything with that location, it had to go via the Brigadier. Since it was his instruction, Colonel Prinsloo would only adhere to an instruction coming from Brigadier Nyuswa. It was not within my powers to make decisions regarding that without the intervention of the Brigadier.
What I have a difficulty with is, and I'm not suggesting that you should and you could have moved these drugs without reference again to your provincial commander, to Brigadier Nyuswa. I'm not suggesting that. But what I have a difficulty with is you washing your hands off responsibility of these exhibits once the decision was made that the safe place to keep them is the Port Shepstone DPCI offices. I have a difficulty with that. And keep in mind, and a further problem, or what contributes to my difficulty is, while these exhibits, which as you have answered, and I always responsible for and it has to be that an IO is responsible for the security of their exhibits. In this entire process, everyone is coming in and out of Port Shepstone dealing with these exhibits. I know you say you don't know what happened, but everyone is dealing with these exhibits. They have a key, the key is sitting somewhere else. They go and collect the key, they're opening, they're taking stuff in, out, signing off. These are your exhibits. Something is deeply wrong if you say, I could do nothing about it, but I'm the investigating officer. Then I'm going to suggest to you that you chose not to do anything about it. The question is, why? Why would you be so happy to watch everybody running around, handling your exhibits? There's a report there was an attempted robbery or a break-in. You do nothing about it. You don't even say to your brigadier, I would like them to be moved to another location. I've now found another location. You don't even do that. But these are your exhibits. So you either chose to do nothing about it, or you were derelict of your duty as an investigating officer, and we must blame you for the loss on that basis, or you were afraid to tell your bosses that I want my exhibits to move because I'm not happy here. And the question would be, is the why? You may comment if you want to.
Yes, Commissioner, it's difficult to engage your boss and tell him he's the one who told me about a break-in. Now, it's common cause that we would want to look for an alternate accommodation or storage for it. He's aware of that. He's got more influence, and I left it in his hands. And also, just to comment on the movement of members in and out of the safe and changing of keys. During that period, it was Warrant Officer Mpangase who was the investigating officer. I was still on leave. I returned on the 29th. So that whole engagements there, I was not really privy to, neither am I responsible for it. But thereafter, I do agree with you. And I will say it again. He's the senior person. He's a brigadier. It was a place of his choosing. He's aware of the security threat. Yes, I was also. And I would expect him to take it as seriously as I did. So the most I could do was to try and engage with the lab, to try and get the ball rolling, to get it out of there, which I tried. I was not in a position to find alternate storage place for it. It was there at Port Shepstone. It was taken there of his accord. I left the ball in his court. Maybe I should have been a little more forceful, but the police doesn't allow for that. It's taken as rude.
When he told you that there was an attempted break-in, did you say to him, maybe let's look for another place?
Commissioner, when he told me there's an attempted break-in, he didn't engage me on the level, whether they did break in, whether anything was taken. So I thought it's just some petty kind of somebody, broke a window or something of that nature. I didn't know the seriousness of it, and yes, what I did was just to try and engage with the lab to fast track. I did nothing further.
My question is, when he told you there was an attempted break-in, did you say to him, let's look at... Well, firstly, I'm worried that he tells you there was an attempted break-in and you didn't ask him what. These are your exhibits worth millions. He tells you there's a break-in, you tell us, I didn't ask him, I just assumed it was a broken window. Well, as it happens, the coincidence, if you like, is that the attempt was on a window. But on a more serious level, it's quite concerning that as an investigating officer, you say to us, I didn't ask him what. But that's not my question. I accept that's how you behaved on the day. My question is, when he told you there was an attempted burglary, did you say to him, Perhaps let's find a new place.
No, I did not, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Connor, I want to take you back to Advocate Silo's question. Sitting here, we have the benefit of hindsight. And I did not understand her question to be imputing foresight. I understood her question, and I could have understood it incorrectly. She will clarify. I understood her question to be along these lines. Looking back, do you accept any responsibility, not for the theft, for the loss? The fact that these drugs were in police custody, and it ties up with Commissioner Baloy's point. You were the investigating officer, and so many things went wrong here, and the police lost what we assume to be cocaine, valued between 200 million and 400 million. You saw Mpangase's statement, he said 243 million. I engaged you on it could be between 200 and 4, we don't really know, because no analysis was done. But you now have the benefit of hindsight. You've looked at all the statements, you've looked at everything that has been presented. Do you accept some responsibility for the fact that these drugs were lost or went missing?
In hindsight, yes, if I knew it was going to turn out like this, I would have really exhausted all avenues to phone, do whatever I could to try and move it from there. I can't tell you exactly what I would have done, but obviously if I knew that this was going to happen, I would have really put my mind to it and tried to achieve it.
I would take it a step further and say, even if you didn't know that these drugs were going to be stolen, just looking at how everything was done and knowing what the prescripts say and knowing that they were stored in an unsafe place, because I don't want another policeman to say, I will only accept responsibility when they are stolen, but if they are not stolen and we do wrong things, then that's fine. So I want you to look at this thing holistically and say, we got so many things wrong, and because we got so many things wrong, these drugs were lost. And that's how one looks at it.
Commissioner, I'll go as far as to say, because of the lack of storage place, it had to go to a location that turned out to be unsafe and which led to the theft of these drugs. So yes, I'll bear some responsibility, but I don't want to lie to this commission as though, it was because of me, or I'm not feeling that way. I took instructions from my brigadier, from a senior member in the police. He didn't ask me to store it at somebody's house or anything like that. It was a vault. Unfortunately, I didn't know about the security threat, so I'll say, yes, I'll shoulder some of the blame, responsibility. I could have taken maybe different actions to have a different desired outcome, but we have the benefit of hindsight now. And at that stage, I never suspected something of this nature would happen there. But yes, I will shoulder some of the blame, and I'll say that if I knew that something of this nature was going to happen, something so serious like all of these drugs getting stolen, I would have done everything that I could have done to try and move them out of there.
And lastly, you said something which bothered me when Commissioner Baloy was engaging you, that you and Warrant Officer Setsedi used to be close, you used to work together, you seem to have had a falling out because of this case. Warrant Officer Setsedi made a statement in January 2022, and it's in file 2, exhibit file 2 on page 639. And reading that statement, reading it with yours, and I speak for myself, I'm prepared to accept that the two of you had a discussion about 5 exhibits being tested and weighed, and if there was variation between those 5, only then will the total follow. So To me, that's not a big deal because it seems like there was a discussion about a small number of bricks being looked at for the purposes of determining the total mass. And only if there are variations or if there's a big variation, then more exhibits will be needed. So I don't want you living here and saying he threw you under the bus. Yes, this part about 5 exhibits and others being needed is not in his new statement before the commission, but in his affidavit a few months after this discussion that you had with him, he says there was such a discussion. So I wanted to draw it to your attention. I don't want you to comment, but I don't want you living here thinking, but we did have this discussion. Why does he come to the commission and say it didn't happen? Because I accept this as his affidavit, and I read it the way I read it, and I will leave it there.
I'll just comment by saying thank you for that, Commissioner. It makes me feel a little better inside.
No, I just wanted to show
Yes.
you that there is that discussion about the mass and the fact that initially 5 exhibits will be weighed. If there's a big variation between those 5, then more will be needed for the purposes of determining the total mass. So such a discussion did happen, and it is there. And we leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I, looking at the same statement, and maybe for completeness as well, in fairness to Setsedi, Warrant Officer Setsedi, in that same paragraph, he says, I responded by, you were asking about destroying the exhibits here.
Yes.
And he says, I responded by saying, if they are going to destroy the exhibits, where will the total mass of the whole exhibit come from? So it seems even from this discussion with you, he was concerned about all the exhibits being accounted for, that the lab being able to speak to the total mass.
Commissioner, you're saying he was concerned about it.
It seems.
I think I was more concerned about it, Commissioner. This was the only viable option, according to him, weighing the 7 to 10 bricks. But if he told me, like his evidence here, we don't take samples, bring everything, bring it here, I would have done so.
Yes. No. I'm saying, all I'm doing is I'm reading a part of that paragraph where you have had a discussion. Commissioner Khumalo refers to it to point out that Warrant Officer Setsedi does speak to you discussing samples.
Okay.
That's the point that
Thank you.
Commissioner Khumalo is
Yes.
saying. And my only reference is to say, well, in the same paragraph, be mindful that he also says, when he asked about destruction, he asked if destroying the exhibits won't affect the case. That's what he says. I responded by saying, if they are going to destroy the exhibits, where will the total mass of the whole exhibit come from? You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see. Commissioner, there's no way I would ask an analyst, when do I destroy, or what did he say? How can I destroy exhibits? I'm familiar, I've done this hundreds of times. There's no way I'm going to ask an analyst, how do I go about destroying exhibits?
That part of the his
I
statement, you're saying we must
I think
disbelieve,
he's
we
got
must
his
disbelieve
lines mixed
it.
up. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
That's why I say ignore how you guys frame this thing, because even your statement now before the commission in paragraph 44 and 45, you do say the concern was about the average weight of the total exhibits.
Yes.
So the total mass was the discussion, and you needed the average, and for that you needed a certain number of bricks. Only if there's a variation, then you need. But that has to do with the quantity for the purposes of destruction.
Yes.
Because any sample, if, let's say, for example, the 5 exhibit bags that were sent to FSL, if that is all that was discovered, and that constituted the entire bust, there would have been no difficulty with analyzing that.
Yes.
So the issue is not whether that small sample could be analyzed or not. The issue was, if you want to destroy, you need to know what the total is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before I turn to my next question, I just want to be sure that I heard you correctly. I think in response to a question by Commissioner Kumalo, who premised his question on quote-unquote wisdom of hindsight. Now, looking back today, we are older, we are wiser. Your explanation was because of lack or absence of storage capacity, you stored at DPCI Port Shepstone offices. Is that correct? Did I hear correctly?
It's because of lack of storage place that I indicated to the brigadier
Okay.
that, yes.
So it's not because of lack of storage that they went to Port Shepstone. That's misleading. Because we established in the morning, there was storage at Maiden Wharf. So you can't even, wisdom of hindsight or otherwise, you can't sit here today and say there was no storage capacity in Durban. On the contrary, it has been demonstrated to you there was. With wisdom of hindsight, you realize now that there was capacity in Durban. You have to accept that. I don't
Yes,
think
Durban
we can
would have
quibble.
had
Yes.
capacity, yeah.
I just wanted to correct that lest there's a misunderstanding. My challenge on this issue of who is eventually responsible for the seized drugs is this. Earlier, you sought to persuade the commissioners that when Brigadier Nuswa instructed you, quote unquote, that's the word you used, to store them at DPCI Shepstone, he thereby assumed full legal responsibility for them. That was the position you held, and I think Commissioner Baloyi just re-engaged you on that issue, correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right. My confusion then is when he tells you on the 27th, no, he tells you after the 27th of October that there was an attempted break-in. Why do you get yourself involved? Why don't you say, that's your baby, they're your drugs, you've taken responsibility for them. Why must you be going to FSL to try and facilitate or expedite their reaction, their destruction, unless you were just doing him a favor?
No, you are correct.
Oh.
I should have done so. It's a police culture. You very rarely question your superiors, but I should have done so.
No, here it's not about questioning. He told you about a crisis that had befallen them. There was an attempted break-in. Your reaction was to then involve yourself, it would sound, on exhibits that are no longer your responsibility, notwithstanding the fact that you're in the investigating office. Why did you do all that? Because that is how you find yourself against FSL Amazim Toti as to who said what on what day and what was the content of the conversation, because you went to FSL Amazim Toti to chase up on drugs for which you had no responsibility, according to you?
Yes. Commissioner, it was the brigadier's direct words, follow up with the lab, when he called me and informed me about the attempted break-in. Follow up with the lab to see what we can do to either dispose or destroy. He asked me to follow up with the lab, and that's what I did.
Did I see that in your statement? Oh, okay. So was that an instruction?
He didn't say I'm instructing you, but I took it as an instruction.
You know, the problem with your explanations about this is you are the investigating officer, and yet you present to us as if Nuswa was running this. That's the problem with this discussion about these exhibits where they are sitting, there's an attempted break-in, how you respond, or your absence of a response, actually, to the news that there was an attempted break-in. It's as if this is Brigadier Nuswa's show, and we will ask him that. So I think whatever answer you are giving to us on this, be assured that it's a matter that he will be engaged on, whether once he had come in to assist you, and I use the word assist because that's what you did, you called him to assist you, to find a place. Once you had called him to come and assist you, you then sort of washed your hands off it while it's still there. It's now Brigadier Nuswa's baby. Even when you hear that there's an attempted break-in, well, it's not my problem. It's the Brigadier's problem. I do have a fundamental problem with accepting that that was your understanding, that what you're telling us is a true reflection of your understanding of that, your continued relationship with those exhibits.
Commissioner, once again, I'll say it in the normal course of things, if it was a small, normal exhibits that we handled, yes, I'm fully responsible as the investigating officer, fully responsible. This was an anomaly. It was a special circumstance. It was out of my control, or can I say it wasn't within my powers to acquire a suitable storage place. Although we've now established I hadn't exhausted all avenues, albeit, notwithstanding that, I'm saying once Brigadier Newswa made the decision to store in Port Shepstone, it moves away from the Durban area, it moves away from my control. He's a provincial commander. Yes, I do bear some sort of responsibility for those exhibits, but I can't do anything without his say-so. I can't go to Colonel Prinsloo and now just remove exhibits. The directive would have to come from a brigadier. And when he told me about the break-in, his words to me was follow up with the lab. So maybe I should have explicitly said it and said, okay, while I'm following up with the lab, Brigadier, you can try and acquire another place that's safer. Maybe I should have done that. But I'm still maintaining that if it was a normal course of things and it was a normal exhibits that we deal with, I've seized, it's an exhibit that's manageable, that I'm able to handle, yes, I will take full responsibility. It's outside now, it's so many 100 kilometers away from the Durban area. There's only so much influence I can exert on what happens to these exhibits, seeing as it's now at a unit, a Port Shepstone unit that's controlled by another lieutenant colonel who stored it there on directives of Brigadier Newswa. So yes, I won't wash my hands off completely, but I'll say I'm not totally responsible for the exhibits as I would have been had it been a normal bust with a normal amount of exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Colonel. Just a quick one to close on this. After the theft discovered on the 8th of November, were you ever involved in the issues regarding the burglary and theft itself?
When you say issues...
whether it is investigating what happened, or were you ever involved in any way regarding the burglary itself?
Other than going to that scene on the day when it happened,
Yes.
with a Captain Majola and canvassing the area for CCTV footage and that type of thing, there was nothing further I had done.
You indicated, I think yesterday, that, was it Warrant Officer Sibia at the time, was a very junior member who was not familiar with narcotics bursts, but you thought he was sufficiently knowledgeable that you brought him on this particular operation, do you recall? Are you aware that he instructed members at DPCI Port Shepstone to find information regarding the burglary after it occurred? Are you aware of that?
He instructed members, Commissioner. You say he instructed members?
I'll say instructed when he tells a member to initiate an information seeking exercise. I'm avoiding the word formal. I'm avoiding the formal word investigation. I want to find out if you are aware.
No, I'm not aware of that. Commissioner, can I just maybe expand?
Yes.
Although I said we did not investigate it, when I say that, it means officially we were not the investigating officers of the theft of drugs from Port Shepstone. Ultimately, head office took over that, which was foreseeable. Although we did not officially investigate it, yes, we tasked informers, we made inquiries, we did all of the necessary to see if those drugs pitched up somewhere in KZN.
Yes, indeed. This is investigations out there.
Yes.
What I'm referencing here is Warrant Officer, what's his name? Sibia, instructing another member to officially conduct that.
Okay,
That's
I wasn't aware of that.
So you didn't instruct him to do so?
No, Commissioner.
And in this report, so that to give perspective, CJC 267, CJC 267, that will be at page 798.
Is it here? I think it's on this one. Or is there?
Page 798, Chair.
Yes.
You located it.
Got it.
Colonel, I don't know if you, you've seen this statement before, but it's by Detective Sergeant Morne Clayton Jones, stationed at Port Shepstone SAPS, attached to the detectives. You see that?
Commissioner, maybe I want to point out something. I hope
Yes,
I'm not being
please do.
forward. This is Brigadier Spear. It's not the Spear that we were referring to with regards to this investigation. This is a Brigadier.
Okay.
Yes.
Who is Brigadier Sibia?
Council, our 798 is Jones. Is that
It is
what you
Jones?
said?
Yeah, Jones makes reference to a Spear.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Commissioners.
that's a clarification he's giving. Who's Brigadier Sibia?
The Brigadier Spear I know is one of the commanders at Provincial Organized Crime,
Okay.
based at Provincial Building in Durban.
Okay, so there, you're quite right. He references him at the second paragraph, main paragraph, that on the after the break-in on the 8th, he was tasked by Brigadier Sibia to see if he could find any information regarding this break-in as the drugs, which were stolen, amounted to 200 million at paragraph 4. You see where I'm reading?
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4, first line.
Yes.
Says, I was then tasked by Brigadier Sibia to see if I could find out any information regarding the break-in, as the drugs which were stolen amounted to 200 million.
I see that.
Okay?
Yes.
And if you go over leaflet 799, the last sentence highlighted in yellow, on 18 November, I received a phone call from Brigadier Sibia, who informed me that I must take this dock at Port Shepstone, that cast number, and hand it over to Lieutenant General Mgabozi at our provincial office in Durban, which I did. The investigation of this case was then taken over by a provincial team. And the clarification you provide is that I should not confuse reference to Brigadier Sibia here as meaning the warrant officer Sibia, who I
Yes,
take that. Thank you for that clarity. And you say what Brigadier Sibia is at Durban
He's
provincial
at
office?
Provincial Organized Crime.
Okay.
And I use this opportunity
Yes.
because 2 pages later on 801, just so that it's on record. It's the investigation diary of the 22nd of June 2021. So you'll see further down, they say the estimated value of the drugs seized, 243,450,000, and how they arrived at that is, they say is 450,000 per kilogram.
Yes,
So
I see.
if you times that by 541, that's how you get to the 243 million.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to move on to a different point very quickly. I hope we'll be able to deal with this. If we could go to, I'm looking for page 475. And that is CJC 239. CJC 239.
Yes, I've got it, Commissioner.
This is a letter dated 13 February. Colonel, I was saying that that document at page 475 is dated 13 February 2024, and it appears at the bottom to be from General Sinona.
Yes, Commissioner.
It is addressed to the Acting Provincial Commander, Serious Organized Crime Investigation, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, KwaZulu-Natal. Correct? Just for the record, who is or was the Acting Provincial Commander at the time?
I'm not sure why it says acting. As far as I know, during that period, it was still Brigadier Newswa. So I would think it was him, but I'm not sure why it says acting, or maybe if he was on leave, there was someone else in his place. So I'm unsure of that, Commissioner.
But in that period, Brigadier Newswa was the provincial commander.
He was.
This is regarding Warrant Officer Sander and his temporary placement to Provincial Support Services. And it reads, paragraph 1, a complaint was received on allegations of serious corruption against the above-mentioned member who is attached to the SANEB team at the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation. It has been decided that Warrant Officer Sander be placed on Provincial Support Services as from 13 February 2024, which is actually the date of the signature of that letter, until further notice, pending the outcome of this investigation. Kindly inform the member accordingly. First question, at this time, Warrant Officer Sander reported to you?
Yes, Commissioner.
When did you become aware of this transfer and how?
If I look at the date, it must have been on that date or 1 or 2 days afterward. I can't tell you offhand, but it would be there about the 13th of February 2024.
Okay. As his direct superior then, can you shed light on the allegations of this serious corruption allegation against him that led to this transfer? What was that investigation about?
Okay, firstly, I'll place on record, Commissioner, I was not the one handling the investigation. All I can tell you is second-hand information. It was allegations of dealing or selling drugs to nightclubs in the Florida Road area, and allegations of theft of cocaine.
Now, at the time he was transferred as his immediate superior, did you engage with the then provincial commander, Brigadier Newswa, or whether somebody was acting, and or Brigadier Sinona as to why a member of your team is being transferred? Did you engage with anyone about this?
Yes, I did engage with Brigadier Newswa.
And what was the extent and level of your engagement?
Just to ask him what's going on. You know, we had this member as being temporarily placed at support services. And
Were you? Sorry.
Yes, and he informed us that there's allegations against him. Once the investigation is finalized, if he's cleared, he'll come back, but he's going to be moved there.
Was that the extent of your involvement in this transfer?
In his transfer?
No, in this investigation that led to this transfer.
I had no active role in this investigation. It was handled by a colonel from Port Shepstone office.
Active or passive, I want to understand whether you played no role. You are his boss, so to speak.
Yes.
And you're making it sound like General Sinona will sidestep you and begin to transfer members even under your command without resort to you. Is that how it works at SAPS DPCI?
Commissioner, I'll give you an example. I faced allegations of...
Now, we'll get to you. Let's stick to this one, Colonel. Thank you.
Yes, this was a directive. It was an instruction, not an engagement. This is an instruction that you comply with. But I did engage with Brigadier Newswa, and he gave me the gist of it as to why this member is being moved.
Why is it only a gist when you are responsible for him, he reports to you directly? I would expect at least an engagement that would talk about the potential impact on your unit's work when suddenly there are transfers like this. I would expect a more meaningful engagement. Are you suggesting none was had with you?
Commissioner, the way these processes work.
No, Colonel, it's late in the day. You have a flight to catch on this matter.
Yes. I'm saying I don't have, this investigation goes to an objective party, not to a commander of the member. That's how the police works. It goes to an objective member who has no relationship with the member for further investigation.
Colonel, you are not talking generalities. I'm asking about this transfer
Yes.
and this investigation. Were you not engaged in a meaningful way?
No, I was
By
not
anyone?
engaged. No, not in a meaningful way. I was told this member is being moved, and these are the reasons.
And if evidence were to be produced that in fact you were an active part of this and it was not Brigadier Nyuso, what would your comment be? Or would you challenge such evidence to be put forward?
When you say an active part, Commissioner, what?
It was, are you actively engaging with Major General Sinona on this matter?
You know, like I said, the investigation went to a certain individual, a colonel. But during the course of my career or my engagements with the brigadier and the general, I won't go into detail, but it's not only this member. There were other members that allegations were made against, and we were asked just to activate informers and check if there's anything. But I can say with confidence, there's nothing damning, there's nothing that I had done in order to get this to happen, to ensure that he stays away. There's no action that I took that actually prejudiced the member. But if you get an instruction, okay, these are allegations, look into this. We've heard we've had allegations, look into this. You guys know Durban. That was merely my role. But with regards to investigating this matter and seeing if the allegations were true, it was incumbent upon another colonel from Port Shepstone.
Is your evidence that you only became aware of this after he was suspended or after he was placed elsewhere, of these allegations, or in fact the fact that he's being placed somewhere else?
You know, if I look at this date, I can't recall offhand whether my engagements were with Brigadier Nyuswa was when the member was transferred or prior. I can't recall exactly.
But you say that's your only involvement with this?
With this, yes, with this placement and the movement, yes. I'm going to go further to say, at some points, yes, I was asked to draft certain progress reports on things, but not with regards to this member here, not with regards to this member, on other investigations. But this, there was somebody else involved in it. I was not hands-on here.
You see, Warrant Officer Sanda said you were in the room when he was called in, and a document was waved around that there's this email which is making allegations against you. He says you were in that room when that happened.
Yes, it would only be proper, me as the unit commander, to be there.
Well, I thought your only involvement with this was when now you were asking what's happening with my member, and then Brigadier Nyuswa then says to you there are allegations against him. I thought that, in fact, not I thought, that's what you said. I'm putting to you that, but that's not true. That's not correct. That's all you got involved with. You were in the room when, according to him, you were in the room when he was called in and was told you are being placed elsewhere. You're going to be placed elsewhere because there are allegations against you. Is it true that you were in the room?
I can't even recall, Commissioner, honestly. It may have been the case. I can't recall it.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
You don't dispute,
I don't dispute
when he
that,
says you were in the room?
It could be possible because it would only be proper that the unit commander be there.
Indeed.
Yes.
I would expect you to say, I must have been in the room, even if I don't have independent memory, because I'm his unit commander. Not to start with, my only engagement about this was with Nyuswa.
Yes, I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Judging, I think, by my notes, that was my last question to the witness.
Is it about this?
No,
Still?
about his testimony to the commission.
No, I want to see if I can ask a question on this still, on
Oh,
this
no, yes,
topic.
yes,
of
yes, you
suspicion.
can, and I take back my words. There's still another question I forgot. I keep forgetting this particular question. Apologize.
Yes. So, Colonel, what Warrant Officer Sender testified to is that he then gets placed in, I think, supply chain or another place where he's placed. And nothing is said to him. He remains there until he's moved elsewhere. And he only finds out that this investigation, or supposed investigation, was closed, I think 4 months or 4 weeks later. I think he said 4 weeks after he was first moved. He found out because he asked someone at Port Shepstone, I think he said, and he was told, they looked it up and then they said, no, but this thing was closed 4 weeks after it was referred. Now, accepting that as what happened for purposes of my discussion with you, are you saying to us, you lose a member of long service with narcotics, an experienced member in your unit who reports to you directly? You don't know, you don't ask, when is this investigation ending? I'm one member short. I'm one experienced member short. You do not ask what's happening with this investigation. Is that what you're telling the Commission?
No, I'm not telling the Commission.
Yeah.
that.
What are you telling the Commission about on that score?
Okay. Maybe if I had to put it in perspective of how the police works when it comes to these things, right? Firstly, I was informed the member is under investigation. That is why he is being moved. I've got no say in that.
He's under investigation because you were in the room
Yes.
when he was told that an allegation has been made. So it's no longer, you and I have cleared that, in fact, your first account to us, that you found out that he's under investigation because of engagement, because you were wondering what's happening with our member, where he is, that's not an accurate reflection of what happened. You were in the very room where he was told there are allegations against you. Okay? So you know, so let's move from this. You know your member, you were in the room when your member was told there are allegations against you. You become aware from that he gets placed elsewhere, right? My question accepts those two as a basis, and my question is, but he gets cleared. In fact, that investigation gets shut down. He finds out much later. I'm asking you about, once at any point you don't consider to ask, to check what's happening with my warrant officer because I'm one person short. And I ask that question because I expect that a manager or a superior of an employee who has experience, who is part of a unit which is now one person weaker, would have an interest in knowing where are things with this member of my team.
Commissioner, I was not aware the investigation was finalized within 4 days or 4 months or whatever he says. When I did get word from, I'm not sure whether it was the brigadier or the general, that there's nothing that's come out of this, it was my call. It was because of me. I'm the one who proposed. Now it's over. There's no reason to keep him at supply chain management. And that's when he came back to the unit.
When you found out, you didn't think to tell him whenever you inquired and you were told there's nothing to it. You didn't think that as his immediate superior, he's entitled to, it's only right, in fact, that he be told that that complaint or that allegation against you has in fact been found to have nothing to it and the investigation has been shut. You didn't think it was the appropriate thing to do and the right thing
it was appropriate and I did so. That's how the member ended up back at the unit.
No, the member found out for himself. And he says to us, long after he had been moved around, long after he went and asked, and that's the only way. In fact, I asked him, did you ever get feedback on this, that this investigation, nothing has come of it? His answer was an emphatic no. I never received anything in writing except for this. I never received the allegations that were being investigated against me. I was told in a room that there's an email that came in. Never shown that email in the room in which you were. I never received anything, any report, and it went quiet until eventually I asked, and that's how I found out that I've been cleared. So according to him, it didn't come from you.
No, according to me, it did come from me.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just get clarity on Warrant Officer Sanda? In June 2021, was he part of your team?
Yes, he was, Commissioner.
So you could have dispatched him to the depot on the day?
Yes, I could have.
Because we know that a month later in July, he was involved in the 999 kilogram bust.
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct.
And it goes back to tying up my earlier point that because you were on leave and there were capable members of your team who could have attended to the scene, it was not necessary for you to cut short your leave and become involved, especially knowing that even a day after you would need to go back on leave because your leave was only going to end at the end of the month.
You know, Commissioner, every policeman would like to boost his ego with a good bust. Carl Sanders had...
Let's not go back there. For all you knew, it was 5 kilograms.
But I'm saying a
for
container...
all you knew, it
but I'm
was
saying,
5 kilograms.
Commissioner, if you look at
For you
seizures,
to wake up and say, come and fetch me, I will
Yes.
attend the briefing where I will be told that it is 27 kilograms or 27 bags. When you got up and you said, come and fetch me,
Yes.
you didn't know that this was going to boost your ego. You did not know that this was a big bust. All you knew at that point is at a depot, there's a container,
Yes.
and it might contain cocaine.
Yes.
So to say it was going to boost your ego and your decision was based on that, that cannot fly.
Commissioner, any container bust, even if you get, if you get 5 kilos, 5 kilos of cocaine is like 2 million, close to 2 million street value. It's not every day you get a bust like that. So even the fact that I highlighted, I went off from leave to attend a normal search, it doesn't really matter on the amount, the magnitude, but this, when I heard it's a container thing, yes, it will boost your ego to know that you've been part of a bust where, and most of the times in a container, you're not getting less than 10 kilos at least. So that was my reason.
Colonel, it all leaves one with the impression that you wanted to be there, you wanted to take control of the scene, you wanted to manage it the way you managed it, you wanted the drugs to go to a particular place, and we know what happened to the drugs.
Commissioner, I strongly disagree with that. You know, and I'm going to add something else, Commissioner, just to enlighten the Commission. Drug busts went on even in the absence of Carl Sanders, interdictions at the harbour. Not to shoot him down, but it's not the member himself that was prolific in terms of identifying containers or doing further investigations, and it's a matter of getting the information from your contact at Crime Intelligence. So he was not the be-all and end-all. We've got many competent...
No, I think the question is different now. I think Commissioner Kumalo is way past the question of why you came back from leave.
Like I said...
Now, yeah, I don't know. I thought so. Can you please respond to...
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Commissioner, if I had a history of being office-bound and I'm somebody that never goes out, somebody that never carries cases, yeah, even Sechedi will tell you, clan labs, I've identified clan labs, I love that action, I love investigation, I love being out on the field. So if I was somebody that normally didn't do it, and now all of a sudden I get this energy while I'm on leave to go start working, then I can agree with you, Commissioner, that it doesn't look good. But if you find out from even whoever, any colleagues that work with me, I'm that type of person. So I know your other witnesses appeared before the commission and things. We saw guys were office bound and they just went out. For me, that was totally not the case. I'm somebody, if you look at my history, my convictions, my clan labs, it speaks for itself. I may not be as articulate as some of our other members and able to promote myself such that the country sees me as a hero, but I've done what I needed to do, and okay, that's it. I won't say more, Commissioner.
You are actually very articulate. Did you hear me?
Say it again, Chair.
I'm saying you are actually very articulate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just made my day.
Thank you, Commissioner.
May I just
Absolutely.
follow up on Commissioner Khumalo? You chose Warrant Officer Sibia to be part of this operation. Why him? Maybe let me start there. You have other members in the unit.
Yes.
Why him?
When Pangase and I spoke, and then I think he walked around the office, he knew who was around. Then I asked him, check for anybody else. He told me, I'm not even sure what he said, but I told him, is KG there? Because I think Carl Sanders was on leave at that time, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think anybody else was around. I can't recall exactly, but KG Sibia and I, he worked under me at EPR as well. So we've got a close relationship. I get on well with the member. So that's the reason for it. There's no
Well, I ask you because in his statement, and remember the context in which we are asking these questions is because of these obvious anomalies that happened and resulting in the loss of these drugs which in circumstances that really do not make sense. In his statement, he says he has no experience in these kind of operations. He's never done it. It's not part of what he does in his everyday job. He tells us in his statement what he does. So there is that curiosity of why would you have picked him? You are on leave, you are not in the office. You don't say to Mbanga, find someone else in the office. So I'm not even saying Sanders. I don't know if he was or was not on leave. I know he was on leave when the drugs got lost. So I'm not concerned so much about him. I'm concerned about you run a unit that has other members who do narcotics. Surely it's not just you and Bangase and Sanders, right?
Correct.
And you pick someone who doesn't do this in the normal course of their work, in fact, does not have any experience. It doesn't make sense that you would have picked him away from the office. It's not as if you were walking down the corridor and you saw him.
Okay.
You're sitting in your house and you pick him by name. That's a great curiosity in the circumstances of what happened eventually.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to disclose something in this commission that I initially chose not to. You know, we don't like to air our dirty laundry. I told you I was moved to commercial crime from 2018 to 2019 for 1 year. There were allegations against me. I was moved there till the investigation was finalized. It was over a year before I got back to the Sanheb unit. And when I got back there, part of my problems of why I landed up in commercial crime was due to the fact that certain Sanheb members and I were not seeing eye to eye, and allegations were made. I know some were fabricated. Not I know. They were fabricated against me because it was unfounded. So when I got back to organized crime, and when this opportunity came up, most of those Sanheb members that were available, I've since mended my bridges. It's water under the bridge now. Honestly, most of those guys there and I were not on good terms. The tension was still there. So I saw fit now to choose guys that I knew we were friends, there was no issue between us, to choose guys of that standing so that now we can now ride on this high horse to say, hey, we've done a nice drug bust, It may sound silly, it may sound petty. I've disclosed this to, I think, the evidence leaders behind the scenes. I'm not sure whether it was Advocate Sello or Ngube. And I said I don't want to air dirty laundry. And that's the reason I made my choice of members of who I did choose. And I think the commission knows that maybe my choice in the end is something that worked against me, right? So I'm saying I made it because of that, because I was not getting on very well with some of those guys that were available, and that's why I chose who I chose. And to those at the office who wondered why I chose those members, I've disclosed it to them because exactly what you're saying, Commissioner. I knew it, they will
So
wonder.
is Warrant Officer Mpangase, or was, because he's no longer there, the only SANEP member that you got along with at the time?
No, like I said, I'm sure Carl was on leave, right? But maybe there was one or two others, maybe one or two. But
Yes, and why did you not pick them? Because they have experience. You're taking somebody
Yes.
who, on their own account, say, but this is not what I do every day. So you pick someone out of the environment,
Yes.
of experience that you have. And it doesn't make sense unless you say, well, the only one I got along with was Mpangase, so I had to pick somebody else. And that's not what you're saying.
Yes. Commissioner, the role of any other member who I would have called was not that an in-depth role that you need to know drug investigations 100%.
Yeah, but it could have been a member who's pliable and who will tell a story that you tell. For example, you all say ORS and customs were there. It may well be. So it's not as if, don't proceed on the basis that it's common cause, that it wouldn't make a difference who you pick. An experienced member may well have told you, we cannot move these drugs from here at the harbor. So do not do it's of no consequence, because it is of consequence. So the answer of, they would have played a minimal role, no, that's not a good answer. Give an answer, why did you not pick an experienced member in your team that you get along with?
Yes.
I'm prepared to accept maybe pettiness, excuses, you not picking Sanders or the most experienced members in the team. I accept that and I don't quarrel with that. But you got along with others who are on duty, who it is their everyday job to do operations like this. You go and pick a junior, by your description, a very junior person, who, according to you, it doesn't matter that they are there. It's not as if they're going to play a critical role. You choose to do that. That does require an explanation, especially in an operation that goes so horribly wrong, where you come in from leave, you go away, you remain involved in the matter, you come back, bad decisions are made throughout in the handling of these exhibits until they are stolen. You have to have a better answer about why this person who's ignorant about these operations, why him? It's suspicious, give a better answer.
Okay. Also, Commissioner, I can't tell you 100% who was available, but it was that time of the morning where members are out on investigation. So if Pangase had suggested another name of a member who I didn't have any tension with, I would have chose them. There was no special reasoning behind my choosing of
You know, in your evidence, you have said to us, when your commander speaks, I can't contradict them. That's what you've said, and that's how you've excused your conduct and failure to act. You say, well, my commander has made a decision, has told me we are going to Port Shepstone, has not moved the drugs. That applies to you and Mpangase as well. You tell him, you don't ask him. You don't say, who's in the office? And then he gives you a list of names and then you pick from that. You actually name the person you want. So your answer has to be premised. The premise of your answer has to be, you made the choice. You told Mpangase who to approach. And on your view that you take about the authority of the words of your superior, of course he was going to follow your instruction, which is to find Sibia. So don't blame Mpangase for anything to do with this choice. It's all on you. And you have to give a satisfactory explanation on these facts. On another day, it may not matter, but we are dealing with an operation that went horribly wrong. And so you have to explain all your decisions and satisfactorily explain your decisions, including why Sibia, who has nothing to do with the kind of work that you do, which is narcotics.
Okay. Commissioner Mayor, answer it with a practical case scenario. I'll give you an example of another operation and members that were used, or am I being, or is that me pointing fingers and you don't want to hear that? Can I give you, just to show you how things work?
If it enhances your answer about Sibiya, why you chose Sibiya, by all means, but if it's just to relate another case and it doesn't enhance the quality of your answer, don't, because it is of no value whatsoever.
It's fine, then I won't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. The one question I kept forgetting. On the 22nd of June, as you say, till the 29th, you were on leave, 2021. And you've had engagement with the commissioners about your continued involvement in the inquiry after the drugs were taken to Port Shepstone, DPCI offices, you recall?
Yes.
I want to understand firstly, I guess, how does it work in SAP, so DPCI, KZN, when you are on leave, is no one appointed to act in your place?
There would have been a captain that was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, any challenges that Warrant Officer Mpangase experienced after he took over as an investigating officer, was it not appropriate to direct them to the person acting in your stead?
Yes, it would have been appropriate to do so.
And you seem to have allowed him not to do so, but to direct these queries to you and seek assistance from you. Was that appropriate?
I deemed it appropriate because I was there for the actual crime scene, but in the normal course of things, no, it would be prudent to let the acting commander take charge of that.
Indeed, because you are no longer responsible once somebody is appointed to act in your stead. You are supposed to wash your hands, quote unquote, of it. Otherwise, then you are interfering in their very acting appointment.
You know, Commissioner, I won't agree 100% with that. It happens all the time. You're on leave, you started a certain process, now you need to follow up. It's only you who can do it. So the leave doesn't really affect our managerial.
Can I stop you, because I think you might just create problems for yourself, and perhaps it's not necessary. I accept we are all tired now. I just want to put this proposition to you. The fact that it happens all the time doesn't make it right. Will you accept that?
I do.
Okay. I accept that it happens all the time in your case, in the DPCI, and maybe that is part of the problem. Nobody seems to comply with any applicable prescripts and protocols. So even acting appointments are affected and they're immediately undermined. That's what's coming across, and I don't know if that's the impression you want to create with the commissioners. That's what happens, but the impression that you are trying to create with the commissioners, that is quite in order.
No, I'm not trying to create
Okay. As an aside, I asked this question because I kept forgetting about it. I have another question more related to Warrant Officer Sander. But if I'd posed this one first, I would have once again forgotten my question about being on leave. Have you ever recommended Warrant Officer Sander for promotion? I
can't recall. No, I haven't.
No, are you sure?
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. I can't. If you may have something, I can't recall. There's nothing very special or that I would remember. I'm sure I recommended other members as well. I'm not sure in what context, so maybe you can
I would expect you to have recommended other members. I think yesterday, at least the point you drove home is that you are a fairly small unit out in the DPCI KZN, right?
That's correct.
So if you have, and that unit hasn't grown much, you would know who you've recommended and who you haven't recommended. You wouldn't suggest you have recommended me out of 10 and you are the 10th in circumstances when you know you've never. It's not like you're recommending 100 people. So you know whether or not you recommended him.
I can't recall. It's different intakes, different phases of promotion, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I'm referring to the 2021, November 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And he was seeking to be promoted to the rank of captain. and you, the whole other document, and you signed and supported him with the comment that the member is suitable for promotion, signed by you on 17 November 2021. No recollection.
Okay, yes, now I recall. That's
Okay.
a part a commander recommends his member whether they're suitable or not for promotion. Yes, I
Yes.
did. Yes.
And he wasn't promoted.
Evidently so, Commissioner.
Do you know why?
I can't say why.
Okay. Did you ever assist him to get promoted to other positions, perhaps, or
When you say assist him, Commissioner?
however, whether to establish why he wasn't promoted and if it's a training issue to ensure that he receives an appropriate training?
Commissioner, what I can say, I've never sat on a panel where he has appeared before me on a promotion
I'm not
panel.
asking as a panel member, I'm asking as somebody who reports to you,
Yes.
who sought your support, and you gave that support, and they are unsuccessful in that endeavor.
Yes.
What, you bury it there, you don't even
Yes,
interest yourself
we
to
bury
find
it
out
there,
why?
It's improper to now find out from a selection panel. It's not done. It's now that you are interfering. It's not
No,
done.
you know that's not what I'm talking about. You find out from the person who sought support from you what went wrong. Was it the questioning? Was it the level of experience? You have that engagement and you say, we will try again. I never sent you to go ask the panel anything. Why would you be going there?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the most I can do is recommend him and say that he's suitable for promotion. After that, if I'm not on a panel, it's out of my hands, Commissioner.
Oh, I thought you would be recommending him for promotion because it would enhance the capacity of your team. No, not necessarily. He was reporting to you at the time?
Yes, but I'm not sure where the promotion he applied for was, Commissioner. So,
I'll leave it there.
yes.
Chair and Commissioners, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yes. Colonel, just to clarify some aspects of your earlier evidence that I might have missed as you explained them. And it's on different topics. There are not more than 4. The first is when you got to Isipingo police station,
Yes.
you say something about the availability of evidence bags when you were there. Can you just repeat what it is that you're saying about the availability? What happened when you were there about the availability of bags?
Warrant Officer Perumal did not have the required size bags.
Okay,
That I can distinctly remember. He had no bags.
okay.
Yes,
So there was nothing.
there was no bags.
Okay. Did you consider to phone, because I'm assuming you accept that these exhibits, soonest possible, they have to be bagged in evidence bags.
Yes.
You are at a police station where you are entering them into SAP, into the SAP 13. Did you not consider to phone other stations and inquire if they have evidence bags so that you can do this properly?
I did consider that. There's no real go-to person. You phone a station, then he'll refer you to an exhibit clerk. But just to let you know, we have done that before, Commissioner.
No, I'm asking about this operation.
no, I didn't.
You are at Isiping, because in your statement you don't say that you called around to find out if anyone has got these bags. We earlier looked at the instruction which says you go to the police station and this is what you do. So I'm asking my question in that context, that you are at a police station, you tell us that there were no evidence bags. There is a debate, there is a different version from Warrant Officer Perumal that this never even came up. But I'm happy for purpose of our discussion to go with your version, which is you asked him and he said he didn't have bags. The question is, well, to do things properly at that point, because now you are not rushing, you are in the precinct of a police station, you haven't said there was a risk of anything, we need to do this quickly. Why did you not phone around to request the right size evidence bags so that they are brought to you, or you be told we don't have? Why did you not do that?
I can't answer that, but maybe this will answer it a little. I was of the understanding with Pangase that when they get to Port Shepstone, the bagging can be done there, because by that time it was already entered. Yes, I did not make the decision. I've had experiences where guys run around and get 3 bags and 2 bags and 5 bags. So based on that, I didn't want to waste time. I said, okay, we've crossed that bridge now. We didn't put it in bags. We here at Isipingo, they don't have bags. They don't have space. So now my next step, okay, the brigadier has chosen Port Shepstone, and I discussed with Pangas, when you get to Port Shepstone, make sure you put it in bags, enter it in a 13 at Port Shepstone station.
You did that well knowing and understanding that you should be begging them at Isipingo
Yes, I
before they are put onto anyone's vehicle and transported to Port Shepstone. You knew that you have to get evidence bags and bag them there at Isipingo as a matter of rule or law or regulation or instruction. They had to be bagged there.
Yes, that's correct.
You knew that.
But with no bags, that is why I took that decision.
We know there were no bags. We know that for a fact. So I'm not engaging about were they ever bagged or not. We know they were not bagged. So my discussion with you is different. It is about why did you not phone around? I think you explained earlier why it is important that they are bagged, right? You have explained the importance of it. And I'm asking you, important as it is, essential, in fact, as it is, why do you not phone around? Because you're not rushing anywhere at that point. There is no risk of attack. All the things that you said about moving from the depot, they are non-existent now that you are at Isipingo. So you have, if you like, the luxury of time to phone around and hopefully get the bags and do it properly. You did not do that. You did not do that.
I didn't do it. It's time consuming as well.
Yeah, but you can't. No, I think it's worse. I think stop there. Do not say it's time consuming, because it gets worse with that explanation. You did not. You did not call around.
I did not.
Okay, and you accept you should have. National instruction requires you to bag these things there. You accept you should have found out if you can get the bags elsewhere before you transported them unbagged.
Yes, I concede.
Okay. In your relating to that, in your statement, and here I want to understand the process. You arrived at Isipingo police station. You went into the police station to find the exhibit clerk. I think that's what you say. In your statement, you also say that when you got there, the members started offloading while you went in to find the exhibit clerk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a window where you lost sight of these exhibits that are not bagged, that are not yet in an SAP 13. You lost sight of them at some point. There's a window, there has to be.
Yes, there was.
They started unloading them.
Yes.
You went inside.
Yes.
Right. So in that period, you did not have sight.
No, I did not.
So you wouldn't know if any of the exhibits may have been tampered with in that period. Or would you? And if you say, I would know, explain why you would know.
I wouldn't say I would have known exactly, but every operation you have to have some element of trust, Commissioner. There will be, at not every point in time, you can have your eyes on exhibits. So there is
I'm talking about this operation, and I'm going to say to you, if LCRC had been on the scene,
Yes.
there would have been eyes on that, right? While you go in, you would have waited. You should have waited. I want to suggest to you that you should not, as the leader of that operation, you should not have lost sight of these exhibits. And the proposition I'm making to you, and it has to be, you have to say, yes, I'm correct when I say to you, in the time that you left to go and find the exhibit clerk, anything could have happened with those exhibits. You wouldn't know.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. So if Warrant Officer Sibia took a break, you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, no.
Yes, thank you. And then you also say in your statement, and you can correct me, and we are still at Isipingo. You also say we did the counting, so that you get the clerk, and now you're counting. Were the ORS people, where are they at that point? You say in your statement, and I want to tell you this so that I'm not tricking you, right? You say in your statement that they were present when the counting, you all did the counting. Am I correct in that reflection?
You know, when I say they were present, remember, Commissioner, it can't be 4 or 5 people that's counting at the same time. Yes, they were present. They were present enough to know when we inspected those bags, more or less how many was inside each bag. They didn't
What does
wait.
that mean? Just explain what you mean when you say they were present when we inspected those bags. What is that inspection that they were present for?
When we did offload those bags from their marked vehicle, Commissioner, we placed all of those bags on the ground. Those bags were opened. I'm not sure who was the first one that took out the bricks, but the bricks were offloaded and was laid there in piles. So I'm not sure how many bags were offloaded in their presence. It could have been all the bags that were offloaded in their presence. But maybe, I'm jumping ahead of myself. All of these bags were offloaded and the bricks were kept on the side of them.
So the bags offloaded, you include that the bricks were taken out of the bags?
That's correct.
And you say the ORS were still there?
They were there when we unpacked and counted 20, majority was 20. There was one bag, the 27th bag, that had 21. But the ORS guys, remember, Commissioner, they also need to make a report of how many we seized. So I see they did leave a little prematurely. But they knew the count of the bags, that it had 20 and one had 21. Maybe they didn't do the maths, but they knew there were 27 bags, and when we offloaded them, the 27th one had 21 bricks, all the rest had 20. That I can say with confidence. Maybe they were not there when we did the tally. By that time, they said they had to leave and conduct their other duties. But they were there when the bags were offloaded and the bricks were counted. Enough to say that there was 20 in each one, except for the 27th bag that had 21. I can say that with confidence.
You see, I think his warrant officer, Govender, says we arrived, we took the bags off the vehicle, and we left to go and do our job. So he doesn't say the same thing that you say.
I've got his statement, Commissioner.
Yes.
If you can look at the inquiry, I'm not sure where it would be, but
I'm going to try and help you find it because I also flagged it.
Whose statement are we looking for?
Looking for Governor.
Yes, if you look at file number 2, and under tab,
At 779, what's it, 7?
are you at 779?
Because, Commissioner, I just want to point out, this is not the statement I'm alluding to. I'm alluding to the statement that is filed in the inquiry and signed by Sergeant Govender.
Well, I'm looking at page 601, which is Govender, and it has his signature. It's on the 22nd of June, 2022. That's the one that I have read. If you've got another one that says what you're saying, then we can go there. In the last paragraph, he says, Colonel Jacob informed us that the exhibit must be transported to Isipingo SAPS. We then transported the 27 black bags.
I don't think the
Oh, he's
Colonel
not there yet. I'm so sorry.
has
Yes.
your attention.
Okay, Commissioner, I just want to point out, this is not the statement filed in my inquiry. Right?
Sorry,
This
say that
statement
again.
is obtained by somebody else. It's obtained by the team that were investigating the theft of these drugs. So
Yeah, but what's the significance of that?
the content is different. The content is different. Because I did read this with some concern. But the content is different. If you look at the evidence leader-
Perhaps wait for Commissioner Baloy's point.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
I think I know where she's headed, but you may go.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
You can refer to another statement if you want to, but
Not
this is,
another,
you
the
know,
statement that
yeah,
I
this is the
said.
statement that I'm referring to where he says We offloaded them at the parking area and we left and drove back to continue with our duties. So on this statement at least, they didn't stay beyond taking your bags off their vehicle and then they left. You make them more present than what he's describing here. You say the bags were offloaded, we opened them and we took the bricks out and we were lining them up and they were still there.
Commissioner, once again, if you see who took the statement, when I started off leading my evidence and reading my statement, it's obtained by the team investigating this theft of drugs. To me, all of their statements are questionable. I think even if we call Sergeant Governor and show him the statement that I obtained from him, if he says otherwise, then I'll say, Commissioner, you have a point here. These statements, when they were taken from these individuals, I can't say specifically for Governor, but what I've noticed a trend that all of these statements seem to follow a certain pattern where it's pointing fingers at certain individuals. I've got a statement filed in the docket that the same team investigating the theft of drugs from Port Shepstone are very familiar with. They've seen it, they have it. So you go take another statement that's contradicting what this individual said to me. And maybe for the record, we can read his statement out and compare it. But I'm not sure why I didn't have him under duress. I don't make him present when I'm opening the lock, so I'm not misleading in his statement. If you look at my statement, although initially, there was...
No, you had made him present when you opened the lock at the depot.
No, I'm saying I did that in error because of Pangase's notes. But when I did take Governor and Mkize's statement, nowhere does it say they were present when we opened the lock. My point being, Commissioner, there's no deception.
Are you saying he made these allegations in this paragraph under duress?
I'm not saying under duress, but I'm saying I took a statement from him freely and voluntarily, and it says otherwise. Maybe we look at that, Commissioner?
Yes, I said yes. You can refer us to it.
Okay.
But maybe before you do that, can we at least accept that we are talking about a signed statement from Governor?
Yes, that's correct.
So he indicated, in fact, it is under oath.
Yes.
He indicated under oath that which he describes there is in fact his testimony under oath in this statement.
I'll just hear from the evidence leader which filed this.
Okay.
Chair, Commissioner Baloyi, might it assist to go to the other statement? Then perhaps I don't know what point the Colonel wants to make.
I think he's asking you to assist him locate that
It's
other
page
statement.
267.
It sounds like Commissioner Kumalo has it.
Page 627. That is the first Governor statement. The one you are discussing is the second Governor statement. So if I guess, Colonel, you can keep your finger on one of them while you discuss the other, so you don't lose. Those are the two Governor statements that we have. And then perhaps then you may address yourself to Commissioner Baloyi.
Okay.
Listening?
Okay. Commissioner, may I read paragraph 5 of page 627?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant Mkize and I, together with other DPCI members, transferred these black bags from the container into a H1 marked state vehicle that I was driving. I counted 27 such bags. We were escorted by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and his team to Isipingo SAP, where we assisted in offloading the black bags. The DPCI members were busy counting the yellow and black bricks of suspected cocaine when we left the scene. From my observations, each bag contained approximately 20 such bricks. We then left the scene and proceeded with our normal duties.
Yes, and you say that says what?
It says that he noticed 20, that's what he's saying, approximately 20 bricks in each bag. And Commissioner, I want to further add that no policeman involved in something of this nature will not write up their pocketbook properly to say what they had done on that day.
You see, I raise this with you because in your statement at paragraph 25, you say, we proceeded with the count of the bricks of cocaine with the police border members.
Yes.
It's not the same as what you're reading in paragraph 5.
Yes.
He's saying you were counting, he left when you were counting. That's what he says in the one that you're referring
Yes.
to. But you're saying something completely different in your paragraph 25. You say, we proceeded with a count of the bricks of cocaine with the border police members.
Yes.
So you are involving them in the counting in that paragraph 25.
Yes, and like I'm saying, Commissioner, they may not have been part of the physical counting. There's only so many people that can handle exhibits, but they were there. They
He
conveyed-
says he left when you were counting. The statement that you refer to assist you, it says he left when you were counting. Your statement says he was involved with the counting. Do you not see
I
and
said
understand?
when we proceeded to start counting, Commissioner,
You say what?
we proceeded to start counting. Something
With
like
the border police members?
that. They were there. The fact that they chose to
No,
leave, Commissioner, is not-
Colonel. We've had a long 2 days with you. You state in your statement you counted with the border police members. That's what you convey. My English is not that bad. Trust me, it's not that bad. You convey in that first line that you counted with the border police members. That's what that line says. And until one reads something different, the only meaning of your sentence is Governor and Mkhize were involved, were part of the count. And Governor says, in the one statement, he says, we offloaded the bags and we left. But he says the same thing in even more words. In the one that you referred to, he says, we offloaded the bags and left when the police were counting. So he doesn't include himself in the count.
This is a statement he furnished me, Commissioner,
Okay.
under oath.
All right, thank you. And then lastly, can I, in fact, two last questions. And the one is just to make sure that I have correctly understood your evidence. In the time after the exhibits are deposited at Port Shepstone, from that date on, you did not have anything to do with these exhibits. You never came to know what's in that room, how many are in that room. Physically, you've never walked in to check, nothing. You had nothing to do with the physical exhibits in the entire time until they were stolen. Yes, your last
Engage,
engagement with the physical items was at Isipingo outside the police station.
yes.
Okay, all right. And then lastly, and I promise you this is lastly, I still don't understand, and it might be that I need you to say it again so I understand the explanation properly. You returned to the container on the 1st of July. And it's not clear, so it's not clear to me why you returned, because on the 22nd, you got the consignment that you were told was in the container. You were told 27 bricks. I think that's what you all expected. It's 27 bricks. As it turns out, it's 27 bags, I think. So you all are happy and good. In fact, your informant, crime intelligence, has left. He's happy that, in fact, what he had been informed was coming through. It has been found. You're done. When you go back, you say, why do you go back?
To the container.
Yes.
Because
And remember that your evidence is you also looked around. You did a pick. That's what you tell us, that you did do an eye observation of the container and you were satisfied that you got everything. Why do you go back?
Okay, it's a norm that we sealed the container, we went back, and I think I explained previously, there were 50 kilogram bags, which confirmed what the packing list said. Now, if I had noticed that there were 10 bags short, 10, 50 kilogram bags, then we're looking at a 500 kilogram deficit within your load. If there were 10 bags short, then it would lead me to draw the inference that it's possible the consignee knew about this because they're supposed to be expecting a certain number. Now there are 10 bags short, which amounts to the weight that that cocaine would have taken up. Because remember, containers are weighed as well to see whether it corresponds with what the documentation says. So that's the purpose of doing that further unpack. Firstly, to check there's no additional drugs. Secondly, to see if the packing list corresponds, to see if the consignee is being honest with us. So it's purely for that, for the sake of being thorough. That's the only reason.
The reason I ask and that I'm still confused and not clear about why you would go back is because in the way that you explain your return there and what you did there, it looks like you just went to count the numbers. You had a paper which tells you there's supposed to be 5395 bags, and then you're not customs, you're SEPS. You go back to verify that indeed there's 5395 bags, and from that you're satisfied. Your operation is done, shut, you got everything, and you leave. It doesn't make sense to me? Something doesn't make sense there? That you would go back just to go and count the bags?
What exactly doesn't make sense to you? Maybe I'll...
You are looking for cocaine. Counting the bags and finding that they are 5395 doesn't tell you anything.
Not merely counting, it's also inspecting to see that...
So you took them out. You took the bags out and inspected them. Is that what you're saying?
Not every bag, a few bags would have been inspected. A few bags would have been inspected. In fact, those bags were such that as you're handling them, you can see a little bit inside of them, you know.
So if there's a few bags, you don't have intel that there's more, right? So you're just a random police officer who is searching. You now tell us, in your statement, you don't say, in fact, I think what you explained earlier, you say, in fact, your statement says, I proceeded to the CHC depot. I had arranged the clearing agent to be present to unpack the container, and we conducted a count of the animal feed. They amounted to 5395, which corresponded with the packing list. This further corroborated the rip-off methodology. The container was then officially released. So on your own statement in paragraph 35, all you went to do, or what you did on the scene, was to count the bags. And that's what I say, it doesn't make sense that a police officer would go back to a container only to go and count how many bags there are. And on the paper it says 5395, and you say, good, the container can go. That doesn't make sense at all.
I'm not sure what...
And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like sensible police conduct and use of time. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be. And so, let me put to you that it suggests to me at least, because it doesn't make sense, it suggests to me that there has to be another explanation why you did this. Either appearances of an investigation, you knew you got the 27 bonus bags, you thought it was bricks, you got the 27, so you knew you've got everything that your intelligence told you. You went there for another reason. Here you tell us I counted the bags, and I say that doesn't make sense. You would go back to count the bags. And then I want to suggest to you that at best, on the most charitable possible explanation, you went back for appearances of conducting an investigation when in fact there was actually no investigation you were conducting. These drugs were always destined to be stolen. And you knew that. You knew there's a plot about these drugs, and now you were just going through the motions so that you can show up a diary and say, see, we were doing an investigation, we were serious about this. That's what I suggest it looks like to me.
Commissioner, it's the norm in every rip-on, rip-off load to do what I had done. So if that's your insinuation with regards to me, then I think I won't take it personally. I would assume you'll have the same
Yes.
stance on
I'm saying that's what it looks like to me.
But I'm saying to you, it's the norm. It's the
Okay.
norm.
Keep in mind, we don't have evidence here of other instances. If you want, you can file an affidavit with the evidence leaders, which gives us all the other instances, a supported affidavit, where that is the practice. Right now, I'm working off what you have told us in your statement, why you went back, and it doesn't make sense to me what you say in the statement, and then I try and find an answer to the why would he go back? This doesn't make sense. What could be the real reason that he went back that he's not telling us? And I land at, given the facts of what happened here, from the time you first opened, in fact, from the time you called Sibia to come and join you, and you spoke to Nuswa and not your commander, and you made the decision, unsatisfactorily explained decision to move these exhibits from the depot to Isipingo, that you allowed these things to be moved without being bagged, without being sealed, to be transported to Port Shepstone. Your failure to act, to speak at the very least to your commander when he tells you that there was an attempted burglary, the sampling that doesn't make sense, that idea to sample and how it is conducted, that by telephone you tell Mpangase, who's a warrant officer, to get a sample, send it to the lab. Your discussion with Tsedi about destroying these exhibits even before investigations are completed, the failure to invoke the authority of your superior to get you lab attention to deal with these exhibits, and finally your failure to even speak to him when you are told there was an attempted burglary, and you're excusing yourself by saying, well, it was his to deal with. He's my superior. I couldn't ask him to try and do something about it. All of that, all those facts and more that I'm listing to you suggest to me that any semblances, any appearances of investigation that are contained in this diary, that you and I agreed yesterday that it's actually on the face of it, not, we shouldn't take it at face value because it contains a reconstruction of facts after the event, a misrepresentation. It has dates of entries where we know the entry was not made on that day. We didn't know until you testified. So nothing that is here in that diary is reliable, and I'm suggesting to you that my view, the impression I have gained from this is these recorded investigations in the diary, and you're returning to that place on the day when there was no detention order. There was no detention order when there are rules about how you go about issuing an instruction to detain. You didn't do that. You release it. When it was under SARS, you say, I didn't know it was under SARS. I'm saying all of those facts, they lead me to the impression that your visiting that place on the 1st of July was again part of a scheme of creating the impression that there was a real investigation, when in fact there was no investigation at all that was going on. You were just going through the motions. That's the last thing I get to say. You can comment.
Commissioner, once again, I'll say to you, it's the norm to go and unpack a container. You're entitled to your view. I think I've said more than enough regarding all of those issues that you alluded to. And I don't think there's much more I can say to change your opinion. You're entitled to it. But I will still stand by it. There's no semblance of an investigation, no such thing. If you had to compare my inquiry with every other rip-on, rip-off load, you will notice mine is much more, there's much more investigation done. And even, Commissioner, I would have thought that the Commission would have familiarized themselves with the nature of these cases to see if indeed this is something that's a red flag to go and unpack a container just to verify that there's nothing else there, that the packing list corresponds. I don't know what would lead you to believe that it's a semblance
I've invited you to give us a statement that sets out all that procedure that you're talking about, because we've listened to many witnesses about these kind of activities, about operations, drug busts. We've listened to many witnesses explaining, including witnesses that have participated. It's the first time, and maybe that's why I even waste 5 minutes on it, that I hear that anyone witness has come here and said, we search and then we go back to the container to search again. So I'm inviting you to feel free to file a further statement that sets out that where that procedure is contained, that allows you, whether it's oral, verbal, practice, you tell us, and then you list cases where you say that has been done after the initial search, and we ordered that the container be detained. These were the facts, and we went back and searched. I'm sure we will not reject that kind of affidavit. And it's only fair that you file it if you have something like that.
Okay, Commissioner, I'll look for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, before, if I may, I seek an indulgence, and it's because I had said I've completed my questions. However,
May I quickly ask mine?
oh, yes, if it's a question, Chair. I thought you were closing the...
Thank you. It's just on one issue. The number of questions will depend on your responses, Colonel. Colonel, this relates to what you say in paragraph 9 of your statement, the statement prepared for the Commission. There you say Umlazi is 11 kilometers away from the depot, which I saw as a risk, and we were working in an uncovered area of the depot. And my sense, I think, when you substantiated on this was basically that you feared that people from Umlazi might descend on the scene and forcibly take away the drugs. That was my sense.
Yes, that's always a possibility.
I'm correct.
You are correct.
Yes. I assume that there must be quite a lot of searches and seizures in that area, the CHC depot. I assume so. Surely this was not an isolated incident.
The ones I'm aware of, Commissioner, was the one of Warrant Officer Sanders and this one.
But surely it could not have been. It just could not have been.
You said, Chair, there could not have been just
I'm
two.
saying I would be very surprised if this was the only search and seizure at the CHC depot, even if you yourself are not aware of any others. I would be very surprised.
No, there ought to have been.
There ought to have been, yes. Now, in your experience, have people from Umlazi ever descended on a crime scene and forcibly taken whatever it was that was discovered at the crime scene, in your experience?
Can I answer that in two parts, Chair? The volume of this made me consider the risk factor attached to it, the magnitude of this, the value of this drugs recovered. So there's only two major drug busts that I'm aware of at CHC. That was the first one of the Mandrax, 547 kilos, and this was...
Okay, that's the first part. Second
Yeah.
part?
Yeah, so it's only two of those. So
I'm saying you said you're going to answer my question in two parts. So second part of answering me.
Just repeat the question. I lost
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought, Chair. Could you please?
And I'm happy that I did not disturb you. You lost it on your own. All right. But that was not my question anyway.
Yes.
My question was, have people from Umlazi ever descended on a crime scene at the CHC depot
Not that I'm aware.
and removed whatever it was that was discovered when a search and seizure was conducted?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair.
Okay. Now, so your fear was based purely on surmise. Pure surmise.
Yes.
There's a township close by, and those people from the township just might come here and forcibly take this suspected cocaine from us. mere surprise, people from the township,
Yes.
up on the hill.
You know,
I happen to know where Mlazi is.
Commissioner, that's always a real concern of any policeman, when you do a seizure of this nature. That's always a concern, your security issues. And we'd be fools to think that in every situation you are.
Isn't there a residential area? I think there's a residential area before you go up and reach Mlazi, up at the top. Isn't there another residential area somewhere?
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah, yes,
There is.
Yes.
So you suspect the people from Mlazi and not the people from Spingo?
I'm not profiling, but it's known. It's a high-risk area, Chair. I'm saying every attack that ever happened, either on police for even lately.
You know, people who deal in substances like cocaine, heroin, and all that are usually the so-called sophisticated people. So your fears and so on, and because part of your suspicion seems to be based on the quantity.
Yes.
So that must mean that you thought that the people from Umlazi just might get wind of the fact that there's this big bust here.
That's correct, Chair.
That's true of the people in Isipingo as well. And as I say, the so-called more sophisticated looking people are by and large the people that are involved in this sort of thing. Or am I also profiling?
Chair, what I would want to say, when all comes to light, at some point when arrests are made, I think then we all will be enlightened as to why my concerns were also a little valid. I won't go into in depth.
But no, but the important point is that you are not able to say that people from Umlazi ever descended on CHC to forcibly remove drugs or any other thing discovered in a bust or after a search and seizure or pursuant to a search and seizure. That's the important thing. So you just assume that the people up on the hill just might do that. Pure surmise.
Now I realize, Chair, what I was thinking of earlier.
Now,
Yeah.
that's one of your... Oh, you just remembered something?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes.
I'm saying every attack that ever happened, whether it be policemen robbed for firearms or policemen robbed for monies that they were carrying, which happened not too long ago, was at some stage not heard of. Every attack or every type of incident, there had to be a first time for everything. So although it may not have happened, it's a risk that we have to consider, because there certainly would have been attacks on police, certain robberies on police for their firearms and things that would have been a first in that area, would have been a first for a certain scenario. So as much as it had not happened before, I can't say that there's no risk of it happening based on the value of those exhibits, and more especially, Chair, like I said, compounded by the fact that we didn't have enough exhibit bags. The station was only 4 kilometers away. Those were the factors in my mind. And I agree with you. I can't say with certainty that there would have been an attack.
And you are not aware of an attack since?
No, I'm not aware of an attack. I'm not aware of a large amount
So
of drugs.
meaning that if you are the one to conduct a bust, you will always, in the vicinity of Mlazi, you will always conduct it differently because you are fearful of Mlazi.
No.
Yes or no?
Commissioner.
So whenever you are involved, you'll go there, quickly remove the drugs and take them wherever you consider safe, maybe Sipingo.
No, Chair.
Yes.
I'm saying when we go into these type of locations,
Yes.
we go with adequate manpower. We go with a tactical team. You go with enough vehicles. You go with members armed with rifles.
Then that raises another question. Why did you not do exactly that on this occasion? That's not an answer. Why did you not do that on this occasion as well? You just call Mbanga, say, that's one person, and you say, hey, is KG there? And KG happened to be there, and that was all. And then it was just the three of you. And yet you know, as you sit there and as you say now, that the proper thing to do is to go to a crime scene like this. You're not going to a crime scene involving maybe the theft of a case of beer. No. It's a crime scene involving cocaine, a drug bust, serious crime. You do not go there with the necessary manpower. Did you have a reason for not doing so?
Chair, I think if I was at the office, not I think, if I was
No,
at the
did
office,
you have a reason for not doing so?
it's because I was on vacation leave. I didn't attend to all.
What on earth does that mean?
If I was
What
at the
on earth?
office,
Because to get manpower, even if you are not physically at the office, there's the convenience of a telephone.
yes,
You could have made calls and you could have spoken to someone who could, if you could not do it yourself, someone who could mobilize the necessary resources.
yes, you're correct, Chair.
So you've not answered my question then. Why did you not do that? Why did you not make sure that you had enough resources in terms of police officers?
Yes. I think compounded by the fact, Chair, that I didn't know what we were getting into. I just knew it was container.
You knew that
It's
you were
only
going to a drug bust. You knew that. And it was so important to you that you even said that I came out of leave because it's something quite important to each and every police officer. It's an ego boost. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the essence of what you said. So it's something quite crucial. And leaving aside the ego boost, this is a drug bust. Again, it's not going to a crime scene involving the theft of beer. It's quite something quite serious. Why did you not mobilize and get other police officers so that you would not be concerned about Mlazi? Because my sense is that had you had enough police resources, you would not have cared about Mlazi. Am I correct?
You're correct.
So why did you not organize enough people to secure the area?
Our tactical team, Chair, was out on that day. They were out. So
Surely I find that difficult to believe, because that would have been the first thing you say once I started engaging you. I'm asking this question now for the third time. I find that very hard to believe.
it's also in my affidavit or my info note that somewhere I did write that. I even considered calling our tactical team out, but I know they were out on that day. That is why they even took a long time to get to where we were at Isipingo.
But are you saying that, I know that the technical team is a specialized team, but are those the only police officers that could have given reinforcement? Are those the only ones?
Chair, Isipingo's got less manpower. You see, even in Warrant Officer Sanders' statement, he states that Perumal told him we don't have enough manpower.
Do you not get resources from other police stations when it's necessary?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Sorry. And you had maybe saying luxury of time, but I'll still use that. You actually had the luxury of time, because it's not as if that container was going to be spirited away from the CHC depot. So you could have contacted other police stations to get the necessary manpower. Could you not have?
I could have, Chair.
Why did you not do it? So it's not an excuse to say that your own at Isipingo were not at Isipingo, had gone on whatever. So that's not an answer to my question. Why did you not reinforce from elsewhere?
Chair, even the response time when it comes to these units, when you want this tactical support, it's not at the drop of a hat that you make a call and now within 10, 15 minutes.
So you don't even try. You go there, it's you, it's Mpangase and Ksibia. So that's your choice. And you know that Mlazi, which you fear, is close by. You choose to do that instead of trying to get reinforcements. Because you never know. Trying, maybe you could have gotten reinforcement, for all you know as you sit there. You can't say, I did not try just because it's not a case of getting reinforcement within 15 minutes. You did not know for a fact whether you could or you couldn't. And add to that what I said earlier, which is that in a sense you had the luxury of time, because it's not as if that container was going to be spirited away.
Yes, I can't dispute that, Chair. I took a decision.
So you
to-
just rushed in with 3 people. One of them, as Commissioner Baloyi indicated, knows nothing about this sort of operation. Just 3 of you rushing in. And then perchance being assisted by the ORS subs members.
Yes. Chair,
Perchance.
yes. You know, Chair, I would not, and I can say this with confidence, I would not have moved to Isipingo station if those uniformed members were not there. Because I know, obviously, then it's a red flag. It's just the 3 of us from one unit.
No. Now you are talking about what happened at the tail end. I'm engaging you about what happened at the beginning. Let's not go to the tail end. I'm not there.
Yes, I didn't ask for any backup. I could have, I did not.
And my sense is that you had no reason not to.
Once again, it's
Let's
my-
forget about this thing about it's not a 15-minute thing and so on. You basically had no reason not to.
It's the time issue. That's all I can say.
Tell me about the time issue.
Just that I know in experience, by the time you call a certain commander, then he directs you to somebody, then you phone that member, and then he mobilizes his guys. It's only when you give them prior notice. That's how the police works. It's
So
not,
you, back to my question, so you choose not to even try. I will leave it
yes,
at that.
I chose not to. I didn't.
I'll leave it at that. Now, from where I'm sitting, it seems to me that the Umlazi issue was not really an issue, because you either ought to have gotten reinforcement or tried to. And if it was to be an issue, it would only be an issue if you had tried and failed, and then you say, I'm here, there's Mlazi here, I fear Mlazi, then I must rush away. Otherwise, that situation that you are fearful of is self-created. Self-created in the sense that you have not taken necessary steps to ensure that you have reinforcement.
Yes, I can accept.
You accept that?
Yes.
All right. Now, what I want to add to this thing about the fear of Umlazi not making sense to me, what I want to add to that is this. Yesterday when I engaged you, you accepted that you could have had the container removed, because when you were engaged by Ms. Sildo today, you said you didn't have much space on the door side of the container. I think you said it was only 2 meters, and that there was a lot of whatever it was behind. So just 2 meters from the doors of the container.
Approximately.
When I engaged you yesterday, you accepted that you could have gotten the container removed from where it was to some other area within the CHC depot, and that once there, you could have done the necessary cordoning off, and then you could have been able to conduct the search and seizure in a proper manner. Do you remember accepting that yesterday?
Yes, I do, Chair.
So when you look at those 2 issues, the fact that the Umlazi issue does not make sense, and to which right at the tail end of that debate you said you accept everything that I'm suggesting to you. So when we look at that, and we look at the fact that you could have removed that container and then you could have been able to do the search and seizure properly with no impediments, it makes all the other reasons that you gave yesterday to pale into insignificance. Do you accept that?
I don't want to argue with you. I'll accept.
You accept that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, Colonel, if I may, and this is because I think you either have taken Commissioner Baloi's offer or you have undertaken to do so, to provide a statement explaining processes, prescripts governing such an engagement where you go back to the container in the manner that you did on the 1st of July. You remember that?
Yes.
I think, I don't know, I hope it will help you, that it might not be a useful, particularly useful exercise. Why don't we try it this way, rather? We see at your paragraph 35, you say on the 1st of July 2021, you proceeded to the depot to go count the 5,395 bags, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in none of the statements, none, that that are included in the inquiry file, do you speak of that exercise of the 1st of July? Would you like me to take you there?
Yes, because it yielded nothing. It was basically handing over a container. There was nothing significant to write a statement about. It's not done.
No, you were not handing over a container, you were searching a container. You were counting, you went inside the container to go count, and that's how you get to the conclusion there are 5,395 bags. You satisfied yourself, and you are alleged, then you released it. So you did something to that container.
Yes.
You engaged with it in some form or
Yes.
other. Yes. I'm saying you have about 5-6 statements in the inquiry and in the docket, which are all before this commission. None of them references that activity. Why is that?
There's no need. I mean, whose benefit would that statement be to?
Whose benefit does it serve for you to come tell the commissioners about this activity here now?
I did it. That's
Why?
why I'm saying
Who
to
does
the
it benefit this time now?
I'm not sure who it benefits, but I did it.
It benefits you because you are aware that your presence on the pier that day, the depot, will have to somehow be answered at some point, and you are anticipating that. And that is why you include it here in this statement. You go so much as to tie in the mega freight clearing agent in that exercise of the 1st of July. Yet, that is one person you never took a statement from. If this happened, and if he was present, you would have obtained a statement from him, but you never did. So what exactly went down on that day? It's something you subsequently thought of, and you were thinking who to lay it, at whose doorstep to lay it.
Commissioner, I mentioned the clearing agent that was present when this exercise was conducted.
Okay, let's go to the clearing agent.
Did I fabricate or did I imagine him?
He's got a statement here. He says, I was never there.
No, he was there.
Okay, so he's not telling
Well, what
the
does
truth.
his statement say? Can you read it out?
Okay.
I
You will.
dispute that.
Let's go to page 595. That's the first statement.
595.
That statement at 595 is the first statement, an earlier one dated May 22. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And he doesn't reference that visit on the 1st of July, you see?
Was he asked about it, Commissioner?
I don't know. I didn't drop the statement.
Then I can't answer. I'm saying he was there. The statement doesn't
But you
even
never
talk to
asked him because he's not in your docket. He's
I
not in
didn't
your
need
inquiry.
a statement from him. No, I don't agree with this, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's go to 654. Let's go to page 654. At page 654, the same person, that mega freight agent, at paragraph 3 states, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot on the 1st of July 2021, as I was not informed. Don't suggest that I made him say that. That is from 2025. I didn't even know this matter will come up.
Commissioner, the warehouse manager can confirm what I'm saying. It wasn't just me in isolation.
Okay. Now, that is the challenge, and that is why I say when you say you promised Commissioner Baloyi that you are going to bring this statement, that is Ms. Pillay, right?
Yes.
It does sound, what happened, I say, is exactly as Commissioner Baloyi described. There is not even a stitch of a document that records what went down on the 1st of July. For that, we will go to Ms. Pillay, who you rely on. Let's go to page 577. At 577 is Ms. Pillay's first statement. If you go to 578 at paragraph 7, she says on the 1st of July, these members were present. And an official from Mega Freight was present, unnamed. This is dated the 6th of July, 2021. And this is a statement you took. But the statement you did not take is of that Mega Freight agent. You never took that statement. It's a fact.
Yes, I did
Okay.
not. Yes.
Now, if you go to 654,
You confirm that you took this Pillay statement.
Yes, it looks like I did.
Thank you.
let's go to 654. And it's Miss Pillay, no, sorry, 582, 582. 582. That's Miss Pillay's second statement, 582. If you look at that statement at 583, that's of the 13th May 2022, less than a year later.
Yes.
And in this statement, she says, it's a further statement. She references the one we just went through. She speaks of your visit on the 22nd of June 2021. And that's at paragraph 3. You see that?
Yes.
And then she doesn't reference your visit of 1st July.
Once again, this statement is taken by somebody from the investigation team. Was she even canvassed about the 1st of July?
I'll take that to be a rhetorical question. Huh? You're not asking me that. I am saying, in fact, I think there is a third yet statement by Ms. Pillay. I will locate it. But in the interim, I want us to go to the investigation diary. In your investigation diary, starting at page 800, this is the entry you made at page 803. At the bottom of page 803, against the date 1st July 2021, second point, you have listed them there. You say you went with Mpangase and Sibia. Second, Team Flower Day of Mega Freight present.
Yes.
That's what you note.
That's what I know.
But that's the one person you still don't get.
I didn't need
Yes.
a statement from him, yes.
And gets back to the issue we discussed in the morning at 8:04. You say at 7, container resealed. You even claim you resealed the container here. That's the third seal I said I'm looking for.
Yes.
And you couldn't explain where that seal is. But your investigation diary suggests that you actually resealed that container,
Yes.
which is not true.
If I wrote the container was resealed, it would have been resealed.
I asked where in all your statements and all these statements, even during your inquiry, you consistently provide two seal numbers. The original seal number of the container as you broke it on the 22nd of June. The second seal number that you replaced the first with after you took the drugs.
Yes,
But then you went and opened on the 1st of July. That's what we started with this morning.
yes.
On the 1st of July, did you reseal? And it was Rick Marrow, you didn't remember, maybe you did. Then you, I think eventually said, no, you did not seal because you are releasing the container. But your investigation diary suggests that you actually resealed.
Yes, okay.
So I am saying this point makes the point that this investigation diary is absolutely unreliable. I agree with Commissioner Baloy. It's manufactured fact in all this diary, post fact.
No.
And I'll tell you why I say it's manufactured as well. Let's page through it. Yesterday we discussed 24-hour inspection by your senior that you have at your page 803.
Yes.
And before, that's conducted by you. Thereafter, the next one is at page 807. That is by Nandlal. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. That is prompted by you, the investigating officer, above at 807. You have an entry on the 30th of July 2021. You say, Lieutenant Colonel Nandlal sir, inquiry for inspection. Then he inspects. Then you go further. At 808, there, once again it's you, inspecting officer, sir, midway. And then somebody here, the name is not clear, does an inspection. You said it was inspection by province, okay? And beyond that, you never subjected this investigation diary to any inspection. You last subjected it to inspection, I shouldn't lie to you, on the on what you said is the 16th of September 2021.
Commissioner, I'm trying to understand what you want me to respond to.
Now, I'm saying this is not to be relied. This investigation diary is a fabrication. It's inconsistent with the evidence before us. I gave you the example of a seal. You say you resealed in this investigation diary, and you presented it on the basis that it contains notes contemporaneously made. Today, when you make a statement before this commission, you cannot address the question of the seal that you put on that container on the 1st of July. And I'm saying it's because it was never there in the first place. That's why you're having a challenge.
Okay, may I respond?
You note here, you reseal it, but you don't even provide a number.
Okay, may I respond?
Please.
Okay. Firstly, I could not have imagined an unpack of 5,395 50-kilogram bags.
I don't know. I wouldn't know that.
Secondly, the warehouse manager's statement. Nobody even asks her about the 1st of July. She merely comments on the 22nd of June. So how can we even consider that statement as a reflection of what transpired on the 1st of July? I did meet with this individual. I'm sure even if he's called or we check his phone records or find out, or even from the warehouse manager, about whether this occurred. Because remember, he had to come through with staff, with laborers, to physically unpack 5,395 bags. It couldn't have been me and two DPCI members that did that. They had done that. So if I say he was there, he was there. The warehouse manager is not disputing or confirming anything. She's silent on it because she wasn't asked about it. But I'm saying if I wrote that the representative Tim Flaude, sorry for mentioning his name, from Mega Freight was here, this was the unpack that was done. And the reason I couldn't remember whether it was resealed, this happened nearly 5 years ago. I can't remember every single detail. But the fact now that I'm being painted as I'm lying about this entire incident, I take serious issue with that. Okay. And I feel the onus should not be on me now to prove that I'm telling the truth here. The onus should be on the commission. If you are alleging that I am lying about this, the onus should be on the commission to prove that I'm lying. So far, what you have showed me is a statement from the warehouse manager not even talking about the 1st of July, what happened there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we would have had to go through the warehouse manager to make these arrangements. So that statement tells me nothing.
Should we infer from what you're saying that she wasn't asked about the 1st of July, that's why it's not in her statement? With that, should we infer that you in fact asked her about the 1st of July? It wasn't an independent recollection, because in the one statement, you're saying had she been asked about the 1st of July, she would have said something. In your statement, she says something. Should we infer that you asked? That's why it's in a statement. It wasn't independent recollection.
You know, Chair, I can't even recall, this investigation until I looked at it, but I'm saying the bottom line is this. The warehouse manager ought to have been contacted to confirm indeed whether this incident occurred as per my investigation diary. The investigation team that had investigated this theft, who alleged that I am lying in this investigation diary, should they not have contacted Tim Flowerday and asked him whether he was there on this specific day? Should they not have checked his phone records to see if he was at CHC depot? Should they not have checked my vehicle tracker to see if I was there? Now I'm being painted to the whole country as though I'm a liar, I'm fabricating things, and I take serious issue. There's a whole lot of investigation that was done that is clearly swayed in a certain direction. Every time statements were taken, it's taken with the view of portraying me in a light as though I was part and parcel of this orchestrated placement of a container in Port Shepstone and the subsequent theft thereof. And I'm showing the Commission how statements were taken and individuals were not canvassed on certain issues. Now, we can't sit here today and I'm saying I was with a certain individual at a certain warehouse, and you take a statement from a warehouse manager and nobody sees fit to ask her, did indeed this incident occur on that date? But now I'm being told I'm lying.
Maybe they did ask her, did you have any other engagement with Colonel Jacob after the 22nd? Maybe they did, we don't know. And that's why I asked the question, did you ask her about the 1st of June? Because clearly she didn't volunteer it. You say she should have been asked. I don't know, maybe they should have asked her, but she didn't volunteer it, so it's not in her statement. I guess I'm just now intervening to say, well, maybe let's not put it higher than that it's not in her statement, and we have no explanation why it's not in her statement, and because of that, we have to test what you're saying. That's how it works. We have material in front of us, and we test it against what you say happened. And all that is happening now is to say to you, but if you were there on the 1st of July, how come Ms. Pillay says nothing about it? How come the Mr. Flowerday, whose name has been mentioned, says nothing about it? They both say nothing about it, and the only place that Ms. Pillay says anything about the 1st of July is in the statement taken by you. It matters to inquire further about it. Why is it in just your statement? Is it because you prompted it? Because clearly it doesn't seem like she remembered it independently.
Commissioner, I'm going to put this in layman's terms, right? If the Commission is alleging that this never occurred, there's no such incident of an unpack and this representative of Mega Freight was not there, at least he should have been asked, did you attend or did you go for an unpack at CHC Container Depot on the 1st of July, 2021 or 22, 21. And also, the warehouse manager, yes, I took a statement where I'm not sure how it came about, but yes, she talks about the 1st of July. So now it's the narrative of the Commission that I somehow just fabricated this to cover my back. But should she not have been interviewed by an impartial or an objective party to ask her indeed on the 1st of July, was there such an incident? I'm sure something must be on the system. Mega Freight must have some sort of record of what transpired on that day. Now for today, to portray me to the country as though I'm lying, I fabricated this, it shoots down my entire credibility and integrity. And I feel this is an ambush because it did occur. Nobody asked these individuals, did you go to CHC on the 1st of July? But I'm being told now that it never happened because there's no such statement. Did anyone
May I
even try
correct
to
you?
obtain a
You are making
statement?
assumptions. I do apologize for interrupting. You are making assumptions that nobody went to ask her. It's a wrong assumption. And I'm going to show to you that she was in fact asked. So you can explain it away some other way, but don't say that nobody went to ask her to test the truth, the correctness of her first statement. For that, let's go to 607. If you turn over, leave at 608, it's a statement of 1st of October 2025. And at paragraph 2, at 607, you see she references a request by Captain Mashau to give further clarity about paragraph 7 in my previous A66 statement. That paragraph 7 is that the paragraph in that statement of the 6th of July 2021, where she says, members of Hawks arrived, an official from Megafreight was present. They indicated they want to verify the packing list. When the members had finished, the container was locked and another seal was placed on the container. That's what she said about 2 weeks after the seizure. She doesn't identify who the members of the Hawks were. She doesn't identify this official from Megafreight. She doesn't give it a seal number. She doesn't do anything. So
Does the
no,
investigating officer...
let me finish. It's in that context you must read page 607 at paragraph 2, because it requests her to give further clarity about paragraph 7. You see what I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Okay. Now, her response follows. I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came to our company on the 1st of July 2021 to verify that the packing list corresponded with the contents of the container. It's been long since the 22nd of June 2021 and 1st July 2021 to can safely say who were the members from the Hawks who visited our office, because on the day in question or in my statement, I did not mention their names. Now, my understanding of what I'm reading is she doesn't even have a record to prompt her memory in October 2025 and say, let me go to my files and see that visit of the 1st of July where these Hawks members came, because I, maybe stupidly on my part, would expect her to have had an entry regarding this particular container, that it was visited on the 1st of July by these Hawks members in the event of anything. To have identified in that document the Megafreight agent that she references at that paragraph 7. And lastly, to provide the details of the seal that was then placed there, because she says it was sealed. What page 607 tells you that she says, I can't help you beyond what I've stated there. And it's because there is, my conclusion, no objective tool that can help prompt her memory.
You keep saying paragraph 7, you mean 2, or have you moved on?
No, paragraph 7 is paragraph 7 of the original statement.
Okay.
The paragraph 7 is at 578.
Okay, sorry.
This is the statement taken by Colonel Jacobs.
All right.
So Colonel Jacobs was suggesting that she was never asked about the detail of the Hawks people and the Megafreight. And I'm saying at 607, it's a handwritten statement dated 1st October 2025. Paragraph 2, it's paragraph 2 that specifically references that paragraph 7, and she says, I have been requested to give further clarity about that paragraph. Her response is, I cannot recall a stitch. She can only say so. She can't even say, I looked at my files and this is what I was able to glean from the files to remind myself.
I know you brought us to this statement to specifically respond to the question whether this had ever been raised with her.
Indeed.
So indeed it does appear that it was raised with her. But But what's your understanding, Mr. Law, of the sentence, I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came to our company on the 1st of July 2021 to verify that the packing list corresponded with the contents of the container. What do you make of that?
What I make of it, she has got no record of that visit. Paragraph 7 does not identify those people. When she is required to provide specificity, somebody who is a manager responsible for that facility, who exercises control over commercial containers, would, I expect, be able to go to wherever they store their data, say, what container are we talking about and what date? I am going to pull out all documentation relating to that container as to what happened. That will give me the name of the Hawks members that came. I don't expect her to remember them off the top of her head. It will give me the name of the mega freight agent who I said in 2022 was present. I would have noted it. And it would give me the detail of the seal that was placed after this exercise. To all that she says, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago.
I read this to mean Hawks members did come, but I don't remember their names.
And that is my challenge.
Because I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came. So Hawks members came, but it's just that I don't remember their names. And if that is what this indeed means, then it supports what the Colonel is saying.
No, but
about that visit.
No, Chair.
Also,
Let me try my point again.
Yes.
This is now part of the Port Shepstone burglary investigation.
Yes.
The investigator is chasing up on the statements that were in the inquiry file. It is the investigator that obtains this statement, says, I have received, amongst others, the statement you made in July 2021. Please provide me details regarding paragraph 7.
Oh, okay.
That is the request.
Okay.
She then files this statement, says, I cannot remember anything, but I say they did come. That's all she can say. And I say my challenge is the fact that she is an official agent does not even have a record to refer her to, because I take it she's in charge of other businesses, containers and property, that she can't even refer to a recorded entry that would help her identify those members who came, the mega freight agent, and the seal that was placed. All this does is to confirm a very blunt statement that she made on the 6th of July. Commissioner Baloyi asked, so on the 6th, when she made the second statement, she has no independent recollection of this particular visit because she doesn't mention it in the second statement. She only mentions it in the statement that Colonel Jacob took. And that is what I would believe prompted the investigator in October 2025 says there are two statements. The one fact is missing from the second. Let me go to her and give her an opportunity to file a further one to clarify, and it takes the matter no further.
But isn't this a criticism of her and not of the colonel? The fact that she doesn't have independent records?
And in fact, it was not directed as to the colonel as such as a criticism. I am saying the inference I draw is the difficulty with what went down on the 1st of July 2021. Nobody seems to have an official record, notwithstanding the fact that Colonel Jacob's own diary says we resealed. But if you say, give me the details of the seal, nobody seems to have it. That is the criticism of what went down that day and what was recorded. It is very poor, and it's what creates these difficulties.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Lo, may I just invite the Colonel to comment on the debate we've just had?
Okay.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy he does.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, to the Commission, I think that you guys are obviously have the intellectual capacity to see what I'm saying now. Can you see who took?
I'm
laughing
at the reference to us as guys.
Chair, you can see who commissioned the statement, right? Who the statement was obtained by. Does anywhere in the statement, they even ask this warehouse manager, did Mega Freight representative come to the warehouse? All the statement says is that she can't recall our names, but Hawks members came there. Nothing further. This is the quality, this is the string, the theme that runs throughout this entire investigation directed towards myself. Shoddy investigation, statements that are vague. This tells us nothing, but it seems to be the reason I'm being called out as a liar. This tells us nothing. Why couldn't someone approach the guy from Mega Freight himself, who I claim was there? And let's hear what he has to say about this. Nobody's canvassed him on that. It's a vague statement, and now I'm being painted as an untruthful or a liar. And like I'm saying, if commissioners, you can see the statement. What does it tell us? What sort of a statement is this? It talks to what I've been saying, that all this entire investigation, there's one central theme. They've already got a predetermined conclusion in mind, and every statement that has been taken, we don't expect statements of this quality from DPCI head office, statements of this quality. I may have messed up my crime scene, but if you look at my statements, I try and put some content into my statements. These statements here, especially investigating the theft of over 200 million rand worth of drugs, and now to tell the country that I am involved based on shoddy investigation like this, I'm just expressing my dissatisfaction.
For the record, the agent was approached and he provided a statement. We dealt with it earlier.
But he was not asked, sorry, Commissioner, I'm saying, was he asked about the 1st of July? His statement tells me nothing about the 1st of July.
If you go to 654, that's his statement. 654. That's a statement dated 27 October 2025. It's handwritten.
Yes.
Do you see it?
Yes.
At paragraph, are you there yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. At paragraph 3, he says, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot on the 1st July 2021, as I was not informed. That's what he says.
No, you know, seriously, Commissioner, this is my response. Sorry to just talk out of turn. I feel he was confused maybe about the day of the search, because this was taken in 27 October 2025, the statement. And if you look at it, it's taken by the same individual that I claim to be doing shoddy investigation. So now, he must be confusing, because he's talking about, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot. He's probably confusing the inspection where we recovered those drugs. Not.
He says the first of July.
Yes, I'm saying,
Let's
yes,
not do
Commissioner,
that.
I hear you. I'm saying the statement was taken in 2025. He probably does not remember that the 22nd of June was the date of the recovery, and the 1st of July is the day that he came through for an unpack. Because, you see, he talks here, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the depot on the 1st of July, right? I also attached the process.
Well, remember you said your complaint is he wasn't asked. I think that's why we have opened.
No.
We've been referred to this. You said the statement taking or the investigation is so shoddy.
Yes.
They didn't even ask him about the 1st of July.
Yes.
And we are referred to it for the to simply point out that
Yes.
But his statement does say something about the 1st
Yes,
of
and
July.
I'm saying this, Commissioner, once again. This statement is taken on the 27th of October 2025 by the very same individual that I am alleging is always taking shoddy statements. So if I read this, I'm going to read it, right? I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place, paragraph 3, at the CHC container depot on the 1st of July 2026, as I was not informed. I also attached the process that will follow in case a container is being detained for inspection. As the cargo stop agency, I must be contacted if the client container is being detained. So he's talking about the actual day of our search of that container, the 22nd of June. I put it to you, to the commission here, that if this individual is engaged, he was either misled somehow, but if you read this, you can see he clearly is talking of the date of the seizure of those drugs.
May I assist you, because in truth, I just made you zero in on paragraph 3 because
Yes.
I was interested in the date.
Yes,
But let's test what you are saying by looking at paragraph 2.
yes,
Paragraph 2 says that, whatever I, the undersigned, that I would like to further my statement I submitted on a previous occasion. So there's a recognition that there's a statement that precedes this one, correct?
Yes.
Then he proceeds, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at CHC Warehouse Container Depot on 24th June 2021. See attached document.
Yes.
So in paragraph 2, there is a recognition that the actual seizure was in June 2021.
Okay.
In paragraph 3, he deals with a different issue, which is the 1st of July 2020. So he appears to have an appreciation that there are two events here.
Okay, may I respond,
Yes,
Chair?
please.
There was nothing happening on the 24th of June. So my submission is this. You see in paragraph 2 where he says, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at the CHC Warehouse Container Depot on the 24th of June 2021. See attached document, right? The way I read this, he was confused. He's talking, instead of 24th of June, they're supposed to read 1st of July. And later on, he's supposed to, they got the dates mixed up here. Because if you read it in context, what I'm saying makes sense. I'll leave it to the Commission. You can read it, and I'm saying it's my submission that paragraph 2 is supposed to read the 22nd of June instead of 24th of June, because that's the date we did the seizure. And this other date here that he's got, I was not aware of the inspection that took place on the 1st of July. No, I think the statement, because it was taken in so many years later, and in 2025, he got his dates mixed up. And the statement is, if you look at it in context, it does not make sense.
No,
what happened on the 24th
No,
of
Colonel,
June?
there's no mistake about the date of the 24th. You have accepted, or at least you are not contesting, that he wasn't there on the 22nd. You keep talking about context. Context is, this is a further statement to the earlier, to the one statement, where he says, you opened the container without his presence and without him being informed on the 22nd. So
He says on the 24th.
no. There's a statement, earlier statement, where he has said, I wasn't there on the 22nd, I should have been there. And then here he says, this is a further statement. So
Yes.
we know the first statement.
Yes, I'm aware.
And then he says, I only went on the 24th of June. You were not there, right? On the 24th of June. You were not there, so you don't know what he's talking about when he
Yes.
says I was there. But this is a further statement. He's not making a mistake. Otherwise, if we accept what you're saying, that this is a mistake, then and you say instead of 24 it should be 22, then it means he was there on the 22nd. But on your own evidence, he wasn't. Mr. Flowerdale wasn't there. You have listed who was there. The depot, don't shake your head. You've told us the depot, ORS, and your people, depot people, and the person that you thought was customs, and we've cleared. There was no customs there. So that's on your statement. That's on Mpanga's diary. There's no mention on the 22nd of an agent being there. So where she says 24th I was there, he couldn't be referring to the 22nd. There is no mistake about it. So this is a further statement on the first one that says I wasn't there on the 22nd. You didn't quarrel with that statement. You
Yes,
did not.
yes.
If you quarrel with it, you quarrel with it only now. Where he says the 24th of June, he's not saying on the day of your inspection he was there. He's not saying that. And you say, you accept that he wasn't there on the day of the inspection. So he tells us, he introduces new facts. New fact is he went there on the 24th. We don't know what he did, right? He says, I went there on the 24th, and then he talks about the 1st of July. He says, I was not aware of the 1st of July inspection. And really at this point, they quarrel, if there's a quarrel, it's about the 1st of July. You claim he was there.
Yes.
He's filed a statement. He says, I wasn't there. And I think we're at a point where the commission, it's not a question of interpreting this statement. I think this statement is very clear what it's conveying. It's what do we do eventually with these conflicting accounts.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner, I'm calming myself down. I'm going to try and express myself so that you can understand. There's nothing that happened on the 24th of June for him to say that at CSC warehouse. It says here, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at the CHC warehouse depot on the 24th of June 2021, right? No, I didn't engage with him on the 24th of June 2021. None of my members did. So clearly, there's some confusion with this date here because nothing happened on the 24th of June. That was 2 days after the bust. Then he goes on in paragraph 3 to say, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the depot on the 1st of July as I was not informed. Now, firstly, he's got the date on top wrong. Now at the bottom, we've got the same captain that's obtaining his statement. And I'm saying to the commission that I think he confused this individual because he was present. And now you take his statement in 2025 in October. Obviously his memory is not that, fresh as to what transpired. So he's going to listen to the policeman who's taking his statement. And I'm saying to the commission, if you will allow me to get to the bottom of this, and I will furnish together with that previous request of yours, Commissioner Baloy, I will get to the bottom of this to show the commission that this can never be, and it'll prove the recurring theme that I've been saying, that this investigation is orchestrated to point in a certain direction. I can put my neck on the block. This individual was there on the said day. Came through with laborers, we did an unpack, and if my investigation diary says that we resealed it, we resealed it. So I will get in contact with this company, I'll get to the bottom of this, but I take serious issue. You can see the dates, what happened on the 24th of June, there's nothing, but he talks about the 24th of June. So I'm saying to you, he was confused when the statement was taken, and once again it was taken with an objective in mind, and that's to somehow implicate me in this.
Thank you, Chair. That is the, the point I just wanted to clarify. Thanks for the indulgence. I know I'd said I'm done with my questions, but this time I truly am done. Thank you.
There's something I consider important and which I want to say. I want to tender an apology to the people of Umlazi. I meant to challenge the notion that they might descend on CHC depot to forcibly take the suspected cocaine. In doing that, I made an unfortunate assertion which implicitly meant that Umlazi people are unsophisticated. I will not go into what that term means. I should rather only have said, if the fear of forcible taking was sensible, even people from Isipingo could have descended on CHC depot and forcibly taken the suspected cocaine. I apologize unreservedly. Thank you. Are we now at the stage where I should...
I think so. Before we have to make other logistical arrangements,
yes.
I think it's only proper to
Yes.
release the Colonel, yes, and thank him for availing himself.
Yes. Colonel, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
You are excused. Thank you.
Before the rest of us are excused, Chair, some housekeeping matters that we need to address. And the first, it's about tomorrow. The Chair will recall that on Monday, the 1st of June, General Sinona had been subpoenaed to appear, which he duly did, and the Chair stood down his testimony to Friday the 5th, which is tomorrow. Yesterday, on the 3rd of June, we received a communication from his attorneys advising that General Sinona's counsel is indisposed. She's taken ill, and she would not be able to attend tomorrow. The request had been for the Commission to consider whether it could stand down Major General Sinona's testimony, as the letter states, to a later date in the week of the 8th of June, which is next week. The letter does make the point that General Sinona had been required to file his statement by the 2nd of June 2026, and it was done, and we as evidence leaders confirm the filing of the statement has been done. So what was outstanding was for him to appear tomorrow. If General Sinona appears tomorrow, it will only be after perhaps lunch, because we have another witness scheduled in the morning. And with the result that he will not finish, if he starts after lunch. So he would have to come back on a later date, possibly in that week of the 8th, to assure the commissioners that I happen to personally know the counsel that represents Major General Sinona. And I actually spoke to her on the phone. She had called me, and she did sound under the weather. She indicated that if the commission insists that General Sinona be heard tomorrow, she'll just push through and come to attend. But the request is, to the extent that it is possible, a postponement of the general's testimony is requested. The suggestion here is to any date in the week of the 8th. Otherwise, we leave it in the commission's hands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sillo. The hearing of the evidence of General Sinona is postponed to a date to be determined during the week of the 8th of June 2026.
Yes, or such later date as the commission will determine. Yes.
Or maybe let me just recall that. The hearing of the evidence of General Sinona is postponed to a date to be determined.
Thank you, Chair. Secondly, insofar then as the rest of the witnesses are concerned, we're ready to resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning with the next witness.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.